The air felt thick with triumph that day, a shimmering veil of joy wrapping around me as I clutched the lottery ticket in my trembling hands. I'd always imagined that winning such a fortune would be the pinnacle of my existence, a golden key unlocking a life of endless possibilities for me and Jenny, my wife of so many years. The numbers on that slip of paper, each one meticulously matching the ones in the newspaper, promised a paradise I'd only dared to dream of. But as I stood there, basking in the glow of my newfound wealth, the world I'd built in my mind came crashing down. Through the window of our modest home, I saw her, Jenny, stuffing clothes into a suitcase. Her movements hurried and deliberate. Beside her stood a man I didn't recognize, his hands resting casually on her bags as if he'd already claimed her. Betrayal sliced through me like a jagged blade, its searing edge tearing apart the happiness I'd held just moments before. In that instant, my heart hardened, and a vow took root deep within me: she would pay for this. The pain morphed into something darker, a twisted resolve to craft a revenge so intricate, so devastating, that she'd rue the day she turned her back on me. This is my story, a tale of shattered dreams and the retribution that followed. The evening had started out so pleasantly, a rare break from the quiet rhythm of my days. Since winning the lottery and retiring from my landscaping business, I'd poured my energy into helping others, rarely venturing out for myself. But tonight was different. I'd decided to attend a charity dinner, one dedicated to raising funds for abused animals, a cause that tugged at my heartstrings. My 2 dogs, loyal companions through every storm, had taught me the quiet beauty of unconditional love, and I couldn't stand the thought of any creature suffering. I'd researched this organization beforehand, impressed by their tireless efforts, and felt good about slipping on a decent shirt and heading out. The dinner unfolded in a warm haze of good food and better conversation. Over plates of roasted chicken and glasses of velvety red wine, I listened to stories of resilience, animals rescued from cruelty, nursed back to health, and placed in loving homes. It was the kind of night that made you feel like the world could still be kind, even if my own corner of it had crumbled. After the meal, I wandered to the bar, craving something stronger to cap off the evening. The 2 founders of the charity, a wiry man with a quick laugh and a woman with a gentle intensity, joined me. We clinked glasses, the wine flowing as freely as their tales of triumph. I leaned against the polished wood, letting their words wash over me, stories of a pit bull who'd learned to trust again, a kitten pulled from a dumpster with a matted coat and a fierce will to live. Their passion was infectious, though a quiet ache stirred in me. How could anyone harm something so innocent? I swirled the wine in my glass, lost in thought, until the hour grew late. They thanked me again for my donation, a hefty sum I'd scribbled on a check without hesitation, and I offered a tired smile before heading out. The parking lot was bathed in the soft glow of streetlights as I climbed into my truck. Not just any truck, mind you, a pickup with buttery leather seats and a dashboard bristling with the latest tech. People always raised an eyebrow at that. A millionaire in a pickup? But I'd never cared for flash. Sports cars and designer suits weren't my style. Give me a reliable set of wheels and the open road, that's where I found peace. It had been just me and my dog since Jenny left, and I liked it that way. Simple. Uncomplicated. I wasn't always alone, though. Years back, life had been different. I'd run a landscaping company, pouring sweat and soul into every job, and I thought Jenny and I were solid. That morning, the day everything changed, had started like any other. The sun was barely up when I shuffled down the driveway in my slippers, snagging the newspaper from the dew-damp grass. I tossed it onto the passenger seat of my truck and drove off to a job site, my mind already on the day ahead. We'd hit a snag the previous afternoon, something about a mix-up with the crew, and the foreman had begged me to come sort it out. I spent hours under the blazing sun, barking orders and hauling equipment alongside the guys, until the project was back on track. Dust clung to my jeans, and my shirt was soaked through by the time I waved off the foreman around 2 in the afternoon. "Gotta get back to the office," I told him, wiping sweat from my brow. "Calls to make." The office was a small, cluttered space, but it was mine. I got there by 2:30, dropping into my chair with a grunt. The office manager, a sharp woman named Linda with a no-nonsense streak, gave me a quick rundown. Nothing urgent, just a few supplier calls to confirm deliveries. I handled them briskly, my voice steady over the phone, and by 3:30, I had a moment to breathe. The newspaper sat on my desk, still folded from the morning. I'd grabbed a Coke from the mini fridge, the cold can sweating in my hand, and figured I'd check my lottery numbers. It was a habit, buying a ticket for every draw, $1 here and there for a flicker of hope. I'd never won much. Just 3 numbers once for a measly $3. This time, though, I'd splurged. The Powerball jackpot had ballooned to a monstrous sum, and I'd opted for the multi-state ticket instead of the usual state draw. Flipping to the winning numbers, I dug the ticket out of my desk drawer, smoothing it flat beside the paper. I took a sip of Coke, the fizz tickling my throat, and started comparing. The first 3 numbers lined up, and I let out a quiet, "Yahoo!" $1 profit at least. Then the 4th hit, and my pulse quickened. $50, maybe 60. The 5th number matched, and my breath caught. $1,000? My hands shook as the 6th number fell into place. And then, impossibly, the Powerball. The room spun. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I thought I'd misread it. I checked again, then a 3rd time, my heart hammering against my ribs. No mistake. Every number aligned. The paper said only one ticket had won, and I was holding it. Millions. Tens of millions. We were rich, Jenny and I. I sat there, dazed, the ticket clutched in my sweaty palms. My mind racing. What now? A financial advisor, yeah, that's smart. Someone to help us navigate this windfall. But first, Jenny. She had to know. I glanced at the clock, just past 4. She'd be home soon from her bank job. This wasn't phone news. I needed to see her face when I told her. I bolted from my chair, mumbling something to Linda about a home emergency, and tore out to my truck. The drive home was a blur, my head swimming with visions of our future, trips to Paris, a cabin by the lake, all the things we'd never dared imagine. Jenny would be stunned to see me home early, my days usually stretched late. I grinned, picturing her wide eyes when I waved that ticket in front of her. But the grin died when I pulled into our street. There she was, loading suitcases into a strange car, a man at her side. My foot slammed the brake, tires squealing as I lurched to a stop. I stumbled out, my voice raw. "Jenny, what the hell are you doing?" She froze, her cheeks flushing as she waved the guy off to wait in the car. She approached me, her steps hesitant. "I'm sorry." "Michael," she said, and that name, Michael, not Mike, hit like a punch. She only called me that when something was wrong. "I'm leaving." I blinked, the words not sinking in. "Leaving? What do you mean? Leaving?" Her eyes dropped. "I care for you, Michael, but I want more. I've met someone. He's going places, offering things you can't. I left a letter inside. I didn't want to do this face to face." My chest tightened. "I thought you loved me. I thought you were happy." Her whisper was barely audible. "I'm sorry." Then she turned, fleeing to the car, and they peeled away, leaving me rooted to the asphalt. The world tilted again, my knees weak as I watched tail lights vanish down the street. 5 minutes passed, maybe more, before I could move. Inside, I beelined for the liquor cabinet, yanking out a bottle of tequila. The first gulp burned, a fiery trail to my gut. The second was smoother, the third easier still. I downed a quarter of it. The room swaying, before remembering her letter. Too drunk to care, I stumbled upstairs, shedding clothes as I went. The shower's hot spray did little to thaw the ice in my chest. When the water ran cold, I collapsed into bed, still dripping, and chased oblivion with more tequila until darkness claimed me. Morning brought a pounding head and a stomach ready to revolt. I called the office, croaking about personal matters, and dragged myself downstairs. There, on the kitchen table, sat her letter, topped with her wedding band and engagement ring. Memory crashed over me, and I lurched to the sink, heaving. Coffee was my lifeline, 3 cups before I could face the envelope. Her words were clinical: she loved me but needed more. Divorce papers. Signed and final, gave me everything but what she'd taken. She was gone with him, a bank VP now, to another state. No looking back. I stared at those rings. My vow hardening into something cold and unbreakable. She'd regret this. I'd make sure of it. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks: I'd tied myself to a woman who valued cold, hard cash and glittering possessions far more than the warmth of our shared moments or the fragile thread of love that once bound us. It stung, a bitter ache that gnawed at my chest. But if that was the game she wanted to play, I'd make damn sure she never caught wind of the fortune I'd stumbled into. Not until the ink was dry on her precious divorce papers. Not until it was far too late for her to rewrite the rules or crawl back with crocodile tears, begging for a second chance she didn't deserve. She'd taken my devotion, crumpled it up like a used tissue, and tossed it aside for someone else, some faceless guy who probably smelled of cheap cologne and empty promises. The idea of welcoming her back into my life felt as absurd as waiting for snow in the depths of a Texas summer. No, that door was bolted shut. And as the initial wave of sorrow hardened into a simmering rage, my mind kicked into gear, sharp and focused. First things first, I had to protect the golden ticket that fate had slipped into my hands. That lottery slip wasn't just paper, it was my ticket out. My lifeline to a future I could build on my own terms. I trudged upstairs, the wooden steps creaking under my weight, each one echoing the heaviness in my heart. In my bedroom, I rummaged through the dresser, pulling out a faded pair of jeans and a wrinkled button-up shirt, nothing fancy, just enough to look presentable at the bank. Downstairs, I grabbed the ticket from where I'd hidden it beneath a stack of old bills in the kitchen drawer, my fingers trembling slightly as I slid it into my wallet. The drive to the bank felt endless. The hum of the engine drowned out by the storm of thoughts swirling in my head. Once there, I didn't waste time. I strode straight to the safe deposit box. The cold metal key biting into my palm as I unlocked it and tucked the ticket inside, safe from prying eyes. But I didn't stop there. With a clerk's polite assistance, I closed our joint account, every penny of it now hers to squander with her new man, and opened a fresh one in my name alone. The credit cards followed suit. Cancelled and replaced with ones she'd never touch. Better to build a fortress around what was mine than risk her swooping in like a vulture to pick the bones clean. Next, I pointed my truck toward my lawyer's office, the city blurring past in streaks of gray and green. Tom wasn't a divorce specialist, his expertise leaned more toward contracts and handshakes, but he was a steady hand I could trust. Sitting across from him in his cluttered office, surrounded by towering stacks of legal books and the faint scent of coffee, I laid it all out. He scratched his graying beard, nodding thoughtfully, and agreed to file the divorce papers if I was set on the terms. Then I dropped the other bombshell: a buyout offer had landed for my landscaping company. Years of sweat and grit now dangling a fat paycheck in front of me. Could he handle that too? His eyes lit up with a spark of interest. And after a quick back and forth about a few conditions, mostly ensuring my crew wouldn't be left in the lurch, he shook my hand and said he'd take it on. Step 2, check. My third stop was the realtor's office, a small brick building with a cheery sign swinging in the breeze. The house, our house, wasn't a home anymore. Just a hollow shell echoing with the ghosts of laughter and promises that had long since faded. Standing in the agent's office, I described the place in clipped tones: 3 bedrooms. A sprawling backyard I'd once tended with care, a kitchen where I'd cooked her favorite meals. I didn't care where I'd end up after the dust settled, but I knew I couldn't stay there. Trapped in a museum of my own heartbreak. The realtor, a wiry woman with a sharp smile and a clipboard, jotted down notes and promised to get it listed fast. As I drove back to the empty house, the weight of the day settled into my bones, but a flicker of relief glowed beneath it all. I was carving a new path, one step at a time. The dogs greeted me at the door, their tails wagging like metronomes, their unconditional joy a balm to my battered spirit. There was Max, the hefty golden retriever with soulful eyes, and little Daisy, the scrappy terrier who darted around like a caffeinated shadow. I knelt down, letting them nuzzle my hands, their wet noses cold against my skin. At least their love was real, untainted by greed or betrayal. I filled their bowls with kibble, the clatter of it against ceramic a soothing rhythm, then grabbed their leashes for a walk. Daisy took the lead, her tiny legs a blur as she raced ahead, sniffing every blade of grass and yapping at a butterfly that fluttered just out of reach. She'd pause, glance back at me with those bright, eager eyes. And I'd nod, a faint smile tugging at my lips. For a fleeting moment, the world felt lighter, her antics a welcome distraction from the chaos of my unraveling life. Max lumbered beside me. Loyal and steady, his presence a quiet comfort. By the time we got back, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I shuffled into my home office. The desk littered with papers and a half-dead plant I'd forgotten to water. A quick scan of my email revealed nothing pressing, so I called it a night. My head was still foggy from the tequila I'd drowned in the night before, a reckless attempt to numb the sting. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my skin, and sleep claimed me fast. The weeks that followed blurred into a whirlwind of activity. Running the company kept me tethered to a routine: phone calls, invoices, the steady hum of mowers in the distance, but the buyout negotiations consumed my focus. The acquiring firm was a big player, and their offer was solid, but I dug my heels in on one point. My crew had to stay on for at least 6 months, a trial run to prove their worth. Most of them were damn good: Antonio, my right-hand man from day one, with his quiet strength and tireless work ethic. Lisa, the office manager who kept us all in line with her dry wit and eagle eye for detail. I figured they'd impress the new owners and keep their jobs. The deal closed. And I stuck around for 2 weeks to ease the transition, walking the team through the handover. The final day was a punch to the gut. My employees threw a send-off party in the break room, complete with a lopsided cake and a playlist of country tunes. There were hugs, teary smiles, and promises to stay in touch. Antonio clapped me on the shoulder, his calloused hand lingering a moment longer than usual, and Lisa pressed a card into my hand, her usual sarcasm softened by a rare, genuine warmth. I'd built something here, a little family of sorts. And leaving it behind felt like losing another piece of myself. Meanwhile, the house sold faster than I'd expected. A young couple snatched it up, probably drawn to the yard I'd poured my heart into. I agreed to move out 2 weeks after the company sale, packing up years of my life into cardboard boxes. The divorce was the last loose end, a nagging thorn in my side. I swung by Tom's office again, leaning against the doorframe as I asked if we could push it through faster. He adjusted his glasses, promising to nudge Jenny's lawyer. To my surprise, she didn't fight it, apparently. She'd already bolted out of state, chasing her new life. The lawyers petitioned the court for an early hearing, and the judge, a gruff old guy I'd once landscaped a garden for, agreed to take it on. In his wood-paneled chambers, he listened to both sides with a furrowed brow, then banged his gavel. Divorce finalized in 1 week, no amendments allowed. Jenny had no claim to my assets. And that was the linchpin. The lottery winnings, millions I'd kept under wraps, had a 6-month claim window, and I'd be damned if she got a whiff of it before the split was official. When the papers were signed, a tidal wave of relief crashed over me, washing away the tension that had coiled in my gut for months. That night, I dialed my sister. Melinda, Mel to anyone who knew her well. She was my rock, the only family I had left since our parents died in a car wreck back when I was still fumbling through college. The phone rang twice before her familiar voice crackled through. "Mike. God, it's good to hear from you. I was starting to think you'd forgotten your big sister," she teased. Her tone light but laced with that intuitive edge she'd always had. "Sorry, Mel. It's been a hell of a ride, but things are calming down now," I said. Sinking into the motel couch where I'd been crashing since the house sold. She paused, then pressed, "Okay, baby brother, spill it. What's going on?" I took a breath, steadying myself. Good news and bad news. Bad news first, Jenny and I are done. Divorced. Her gasp was sharp, a hiss of air through the line. "Oh, Mike, no. What happened?" I recounted it all, the shock of walking in on Jenny with that guy, the clipped argument that followed, the divorce papers she'd left on the counter like a parting gift. Mel's outrage flared bright. "That woman, if I ever see her, she'll wish she'd never crossed you. I'm so sorry, Mike. I know you loved her." Her voice softened, wrapping around me like a hug I couldn't feel. "But you said there's good news. What is it? Promise me you won't tell anyone, not even George." "Not yet," I said, my pulse quickening. George was her husband. A solid guy with a booming laugh and a knack for fixing anything, father to their 2 whirlwind daughters, Lily and Grace. Their marriage was the kind I'd once envied. A beacon of what I'd thought I could have. "Mike, you know I don't keep secrets from George," Mel said, firm but wavering. "Please, Mel, just for a couple days. It's about me, not you. It'll all come out soon." She sighed, relenting. "Fine, I'll keep it quiet, but I don't like it." "Go on." I grinned, the words tumbling out. "You remember that Powerball jackpot 4 months back? The big one?" "Yeah, I bought a ticket myself. Only one winner, but they never said who claimed it. That's because I couldn't, not until the divorce was final." "Mel, I've got the ticket." Her shriek nearly blew out my eardrum. "What? You're telling me you won?" In the background, George's voice rumbled, "Everything okay, hon?" "Yes and no," she called back. "It's Mike. I'll fill you in later, he needs me right now." Then, softer, "George says hi. Tell him hi back. And yeah, Mel, I'm claiming it day after tomorrow. I've been talking to a financial guy. Sorting it all out. Sold the company, sold the house, I'm free. Can I come visit?" Another happy yelp, followed by the distant squeals of my nieces. "Yes, little brother, get your butt up here. We'd love that. I've got a flight to Boston Friday night, lands at 7:15. I'll hit the lotto office first, then head your way." She scribbled down the details, promising to scoop me up at the airport. That night, I slept deep and dreamless, the first real rest I'd had in ages. Friday dawned crisp and clear. I stood outside the lottery office, nerves jangling as I clutched the ticket. Claiming it wasn't a quick handshake and a check, there were forms, signatures, a press conference with flashy lights and nosy reporters. The jackpot was $265 million. And the Powerball folks wanted their moment in the spotlight. I opted for the annuity, over $13 million a year for 20 years, a staggering sum for a guy who'd grown up with dirt under his nails. Even after taxes, it was more than I could fathom. I thought of my parents, how they'd have beamed to see this twist of luck. At the press event, I kept it short, citing a flight to catch. Then hightailed it back to the motel. Max and Daisy waited in the truck, tails thumping as I loaded my bags. First stop, my old company lot. Antonio was there, tinkering with a mower. His weathered face breaking into a grin when he saw me. He'd been with me since the beginning, a wiry kid who'd stuck it out through lean years. I handed him the truck keys and title, his eyes widened, and slipped him an envelope with a $100,000 check tucked inside. We hugged, both of us blinking back tears. And as I turned toward the private airstrip I'd booked, he shouted, "Patron! Patron!" He sprinted over, envelope open, and threw his arms around me again. "Gracias, gracias," he choked out. Standing tall with a pride I'd never seen in him before. The charter flight to Austin let me keep the dogs in the cabin, Max sprawled across my feet, Daisy curled in my lap. At the airport, Mel's SUV rolled up, and out spilled my family, her, George, the girls, all noise and hugs and laughter. For the first time in months, I felt like I was coming home. With a contented grin tugging at the corners of my mouth, I turned and strolled toward the small jet that would whisk me away to Austin. The crisp air brushed against my skin as I climbed aboard. Settling into a seat near the back where my two loyal companions, Susie and Toby, waited patiently in their carriers. The pilot, a wiry man with a voice that carried a hint of Texas drawl, leaned back from the cockpit and assured me the other passengers would trickle in soon, and we'd be airborne right on schedule. I flashed him a grateful smile, murmuring a quiet "thank you" before rummaging through my carry-on bag. My fingers brushed against the familiar, worn edges of my Sudoku puzzle book, and I pulled it out with a sigh of relief. Crosswords and number grids had always been my escape, a way to unwind when the world slowed down enough to let me breathe. 15 minutes ticked by, each one stretching out as I scratched numbers into boxes, the faint hum of the jet systems filling the cabin. Then, through the window, I caught sight of a sleek black limousine gliding to a stop beside the plane. The door swung open, and out stepped an older man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit that screamed quiet wealth. Beside him was a young girl, maybe 7 or 8, her dark hair bouncing as she hopped onto the tarmac. They climbed aboard, and the pilot greeted them with a warmth that suggested this wasn't their first rodeo. The man's voice, smooth and steady, carried over as he introduced the girl to the pilot as his granddaughter. She'd been visiting him, he explained, and now it was time to ferry her back home to Austin. As they settled into their seats near the front, the man caught my eye and offered a polite nod. The girl peeked over her shoulder, her gaze darting toward my dogs, and a shy smile flickered across her face. I figured Susie and Toby's furry faces had something to do with that. The jet was cozy, with just 12 seats, and I'd been tucked into the rear to give the main passengers their space up front. Once everyone was buckled in, the plane taxied onto the runway, the engines rumbling to life. The pilot gunned it, and as we hurtled forward, the sudden jolt sent Susie, my pint-sized pup, letting out a sharp, startled yip. The little girl twisted around in her seat, her wide eyes scanning the cabin for the source of the noise. I chuckled softly, meeting her curious stare with a reassuring smile. Leaning over Susie's carrier, I murmured soothing words, my hand brushing the mesh front where her anxious little face pressed against it. "It's all right, girl, just a bumpy start," I cooed. And though her tail gave a hesitant wag, I could tell the takeoff had rattled her. Once we leveled off, cruising smoothly through the sky, the pilot emerged from the cockpit with a grin. "Feel free to stretch your legs," he said, his tone easygoing. I nodded, flipping another page in my puzzle book. The faint chatter of the girl and her grandfather drifting back to me like a soft melody. After a few minutes, I sensed movement and glanced up to see the girl, Mary. As she soon introduced herself, edging down the aisle. She stopped a few steps away, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. "My name's Mary," she said, her voice small but bright. "Can I see your puppy?" I couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. "Hey, Mary, I'm Mike," I replied warmly. "I've got 2 dogs, actually. This little one up front is Susie. And that's Toby behind her. You're welcome to say hi if you'd like." Her face lit up like a sunrise, and she dropped to her knees in front of Susie's carrier, cooing in that sweet, high-pitched way kids do. Susie perked up instantly, her ears twitching as she pressed her nose to the mesh, while Toby, ever the laid-back one, watched with mild interest from his spot. My dogs had always been magnets for kids, a fact that never ceased to amaze me. Jenny, my wife, or ex-wife, depending on how you looked at it, and I never had children. So seeing them soak up attention from little ones like Mary always tugged at something deep inside me. Susie stood, her tail wagging furiously, letting out a few more excited yips. Mary spun around, her eyes sparkling with hope. "I think she wants to come out and play," she said, practically bouncing. I laughed, a low rumble in my chest. "Oh, I'm sure she'd love that." But the airline folks made me swear to keep her locked up. Mary's brow furrowed, and she dashed back to her grandfather, her little sneakers tapping against the floor. I watched as they huddled together, her hands waving animatedly as she pleaded her case. The older man, Tom Laughlin, as I'd soon learn, listened intently, his expression softening with every word. After a moment, he rose and strode toward me, extending a hand. "Tom Laughlin," he said, his grip firm as I stood to shake it. The name clicked instantly, Laughlin Enterprises, a titan in aerospace. "Mike Johnson," I replied, a little awestruck. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Laughlin. Thanks for letting me hitch a ride." He studied me for a beat, then broke into a warm smile. "It's not my plane. Just a charter I use. Saves me the hassle of owning one. Anyway, it seems my granddaughter's taken a shine to your dogs." "They've probably taken a shine to her too," I said with a grin. "They're great with kids, love the attention. She wants to play with them, I can tell, but the airline's got me on a leash about keeping them crated." Tom nodded thoughtfully and stepped away to confer with the pilot. Their conversation was brief, and soon the pilot ambled back to me, hands in his pockets. "Mr. Johnson, I appreciate you sticking to the pet rules. They're there so passengers aren't disturbed, but Mr. Laughlin says we can bend them a bit. Can you vouch your dogs won't cause trouble?" I laughed, the sound echoing faintly in the cabin. "They might lick you silly if they get excited, but biting? Never." The pilot grinned, satisfied, and retreated to the cockpit. Tom leaned down to whisper something to Mary, who threw her arms around his neck before racing back to me, clapping her hands in delight. "Grandpa says it's okay if you let them out. Please. I just know they're sad being cooped up." Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I caved with a playful groan. All right, you win." I unlatched the carriers, and Susie and Toby bounded out, tails wagging like metronomes. They made a beeline for Mary, showering her with slobbery kisses as she collapsed into giggles. Watching them tumble around, I felt a warmth settle into my chest. The kind I hadn't felt in months. Time slipped away, and before I knew it, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, warning us to prep for landing. Mary planted a kiss on each dog's head, her face glowing as I guided them back into their carriers. We touched down at a private airstrip just outside Austin, close enough to my sister's place that I wouldn't have to drag her family through the city's notorious traffic. As the plane rolled to a stop, I spotted two SUVs pulling up alongside it. From one emerged a couple about my age, Mary's parents, I guessed, while my sister Mel, her husband George, and their two girls spilled out of the other. I hefted the carriers, letting Tom and Mary disembark first, but just as I reached for my bag, Mary darted back, planting a quick peck on my cheek. "Thank you for letting me play with your dogs, Mr. Johnson," she chirped. "You're welcome, Mary," I said, chuckling. "Thanks for keeping them happy." She scampered off, grabbing her grandfather's hand as they descended the stairs. I followed, stepping onto the tarmac just as a chorus of squeals erupted. My nieces, Jeannie and Missy, were bouncing alongside Mary, their voices overlapping in a whirlwind of excitement. "Uncle Mike!" they shouted, spotting me at the bottom of the steps. I set the carriers down and knelt, arms open as they crashed into me, peppering my face with kisses. Their words tumbled out in a chaotic jumble, too fast to catch, and I just nodded, grinning like an idiot. "Girls, give your Uncle Mike a second to breathe," Mel called, her voice laced with amusement. They giggled and pulled back, letting my sister swoop in for a hug that nearly knocked me over. "I'm so glad you're here, baby brother," she whispered, squeezing tight. "Me too, sis," I murmured, my throat tightening. "Me too." George stepped up next, his handshake firm but kind. "Sorry about Jenny," he said, his tone heavy. "Can't believe she pulled that." I sighed, the ache still raw. "Neither can I, George." Came out of nowhere. The girls, meanwhile, were still buzzing, chanting something about the TV. "What's got you two so worked up?" I asked, crouching to their level. Jeannie, the older one, beamed. "We saw you on the news before we left. They said you won the Powerball." I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Oh no. I was hoping that wouldn't go national." Mary, standing nearby with her parents, tilted her head. "Why were you on TV?" My nieces launched into an explanation, mangling Powerball into Powderball, which sent the adults into fits of laughter. Mary's dad clapped me on the shoulder, grinning. "Congrats, man. We caught the story too." After some quick introductions, we piled into the SUV. The girls insisting I sit between them in the back, each cradling a dog. The drive to Mel's house was a blur of chatter, Jeannie and Mary swapping school stories, Missy piping up about her own adventures a grade below. Mel filled me in on the past year, and we all cracked up when Missy asked if I'd brought the ball I won. Once she grasped it was a lottery, not a trophy. Her eyes went wide. Their home loomed into view, a sprawling two-story ranch nestled on 5 acres of rolling Texas hill country. George's IT job and Mel's daycare business kept them comfortable, and they'd chosen this slice of paradise for their girls, despite his long commute. Inside, the girls led me to a guest room decked out in cozy Western vibes, complete with a private bathroom. Susie and Toby leapt onto the bed, sparking more laughter as I unpacked and showered off the travel grime. Downstairs, I sank into a recliner in the den, only to have Jeannie and Missy climb onto my lap, their energy boundless. "Girls, don't break your uncle on night one," Mel teased, but I waved her off. "Let them be, sis. I didn't realize how much I missed you all. The last 4 months. I forgot what family feels like." I hugged them tight, their squeals ringing in my ears, and caught Mel blinking back tears. After a tickle fest, she called bedtime, and the girls scampered off with reluctant groans, planting kisses on my cheeks as they went. George and I kicked back to watch the news, and sure enough, my lottery win flashed across the screen. Mel rejoined us, switching off the TV when it ended. "So, little brother," she said, her voice soft, "now that you're a millionaire, what's the plan?" I stared at the blank screen, the weight of it all pressing down. "Honestly, sis, I don't know. It's a dream and a nightmare rolled into one. If you'll put up with me a few days, maybe I can figure out what comes next." Her tears spilled over then, and I knew, no matter what, I wasn't alone anymore. As I sat there, feeling the familiar weight of someone settling onto my lap, her arms slid around me in a warm, protective embrace, a gesture so reminiscent of how Mom used to hold me when I was small and the world felt too big. It was Mel, my sister, her presence radiating comfort and safety. Across the room, George ambled over, his heavy footsteps soft against the hardwood floor. He rested a reassuring hand on my shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through my shirt. "Mike," he said, his voice steady and kind, "this is your home now. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need, forever, if you want." His words hit me deeply, stirring a quiet gratitude I hadn't realized I'd been craving. Mel shifted slightly, her arms loosening as she glanced up at her husband with a tired but affectionate smile. "Honey," she said, her tone softening, "I've got an early start tomorrow, so I'm heading to bed soon. Good night, Mike. I'll see you in the morning." Her eyes shimmered faintly, catching the dim light of the living room, and I looked up at George, my throat tightening. "Thanks, George," I murmured, my voice thick with emotion. "You have no idea how much that means to me." He gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze before stepping back. Mel rose from my lap, brushing her hands down her jeans as she moved to stand beside George. "Bed sounds heavenly right now," she said with a small laugh. "I'll be up in a few minutes, hon." George leaned in, pressing a quick, tender kiss to her lips, then turned toward the hallway, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of the house. Mel looked back at me, her expression softening. "I bet you're exhausted too, little brother. I know today's been a marathon for you." I tried to stifle a yawn, the weight of the day pressing down on me as I pushed myself up from the cushioned chair. "Yeah, sis, you're right, it's been a long one. Bed sounds like paradise. But before I crash, I just want to say, thank you. You and George being here for me, it's everything." She waved a hand dismissively, though her eyes shone with warmth. "Don't be ridiculous, Mike. Of course we're here for you. You're family, and we love you. You can stay with us as long as you need, always. Remember that, okay? If I've got a home, you've got one too." I smiled, a quiet relief settling over me. "Thanks again, Mel. Oh, and one more thing, now that I know my win's all over the TV, I'm a little worried about Jenny." At the mention of my ex-wife's name, Mel's face darkened, her brows knitting together in a rare flash of anger. "Don't you worry about her, Mike," she said firmly. "If she calls, I'll deal with it." With that, we parted ways, her footsteps echoing faintly as she headed upstairs. I shuffled to my room, sinking into the soft mattress with a sigh. For the first time in 4 months, a deep peace washed over me. Being surrounded by family, loving, steadfast family, felt like a balm to wounds I hadn't even known were still bleeding. The weeks that followed blurred into a gentle rhythm of healing. I spent my days lounging by the shimmering pool in their backyard, the sun warming my skin as I let my mind drift, or working up a sweat in their home gym. The clank of weights a steady counterpoint to my thoughts. Mel was a wizard in the kitchen, whipping up meals so delicious I had to hit the gym just to keep her cooking from settling around my waist. On weekends, George and I would pile into his truck, rods and tackle boxes in tow, and head out to fish. It was a pastime I adored but had let slip away under the grind of my old job. Out on the water, with the quiet lapping against the boat and George's easy laughter filling the air, I felt pieces of myself coming back together. One crisp morning, as I descended the stairs, the aroma of coffee tugging me toward the kitchen, I overheard Mel's voice, sharp and unyielding, coming from the living room. "Listen to me, you liar," she snapped into the phone. "I don't know where my brother is, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. He called me, said he's on a year-long cruise around the world, and that's all you're getting. Don't call here again." My breath caught, and I froze mid-step, a gasp slipping out. She spun around, her cheeks flushed a furious red, phone still clenched in her hand. "Oh, Mike, you were right about her," she said, her voice softening slightly but still edged with fire. "She must have seen the news and figured she could track you down. I hope she buys the cruise story and leaves us alone. Sorry you had to hear me like that." I chuckled, stepping forward to wrap her in a hug. "No, Mel, you were perfect. You said exactly what I would've, maybe better." Her ferocity, so rare for my gentle sister, came from a fierce love I'd always known was there. As the days rolled on, I found myself falling in love with the hill country, the rolling hills, the wide-open skies. The way the air carried a hint of cedar. I wanted to stay, to root myself near the family that had pulled me through. I started hunting for a place to buy, though I kept it to myself for now, savoring the secret as it took shape. One morning, while George and Mel were at work and the kids were at school, I wandered into a local cafe, the bell above the door jingling as I stepped inside. Nursing a steaming cup of coffee, I overheard two men at a nearby table, their voices low but animated. "I'm looking to sell some land I've got," one said, his weathered hands gesturing broadly. 50 acres, lakefront access, won't take long to move." My ears perked up, and I set my mug down, curiosity sparking. I slid out of my booth and approached them. "Hi, I'm Mike," I said, offering a friendly smile. I couldn't help overhearing, "You're selling land? Could you tell me more?" The older man, his face creased with years of sun, grinned. "Sure, young man. It's not far from here, 50 acres with frontage on the lake. You interested?" I nodded, my pulse quickening. "I might be. I'm thinking of settling down around here. Could I see it?" He clapped his hands together. "Of course. Name's Jim Henley. If you've got time now, I can take you out there." I extended my hand. "Mike Johnson. Nice to meet you, Jim." "Yeah, I'm free, let's go." We agreed I'd follow him in my car, and soon we were winding through the countryside, the road dipping and curving past fields and stands of trees. A few miles from Mel's place, we pulled up to a rusted gate. Jim hopped out, unlocked it, and waved me over. "Why don't you park here and ride with me? I'll show you the lay of the land." I killed the engine, climbed into his dusty truck, and we rattled off down a dirt path. "First stop's a hilltop near the center," he said, glancing over. "You'll get a good view of the whole spread." As we climbed the rise, he asked what brought me out here. "My sister lives nearby," I said, keeping it simple. "I've fallen for the area, feels like home." I left out the lottery win, letting the quiet hum of the truck fill the space. When we reached the top and stepped out, the view stole my breath, acres of rolling green stretching out beneath a sky so blue it hurt to look at. Jim pointed out the boundaries, his rough finger tracing invisible lines, then suggested we head down to the lake. We stopped at a sheltered cove, its rocky edges cradling a deep, glassy inlet. "Water's plenty deep here," Jim said, kicking a pebble into the ripples. "Perfect spot for a boat dock." I could already see it, a sturdy dock jutting out, a boat bobbing gently as I cast a line. We bounced along to a few more spots, each one adding to the land's charm, before he dropped me back at the gate. He scribbled something on the back of a business card and handed it over. Here's a ballpark price I'm asking. My number's on the front. Think it over, talk to whoever you need to, and give me a call if you're in. I thanked him, promising to reach out. And drove back to Mel's, my mind buzzing. The cove, the dock, the endless possibilities, it all felt right. That evening, I stayed quiet through dinner. The clatter of plates and the girls' chatter swirling around me. As we finished, I cleared my throat. Hey, everyone, after we clean up, can we talk? Mel shot me a curious glance. Wiping her hands on a dish towel. Sure, Mike. Let's head to the den. Girls, help me with the dishes. George and I ambled to the den, where he handed me a cold beer, the bottle sweating in my hand. We made small talk about the weather, clear skies, a cool breeze, until Mel and the girls joined us, settling onto the worn leather couch. Is something wrong? Mel asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. No, nothing's wrong, I said, grinning. I've loved being here, really loved it. I'm thinking about moving here for good. What do you guys think? The girls erupted in cheers, clapping their hands. Yes. Yes. Mel's face lit up. That'd be amazing, Mike. I was hoping you'd stay. Have you found a place? George leaned forward, intrigued. Yeah. I said, I met a guy today, Jim Henley. He's selling 50 acres with lakefront access. There's this cove, perfect for a dock. George's eyes sparkled. A dock? I could move my boat there, beats the marina hall. He kept a sleek fishing boat at a pricey spot an hour away, this would be a game changer. Mel laughed, shaking her head. Boys and their toys. But I love the lake too, it'd be nice to have it so close. After the girls headed to bed, I asked if they knew someone who could check Jim's price. I'm new to the market here, I admitted. Mel nodded. My friend Renee's a real estate agent, she helped us buy this place. I'll call her tomorrow. The next evening, Mel had news. Renee says she'd love to help. She suggested we all tour the property Saturday if you can set it up with Jim. I grabbed my phone after dinner and dialed him. Jim, it's Mike Johnson. I'm interested. But I'd like my family to see the land. Can we tour it Saturday? He paused. Mike, my wife and I'll be out of town, but meet me at the cafe tomorrow morning, I'll give you the gate key. You can show them around. Sound good? Perfect, I said. See you then. Saturday morning, I swung by the cafe, grabbed the key from Jim, and headed back to rally the crew. Renee joined us. Her sharp eyes taking in every detail as we piled into the SUV. At the hilltop, we spilled out, the view hitting us all over again, endless hills under a cloudless sky. Down at the cove, George and I brainstormed dock designs while the girls skipped stones along the shore. Mel unpacked a picnic, and we sprawled out, the breeze carrying the scent of pine and water. Over sandwiches. I asked Renee about the price. It's a touch high, she said, brushing crumbs from her lap, but fair with that lakefront. It's a solid deal. That sealed it. Monday. I called Jim and kicked off the process. 2 weeks later, I owned 50 acres of Texas hill country paradise. I picked the hilltop for my house, those views were non-negotiable, and Renee hooked me up with a custom builder. After meeting 4, I chose one who got my vision, 2 stories, 3 bedrooms. A sprawling kitchen, dining room, living room, and a downstairs den/game room. Upstairs, I'd have a master suite with an office, sitting area, and gym. Outside, an infinity pool and hot tub would perch over the hillside. He tweaked a few details, and soon blueprints were ready, eco-friendly from the ground up, with triple-pane windows, top-tier insulation. A wind turbine, solar panels, rainwater collection, and a lake pump for the garden. For 10 months, I haunted the site, watching my dream take shape. I dove into local flora, sketching out landscaping plans. The boat dock finished first. George moved his rig over, grinning like a kid. When the house passed final inspection, I hired a local crew to bring my garden vision to life. A week later, it was done. Mel helped me pick furniture, and as we hauled in the last chair, I stood back, staring at the life I'd built, rooted. At last, in a place that felt like home. Everything had finally come together, delivered, unpacked, and arranged with a kind of care that only someone who truly knew me could manage. My sister, with her impeccable taste, had transformed the blank slate of my new house into a space that felt like home, a reflection of the bond we'd shared since childhood. She'd always had an eye for what comforted me, what grounded me, and now, standing in the midst of it all, I felt a quiet thrill ripple through me. This house wasn't cheap. It had swallowed up a hefty chunk of my first year's lottery winnings, leaving my bank account lighter but my heart fuller. Every dollar spent seemed worth it now, though. As I traced my fingers along the smooth wood siding and admired the native stone that blended so seamlessly with the rolling landscape outside. Nearly a year had slipped by since I'd cashed in that golden ticket, and soon, the second year's payment would hit my account. The anticipation buzzed in my chest like a low hum. For the past month, I'd kept my sister and her family at arm's length, dodging their questions and visits with vague excuses. I wanted this reveal to hit them like a thunderclap, a surprise they'd never see coming. When moving day arrived, I piled my belongings into the bed of my new pickup truck, the engine rumbling with a promise of fresh starts. My sister, her husband George, and their 2 girls trailed behind me in their car, oblivious to what awaited them. As we pulled up to the house, I stole a glance at their faces through the rearview mirror. Their jaws dropped, eyes wide with awe, and I couldn't suppress the grin tugging at my lips. The house stood proud against the horizon, its warm wooden exterior and rugged stone facade looking like it had grown straight out of the earth. It was perfect, not just a building, but a statement, a dream made solid. We stepped inside, and the girls' gasps echoed through the high-ceilinged rooms. "Ooh," one squealed, spinning in place, while the other let out a soft, "ah," as she peeked around a corner. I led them through the house, pointing out the bedrooms I'd set aside just for them, cozy nooks with soft quilts and shelves waiting to be filled with their treasures for sleepovers. Their eyes sparkled with delight, and I could already imagine their laughter bouncing off the walls on future visits. Out back, the deck stretched wide, offering a sweeping view of the shimmering pool and steaming hot tub below. George's gaze locked onto the gleaming new barbecue grill I'd installed, his broad hands twitching as if he could already feel the spatula in his grip. "Now that's a beauty," he muttered, admiration thick in his voice. I'd planned this night down to the last detail because having them here, my family, meant everything. "Stay tonight," I urged, my tone softer than I'd intended. They only lived 2 miles down the road, but this wasn't about distance, it was about sharing this milestone, this first night in a place I'd poured my soul into. They agreed, and relief washed over me like a warm tide. Mel, my sister, rounded up the girls and headed to the supermarket to stock my barren kitchen. "We're getting steaks for the grill," she called over her shoulder, her voice bright with purpose. "Something everyone will love." While they were gone, George and I ambled down to the boat dock, the wooden planks creaking under our boots. His boat bobbed gently in the water, and he ran a hand along its hull, checking it over with the quiet pride of a man who loved his toys. Back on the deck, we cracked open a couple of cold beers, the bottles sweating in the late afternoon sun. My dogs, Toby and Susie, darted across the yard, sniffing every blade of grass in their newly fenced domain. I'd only landscaped about an acre around the house, leaving the rest wild, but the fence kept them close, safe. The pool and hot tub had their own barriers too. A precaution against any reckless tumbles. As we sipped our drinks, the silence between us was comfortable, the kind forged by years of trust. The girls burst back through the door. Arms laden with grocery bags, and we all pitched in to haul them inside. Mel had gone above and beyond, pots, pans, silverware, plates, and enough food to feed an army. She'd thought of everything. Her practical love woven into every item. For lunch, she and the girls whipped up sandwiches, thick slices of bread piled with deli meat and crunchy chips on the side. We ate on the deck. The sun climbing higher, warming our shoulders. My nieces, restless with excitement, begged to swim. "Go get your suits on," I said, chuckling as they bolted off. Their footsteps thundering down the hall. George, Mel, and I settled into deck chairs with margaritas in hand, the tangy lime cutting through the day's heat. We kept a lazy eye on the girls as they splashed and shrieked in the pool, their joy a soundtrack to the afternoon. Later, Mel and I retreated to the kitchen. She chopped vegetables for a salad. Her knife moving with practiced ease, while I seasoned the steaks, the rich scent of meat and spices filling the air. 45 minutes later, we gathered around the table. The steaks sizzling hot off the grill. They were tender, juicy, perfect, and I couldn't help but take a little pride in that. After dinner, we scrubbed the kitchen clean. Then migrated to the game room. The girls commandeered my massive new TV, their fingers flying over video game controllers, their laughter sharp and bright. George leaned back in an armchair, his beer resting on his knee. "Mike, you've outdone yourself with this place," he said, his voice carrying a rare note of awe. "You must be damn proud." I nodded, a lump rising in my throat. "I am. But I couldn't have pulled it off without you too. And Mel, she's the one who made it look this good." My sister's cheeks flushed pink, her eyes darting away, but I pressed on. "I'll never repay you for everything you've done this past year." She blinked hard, tears glistening. "Oh, baby brother, it's not about repayment. We did it because we love you. It's a gift. Not a debt." My chest tightened. "Thank you," I whispered, from the bottom of my heart. We tucked the girls into bed, their small forms curling up under the covers, then slipped into the hot tub. The water enveloped us, warm and soothing, as stars pricked the velvet sky above. For an hour, we soaked in silence, the day's weight melting away. Eventually, exhaustion won out. And we called it a night. Climbing the stairs to my room, I paused at the girls' door. They slept soundly, each clutching one of my dogs, Toby and Susie sprawled out like loyal guardians. I collapsed into bed, sleep pulling me under fast and deep. Morning greeted me with the smoky aroma of frying bacon. I tugged on my robe and shuffled to the kitchen, where Mel presided over a feast. Eggs scrambled golden, ham sizzling, sausage links popping in the pan, hash browns crisping, toast stacked high, and a pitcher of orange juice glowing in the sunlight. It was a breakfast fit for royalty, and in that moment, I felt like a king in my castle. After they left, the house fell silent, an emptiness settling into the corners. My dogs padded over, pressing against my legs, their warm weight a small comfort. "Well, boys," I said, scratching behind their ears, "how about we explore?" We roamed the property all day. The wild expanse stretching out like an uncharted kingdom. Weeks later, the second year's lottery payment landed, a fat sum that reignited my restless thoughts. The past year had been consumed by building this house, but now, with time on my hands, I craved purpose. I'd keep visiting my sister, cheering at my niece's soccer games, but I needed more. I started researching charities, sifting through causes that tugged at my conscience. That quest led me to a charity dinner for animals in need, a year into life in my new home. I'd funneled money into good works, often anonymously, sometimes showing up in person. Loneliness gnawed at me, though, despite my family's frequent visits. My ex-wife's betrayal still stung. A wound that had soured me on trust, on love. Women were a closed book, and I had no interest in opening it again. These events became my lifeline, a way to step out. To connect without risking my heart. Driving home that night, I stopped at a red light beneath a freeway overpass. The radio hummed low, but a scream sliced through it, a woman's voice. Raw with terror. I scanned the shadows and saw her, cornered by two men, their hulking forms looming. Instinct kicked in. I reached under my seat. Fingers closing around the cool metal of my gun, licensed, legal, rarely touched. Tucking it behind my back, I stepped out of my truck and strode toward them. "Leave her alone," I barked. My voice cutting through the night. One turned, his lip curling. "Mind your own damn business." I held my ground. I said, "Leave her alone." He took a step toward me, menace in his swagger. But froze when I raised the gun, its barrel steady between his eyes. "Whoa, buddy, we're going," he stammered, hands up, retreating. His partner bolted, abandoning the woman. She crumpled to the ground, sobs shaking her thin frame. I knelt beside her, softening my tone. "Hey, come with me. It's not safe here." Her tear-streaked face lifted, voice trembling. What? "I'll get you somewhere safe," I promised. "Before they come back." She pointed uphill. "My daughter," I followed her gaze and heard a faint whimper. A little girl huddled behind some trash bags. Eyes wide with fear. "It's okay, sweetheart," I called gently. "Go to your mom. I'll grab your stuff." She darted to her mother's arms. And I gathered their scattered belongings, tattered bags that held their whole world. "Get in the truck," I said, tossing the bags in the bed. They climbed in, dazed, and I peeled out. Adrenaline pumping. "Police?" I asked. She gasped, "No, please, no police." I frowned but nodded. "Anywhere safe I can take you?" She shook her head, staring at the floor. "A shelter?" "No, he might have someone there." "Who's he?" "My boyfriend," she whispered. "He hurt me." Threatened her. My gut twisted, but I couldn't leave them. "I know a place for tonight," I said. "We'll figure it out tomorrow." My house was sanctuary enough for now. The 40-minute drive home passed in silence. Halfway there, I glanced over, they were asleep. Exhaustion etched into their faces. When we pulled into my garage, the mother jolted awake, fear flickering in her eyes. "It's okay," I said. "This is my place. You're safe tonight." She studied me. Then nodded, desperation outweighing doubt. I helped them out, the little girl, Lisa, clinging to her mom. "We're at this nice man's house," her mother murmured. "He'll keep us safe." Inside. My dogs bounded over, yipping with excitement. Lisa squealed, hiding, but Toby flopped onto his back, begging for rubs, while Susie crawled forward, big eyes melting her fear. Slowly. Lisa reached out, and Susie leapt up, planting a slobbery kiss on her cheek. Laughter, small, fragile, broke the tension, a sound I hadn't known I'd needed to hear. The little girl couldn't hold back her bubbling laughter as she stretched her small, eager hands toward the shaggy, spirited dog once more. Her fingers wiggled with anticipation, brushing the air just shy of Susie's fur. Again and again, she reached out, her giggles spilling over like a brook in springtime. Before Lisa could finally land her gentle touch, Susie, with a burst of playful energy, leapt up and planted another slobbery kiss squarely on Lisa's cheek. This time, Lisa let out a high-pitched squeal. A sound so pure and joyful it seemed to dance around the room. Her hands clapped together in delight, her laughter ringing out as she swayed from side to side, caught up in the moment's magic. I glanced over and caught sight of Lisa's mom, Elizabeth, Beth, as she'd later introduce herself, kneeling in the grass nearby. She was running her fingers affectionately across Toby's round belly, his tail thumping the ground in rhythmic ecstasy. The old dog's eyes were half closed, basking in the attention, utterly content under her careful scratches. Susie, meanwhile, wasn't done. She darted around Lisa and Beth in wide, joyful circles, her tongue lolling out as she kicked up tiny clouds of dust. Then, as if sensing Lisa's longing, she skidded to a stop right in front of the girl, panting heavily, her chest heaving with excitement. Lisa hesitated for only a heartbeat before bending down again. Her movements slow and tender this time. Susie stayed put, her big brown eyes locked on Lisa's, and finally allowed the little girl's hand to glide over her soft fur. I stood there, leaning against the porch railing, watching the scene unfold for a few quiet minutes. The late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows across the yard, painting everything in a warm, honeyed glow. Eventually, I called out to the dogs, my voice firm but kind, "All right, you two, inside the house now." I swelled with a familiar pride as they obeyed without hesitation, Toby trotting steadily and Susie bounding ahead, their paws tapping a soft rhythm on the wooden steps. They stayed just a few paces in front of me as we made our way toward the kitchen, their ears perked as if they knew the routine as well as I did. On the way, I paused near the hallway and gestured toward a door. "Bathroom's right there," I said to my guests, my tone casual but welcoming. "Feel free to wash up whenever you're ready. Then come join me in the kitchen." Inside, I swung open the fridge door, the cool air brushing my face as I spotted a hefty pot of homemade chicken soup sitting on the middle shelf. My sister Mel had dropped it off just yesterday, her way of making sure I didn't starve out here alone. I hefted the pot onto the stove, twisting the knob until a low flame flickered to life beneath it. While it warmed, I grabbed a loaf of crusty French bread from the counter, its aroma still faintly lingering from the bakery. With a steady hand, I sliced off several thick pieces, slathering each one with a generous smear of butter before sliding them into the toaster oven. The kitchen began to hum with the promise of a meal, soft clinks of bowls and spoons as I set the table, the gentle bubble of soup heating up, the faint sizzle of bread turning golden. Just as the rich, savory scent of the soup filled the air, I heard the soft shuffle of footsteps. "Have a seat, ladies," I said warmly, glancing over my shoulder. "Soup's ready." I carried the steaming pot to the table, setting it carefully on a woven hot pad, then ladled out hearty portions into 2 bowls. I placed one in front of Lisa, her eyes wide with curiosity, and another before Beth, who offered a faint, grateful nod. The toasted bread followed, stacked invitingly between them, its edges crisp and buttery. "What would you like to drink?" I asked, stepping back toward the fridge. Beth opted for juice, her voice quiet but firm, while Lisa piped up with a shy, "Milk, please." As I poured their drinks, I stole a closer look at them. Both seemed painfully thin, their clothes hanging loosely on their frames as if they'd missed too many meals. Beth's eyes darted around the room, shadowed with exhaustion and a flicker of unease, while Lisa's held a timid spark beneath her weariness. They weren't used to this, being seen, being fed, being cared for. It hung in the air like an unspoken truth. "Ladies," I said after a moment, keeping my tone light, "I need to check my email. I'll be in the next room if you need anything. Eat as much as you like, and when you're done, I'll show you to a room where you can rest." I gave them a small smile before stepping out, catching Beth's soft, "Thank you, Mr. as I turned to go. "Mike." "Just call me Mike," I replied over my shoulder. "And you are?" Elizabeth. But everyone calls me Beth, she answered, her voice gaining a touch of warmth. Well, Beth, I hope you enjoy the soup, I said, leaving them to their meal. As I slipped into the next room, I overheard Lisa's odd whisper, "Wow, Mom, this is the best chicken soup I've ever tasted." Beth's gentle, "Yes, it is very good, isn't it?" followed, and I couldn't help but grin. Mel would be over the moon to know her cooking had hit the mark, leagues better than anything from a can. In the game room, I didn't bother with the computer. The email excuse was just a way to give them space, to let them breathe without my presence hovering. Instead, I sank into the worn leather couch, flicked on the TV, and let the day's news drone in the background, a mix of weather updates and local stories I barely registered. About half an hour later, the faint sound of running water pulled me from my thoughts. I wandered back to the kitchen and found Beth at the sink, her sleeves rolled up as she scrubbed the empty bowls. I cleared my throat gently, not wanting to startle her, and stepped over to the dishwasher. "No need for that," I said, popping the door open. "Just toss them in here." I lifted the soup pot's lid from the table, noting with quiet satisfaction that they'd polished off a good chunk of it. They'd needed it, badly. Beth's cheeks flushed a soft pink. "I hope we didn't eat too much," she murmured, her voice laced with guilt. "It was just so delicious." I laughed, waving off her worry. "Not at all. I'm glad you liked it. My sister made it, she always brings too much. And half the time it goes to waste." Lisa was still at the table, her head dipping slightly, her eyelids heavy with the weight of a full belly and a long day. The kitchen was tidy now. So I straightened up and said, "Ladies, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your room." I led them down the hall to the guest room Mel and her husband George used when they stayed over. It was cozy but spacious, dominated by a sprawling king-sized bed piled with soft quilts, with a private bathroom tucked just off to the side. "Hang on a sec," I told them, ducking into the next room where my niece Jeannie kept a stash of clothes for her weekend visits. She and Lisa were about the same size, and sure enough, I found a nightgown and a robe that would do. Handing them to Lisa, I said, "These should fit, they're my niece's. And Beth, check the closet over there, Mel usually leaves something you can wear." I pointed toward the bathroom door. "There's soap, shampoo, fresh towels, everything you need for a shower or bath. Plenty of hot water, too. Oh, and the door locks, so you'll feel safe. My room's at the top of the stairs. First door on the right if you need me. Good night, ladies." I stepped out, pulling the door shut behind me. As I turned toward the stairs, I heard the soft click of the lock sliding into place. I smiled to myself, understanding their caution. They were in an unfamiliar house with a man they didn't know, strangers plucked from the roadside by chance or fate. Upstairs, I changed into pajamas and climbed into bed, my mind drifting as I stared at the shadowed ceiling. What would tomorrow hold for them? For me? Sleep came eventually, pulling me under with its gentle tide. Behind that locked door, Beth stood still for a moment, her hand lingering on the knob. Her heart thudded with a mix of gratitude and wariness. What kind of man opened his home to two ragged strangers? From the sturdy furniture to the well-stocked kitchen, Mike seemed comfortable, maybe even well off. Yet there was no trace of arrogance about him. Still, she'd learned the hard way that kindness could mask darker intentions. She shook off the thought and turned to survey the room. The bed was massive, its pillows fluffed and inviting, and when she peeked into the bathroom, her breath caught. It was enormous, bigger than the cramped bedroom she and Lisa had shared in their last place, with a gleaming walk-in shower and a deep, claw-footed tub that seemed to whisper promises of comfort. "Come on, sweetie," she said softly to Lisa, who trailed behind her with a sleepy yawn. "Let's get you cleaned up." She ran a warm bath for her daughter, helping her scrub away the grime of the road. Then slipped the borrowed nightgown over Lisa's small frame. Tucking her into the bed, Beth watched as Lisa's eyes fluttered shut almost instantly. Her breathing evening out into the steady rhythm of sleep. Then it was her turn. Rifling through the closet, she found a simple nightgown and robe, their fabric soft against her calloused fingers. Back in the bathroom, she turned on the tap and let the tub fill, steam rising in lazy curls. Sinking into the hot water, she felt her muscles unravel, the tension of the day melting away. But as the warmth enveloped her, memories clawed their way to the surface, rough hands, harsh voices, the men who'd cornered her earlier that night. A shudder rippled through her. Tears spilling silently down her cheeks. What would they have done to Lisa if they'd found her? Thank God for Mike, she whispered to the empty room, her voice trembling. This bath. This moment of peace, it might be the last for a while. Tomorrow, he'd probably drive them back to where he'd found them, back to the cold uncertainty of the road. Exhausted, she climbed out, dressed. And slipped into bed beside her daughter, letting sleep claim her too. Morning broke early for me, as it always did. I rolled out of bed, splashed water on my face, and tugged on my jogging suit. Downstairs, I let Toby and Susie out into the crisp dawn air, their tails wagging as they raced across the yard. The coffee maker had already done its work, filling the kitchen with its rich, earthy scent. I poured a mug and stepped onto the deck, the steam curling up from the cup as I gazed out over the rolling property. My thoughts drifted to Beth and Lisa. I wasn't sure what to do with them. Dropping them off where I'd found them felt wrong, but keeping them here wasn't exactly a plan either. I'd always been the type to write a check to a charity and call it a day, not to take in strays myself. Yet here they were. And something about Beth's guarded glances told me she'd been burned by men before. Maybe Mel could help, her warmth had a way of breaking through walls. I decided to call her after breakfast. Sipping my coffee as I settled on the thought. For now, I laced up my sneakers and set off on my usual jog, the crunch of gravel underfoot steadying my mind. Beth and Lisa would sleep late, I figured. And I was right. When I got back, sweaty and refreshed, I heard faint stirrings from their room as I headed upstairs to shower. The hot water pounded my shoulders as I scrubbed off the morning's exertion, then shaved quickly in front of the fogged-up mirror. Down in the kitchen, I decided on Denver omelets, my specialty. I diced peppers and onions, grated cheese, and whisked eggs with practiced ease, the sizzle of hash browns filling the air as I followed Mel's foolproof recipe. A fresh pot of coffee brewed as I flipped the first omelet, its edges golden and crisp. Right on cue, the guest room door creaked open, and Beth and Lisa appeared in the doorway. Drawn by the aroma like moths to a flame. They were wrapped in robes, Lisa's a little too big, Beth's fitting just right, and their eyes widened at the spread. Come on in, ladies, I said with a grin. Have a seat. Breakfast is almost ready. Beth guided Lisa to a chair, then turned to me, her voice tentative. Can I help with anything? Nope, got it all under control, I replied. Sliding an omelet onto a plate. Coffee? Oh, yes, please, she said, a faint smile breaking through. Black is perfect. I poured her a mug and set it down. Then served up the food, fluffy omelets and crispy hash browns for them both, plus a glass of milk for Lisa. Hope you like omelets, I said, sitting across from them. They took their first bites. And twin murmurs of, "Oh, this is good," escaped their lips. I chuckled and dug in, the table falling into a comfortable silence. They were probably lost in their own thoughts, or just savoring the meal after too long without one. Then, a clatter broke the quiet. Lisa's milk glass tipped over. White liquid pooling across the table. Her eyes went wide, her lower lip trembling as fear flooded her face. Beth sprang up, grabbing a towel, her movements sharp with worry. My stomach twisted. What had this child been through to react like that? I crouched beside her, keeping my voice soft and steady. It's okay, sweetie. Everyone has accidents. We'll clean it up and get you more milk, don't worry. She looked up at me, her gaze searching, almost disbelieving. You're not mad at me? You're not going to hit me? The question hit me like a punch, and I felt tears prick my eyes as I shook my head. Oh, no, honey. I'm not mad at you, and I promise I'll never hit you, ever. Her fear, so raw and unguarded, shattered something in me. Beth stood nearby, tears glistening in her own eyes as she mouthed a silent "thank you," her hands clutching the towel like a lifeline. After breakfast, I glanced across the table at Beth and her daughter Lisa, their faces still shadowed with exhaustion despite the warm meal they'd just eaten. Hey, I said, leaning forward slightly. Do you two have any clean clothes? I noticed your bags are still piled up in the bed of my truck. Beth's cheeks flushed a faint pink, her eyes dropping to the scratched wooden table as she fidgeted with the edge of her napkin. No, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper, we haven't had a chance to wash anything in a while. The embarrassment in her tone tugged at me, and I couldn't stand the thought of them stuck in grimy, worn-out clothes for another day. All right then, I said with a decisive nod. Pushing my chair back, let's round up whatever you've got, and we'll get it all cleaned up today. No arguments, I'm not letting you go another minute like this. I trudged out to my truck. The morning sun already warming the gravel under my boots, and hauled their tattered bags from the rusty bed. The canvas was frayed, stained with dirt from who knows where. And I couldn't help but wonder how long they'd been carrying their whole lives in these flimsy things. Meanwhile, Beth stayed inside, gathering the rumpled clothes they'd slept in, stiff with sweat and dust from the night before. I led her down the creaky hallway to the laundry room, a small space tucked behind the kitchen with a chipped white washing machine humming faintly in the corner. Here, I said, setting the bags down with a thud, when you've got the first load sorted. Just toss them in here, pour some of this detergent, about a capful, and pull this knob out. It's easy enough. I pointed to the faded blue bottle on the shelf, then paused. I've got a couple calls to make, so I'll leave you to it for a bit. Beth nodded silently, her hands already sifting through the pile, and I turned to head upstairs, my boots thumping against the wooden steps. In the laundry room, Beth knelt over the heap of clothes, her fingers brushing over faded shirts and threadbare socks as Lisa lingered in the doorway, her small frame silhouetted against the hall light. Mama, Lisa said softly, clutching the edge of her too big sweater, I think he's nice. He didn't even yell when I spilled my milk at breakfast. Beth paused, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she glanced at her daughter. Yeah, honey, he does seem nice, she replied, though her voice wavered with something heavier, doubt, maybe. Or the weight of too many broken promises. Inside, her mind churned. She'd been through hell and back, dragged through shadows she wouldn't wish on anyone, and kindness like this felt foreign. Almost suspicious. What did he want? Even if he just drove them back to that dusty roadside where he'd found them, at least they'd have full bellies and fresh clothes for once. But if it came down to it, if he turned out to be another threat, she'd claw her way through fire to keep Lisa safe. No question. Upstairs, I grabbed my phone and dialed my sister Mel, pacing the worn rug in my bedroom as the line rang. Good morning, George, I said when her husband picked up. It's Mike. Can I talk to Mel? George's gravelly voice came through warm and familiar. Morning, Mike. Sure thing, she's in the kitchen. Hang on. A moment later, Mel's cheerful tone filled the line. Hey, Mike. What's up? I took a breath, leaning against the window frame as I stared out at the rolling hills beyond the house. Sis, I need a favor. Can you bring the girls and swing by? I'll fill you in when you get here, it's kind of a long story. Her curiosity piqued, but she didn't press. All right, give us 20 minutes. We'll be there. Thanks, Mel, I said. Relief washing over me as I hung up and headed back downstairs. In the kitchen, Beth and Lisa sat at the table, their voices hushed as they murmured to each other. Lisa's eyes flicked up to me as I walked in, bright but cautious, while Beth's shoulders tensed slightly. Let's find you both something to wear while the laundry's going, I said, keeping my tone light. Beth, there's a closet in the room you slept in, grab whatever fits. Lisa, we'll dig through Jeannie's old stuff in the other bedroom. My niece is about your size. So we'll find something. We crossed the hall to Jeannie's room, its walls still painted a soft lavender from when she was little. And I rummaged through a dresser until I pulled out a faded green t-shirt, a pair of denim shorts, and some clean underwear. Here you go, I said, handing them to Lisa with a grin. You two get changed, I'll wait outside. A few minutes later, they emerged, transformed. Lisa looked almost like a different kid in the fresh outfit, her dark hair framing her face. While Beth stepped out in a sundress Mel had left behind last summer. It hung a little loose on her thin frame, the floral fabric swaying as she moved, but it covered her well enough. She smoothed it down self-consciously, avoiding my gaze. Come on, I said, waving them toward the back door, let me show you around while we wait for the washer to finish. The view from the deck's worth seeing. They followed me outside, the morning air crisp and laced with the scent of pine. The deck stretched wide, overlooking a sprawl of green hills that dipped into a shimmering creek far below. Beth's breath caught faintly as she took it in, and Lisa's eyes widened, darting across the landscape. Then came the thundering sound of paws. My dogs, Susie and Toby, barreled around the corner, tails wagging like metronomes gone wild. Lisa squealed in delight, dropping to her knees as the dogs swarmed her, their wet tongues painting her cheeks with slobber. She giggled uncontrollably, her small hands sinking into their fur, and for the first time, I saw a real spark in her, a kid being a kid again. Beth watched, a hesitant smile breaking through her guarded expression, and turned to me. You've got a beautiful place, Mike, she said quietly, her voice carrying a trace of awe. Thanks, I replied, leaning against the railing. I know the city's got its fans, but out here in the hill country, it's all peace and quiet. There's beauty everywhere if you slow down enough to notice. She nodded, her gaze drifting back to the horizon, and for a moment, she seemed to let herself believe it. I studied her then. Really looked at her. Her blonde hair, freshly washed, fell in soft waves to her shoulders, catching the sunlight in a way that made it glow. Her blue eyes, still shadowed with something dark and heavy, flickered with a hint of life, like a candle trying to stay lit in a storm. She was thin, too thin, her cheekbones sharp under her skin, but even so, there was a quiet strength in her, a beauty that refused to fade despite everything. A rumble of tires on gravel snapped me out of it, Mel's car pulling up the drive. Beth, I said, straightening up. I'll be back in a few. If you or Lisa need anything, food, water, whatever, help yourselves in the kitchen. I jogged down the steps to meet my sister, wrapping her in a quick hug as her daughters, Jeannie and Missy, spilled out of the back seat, already chattering. Okay, Mike, Mel said, hands on her hips as the girls darted off toward the house, what's the big mystery? I rubbed the back of my neck, glancing toward the deck where Beth and Lisa stood. Last night, I found them, Beth and her daughter, stranded out by the road. Took them in, fed them. And now we're washing their clothes. They're in rough shape, sis, but Beth, she doesn't trust me. Doesn't trust men at all, I think. I was hoping you could talk to her. Figure out what's going on, why they're running, what they need. I brought you and the girls here so they could keep Lisa occupied while you two chat. Mel's hazel eyes softened. A knowing smile tugging at her lips. You're turning into quite the saint, huh, Mike? Alright, I'll help, just make sure she's not playing you. I chuckled, shaking my head. Thanks, sis. And don't worry, I'm not that naive. You know me better than that. She smirked. Yeah, I do. You've always cared too much to let anyone pull one over on you. I crouched down to Jeannie and Missy, who were already bouncing on their toes, eager to explore. Hey, you two, I said, lowering my voice like I was sharing a secret, there's a really sweet girl up there who's had a tough time. She could use some friends. Think you can be nice to her? Jeannie rolled her eyes dramatically, her dark curls bouncing. For Mom's favorite brother? Sure, we can do that. Missy giggled, elbowing her sister. Favorite? He's her only brother, dummy. I laughed, ruffling their hair. Technicalities. Thanks, girls. They bolted toward the house, their sneakers kicking up dust. While Mel and I followed at a slower pace, shaking our heads with matching grins. On the deck, I made the introductions. Beth, Lisa, this is my sister Mel and my favorite nieces, well, my only nieces, Jeannie and Missy. The girls groaned in unison, rolling their eyes again. He says that every time, Jeannie muttered, crossing her arms in mock indignation. Hey, I shot back. Watch who you're calling, imp, buster. Missy snickered, sticking out her tongue. We love you anyway, Uncle Mike. Maybe just a little. I grinned, then nodded toward Beth. This is Beth. And that little cutie over there is Lisa. The nieces turned, flashing bright smiles. Hi, Lisa, they chirped together. Lisa shrank back slightly, her voice a shy whisper. Hi. She hugged her arms to her chest, her eyes darting between the girls and her mom. She wanted friends, I could see it, but trust didn't come easy. How about you three take the dogs out to the yard? I suggested, clapping my hands. They've got energy to burn. Jeannie's face lit up. Okay. She grabbed Lisa's hand, tugging gently. Come on, puppies. Missy took her other hand. And together they led her down the steps, Susie and Toby bounding after them. The yard erupted in chaos, girls shrieking with laughter, dogs barking, the sound of pure, unfiltered joy echoing off the hills. I turned to Mel and Beth. Sit down, you two. Coffee? Beth, want another cup? Both nodded, so I ducked into the kitchen, pouring a black coffee for Beth and adding a splash of cream to Mel's. When I returned, they were already talking, Mel's warm voice weaving through the air as she asked about the girls. Beth's responses were cautious but softening, her small smile growing less forced. For the next 15 minutes, we sipped our drinks and traded small talk, the weather, the quiet of the country. Mel's daycare business. Beth relaxed bit by bit, her shoulders loosening as Mel shared stories about her family. When I mentioned how much Beth and Lisa had loved the chicken soup from last night, Mel beamed with pride. She'd given me that recipe years ago. It was delicious, Beth said, her voice genuine, and Mel thanked her warmly. I caught Mel's eye and tilted my head slightly. Time to dig deeper. Hey, Mel, I said, standing, I need to check the boat dock, haven't been down there in days. Can you hang out with Beth for a bit? Sure, little brother. She replied with a wink. We'll manage. I turned to Beth. The girls love running around the cove. Is it okay if Lisa comes with me? She'll have a blast, I promise. Beth's face tightened, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Letting Lisa out of her sight, with a man she barely knew, felt like a gamble she wasn't ready to take. I don't know, she stammered, her fingers twisting together. Mel reached out, her voice gentle but firm. Beth, listen, I trust Mike more than anyone, except maybe my husband. He'll keep her safe. The dock's on his land. Private and secure. Why don't we ask Lisa what she wants? Beth's gaze darted between us, her mind racing. She wanted to believe Mel, wanted to trust this fleeting sense of safety. But the scars of her past screamed caution. Finally, she sighed, her voice trembling. All right. If you're sure, and if she wants to go. I stepped to the railing and called out, Hey, girls. Want to hit the boat dock with me? Jeannie and Missy erupted, jumping up and down. Yes. Yes. Can Lisa come too? Ask her yourselves, I said with a grin. They swarmed Lisa, their voices overlapping. Come on, Lisa, please. It's so fun. Lisa hesitated, her brow furrowing. I don't know. Mama says not to trust strange men. Jeannie laughed. He's not strange, he's Uncle Mike. He'll take care of us. We skip rocks on the water, it's the best. Lisa bit her lip, torn. She longed to run with these girls, to feel the wind on her face, but leaving her mom felt like stepping off a cliff. After a long pause, she nodded. Okay. I'll ask Mama. The three raced back to the deck, Lisa skidding to a stop in front of Beth while Jeannie and Missy hovered behind. All wide eyes and pleading grins. Mom, Lisa said, breathless, can I go with Jeannie and Missy to see the boat? Please. The nieces chimed in, please, Miss Beth. Beth studied her daughter, searching her face. You sure, Lisa? Yeah, Mom. Jeannie and Missy'll look out for me. Jeannie nodded furiously. We will, Miss Beth, I swear. Beth turned to me, her voice steady but laced with worry. How long will you be gone? About an hour, I said. Enough time for them to have fun and be back for lunch. She exhaled slowly, then nodded. Okay, Lisa. If you're sure, you can go. The girls cheered, and Lisa's face split into a rare, radiant smile. Thank you, Mom. Tears streamed down Lisa's face as she clung tightly to her mother's neck. Her small arms trembling with a mixture of fear and reluctant excitement. Her mother, Beth, stood rigid, her own emotions a tangled knot of worry and hope. All right, that's settled, I said, forcing a cheerful tone to cut through the heavy air. Load up, girls. Grab the dogs while I fetch my keys. My nieces, G and Missy, didn't need to be told twice. They bolted toward my truck. Their laughter ringing out like bells, chattering with uncontainable glee as if I'd just promised them a trip to Disney World. Their sneakers slapped against the hardwood floor as they raced out the door, the dogs barking and bounding after them, caught up in the contagious energy. I turned back to Beth, who lingered in the doorway, her eyes shadowed with doubt. She'll be fine, I promise, I said softly, resting a hand on her shoulder. And if she's not having fun, I'll bring her right back. Beth gave a small nod, her gaze dropping to the floor. I could see the storm of thoughts swirling behind her eyes. Had she made the right call letting Lisa go? Was this little adventure a mistake? She didn't voice it, but the tension in her clenched fists spoke louder than words. The drive to the cove was a short one, just a few minutes down the winding road. The truck's engine humming beneath the girls' excited whispers. As soon as I killed the ignition, the doors flew open, and G, Missy, Lisa, and the dogs spilled out like a burst dam. The girls shrieked with delight, kicking up sand as they raced toward the water's edge, the dogs weaving between them with wagging tails and lolling tongues. I found a spot under the sprawling branches of an ancient oak tree, its shade a cool refuge from the midday sun. Settling onto the grass, I leaned back and let the scene unfold before me. Watching the girls and dogs play was a simple joy I never tired of, the way G would spin in circles with her arms outstretched, or how Missy would crouch to wrestle with one of the pups. Her giggles echoing across the water. Every so often, one of the dogs, a scruffy mutt named Rusty, would bound over to me. His muddy paws leaving prints on my jeans as he delivered a slobbery lick across my face. It was his way of checking in, letting me know he was having the time of his life. G and Missy took turns darting over too, throwing their arms around me in quick, fierce hugs that warmed me to my core. Each time they did, I caught Lisa watching from a distance. Her dark eyes flickering with something unspoken. She hovered on the edge of the group, her toes curling into the dirt, as if she wanted to join in but wasn't sure she belonged. I didn't push her. Trust was a fragile thing, and I knew she'd have to find her own way to me when she was ready. The hours slipped by, marked by the sun's slow arc across the sky. I let the girls kick off their shoes and wade into the shallow waters of the cove, their squeals piercing the air as the cold waves lapped at their ankles. Lisa hesitated at first, clutching the hem of her dress, but G grabbed her hand and tugged her in, and soon all three were splashing and laughing, their voices blending with the rustle of leaves overhead. When it was time to go, I called out, "All right, girls, shoes back on. I'm gonna check the boat." As I walked toward the dock, I noticed Lisa whispering to G and Missy, her hands twisting nervously. A moment later, the trio approached me, G and Missy nudging Lisa forward like little conspirators. "Go on, Lisa, ask him," Missy urged, her voice bright with encouragement. "He won't bite. I promise." Lisa shuffled her feet, staring at the ground as her cheeks flushed pink. "Mr. Mike," she mumbled, barely audible. "Can I see the boat? I've never seen one up close." Her words tumbled out in a rush, and I couldn't help but laugh, not at her, but at the sheer sweetness of her curiosity. "Sure, sweetie," I replied, kneeling to her level. "But we've got rules on the dock. You've got to be real careful, no horsing around, okay?" She nodded solemnly, her eyes wide. "Yes, sir, I promise." We made our way down the weathered ramp to the floating platform, the wood creaking underfoot. I let G and Lisa go first, keeping a close eye as Lisa gripped G's hand like a lifeline. This was uncharted territory for her, a grand adventure that made her breath catch in her throat. I followed behind, holding Missy's hand, her small fingers warm and trusting in mine. The girls knew the drill, safety first, or no boat. The dock stretched out over the water, wide enough for 2 boats. With a sturdy platform lined with lockers and lifts to hoist the vessels out of the lake when they weren't in use. I told the girls to wait while I lowered my boat, the winch groaning as the sleek hull kissed the water. Once it was ready, I peeled back the cover and climbed aboard, the deck swaying gently beneath me. "Missy, you're up," I called, hoisting her over the edge with a grin. She giggled as I set her down. "G, bring Lisa over." G tugged Lisa forward, and I reached down to lift her in. Her body stiffened for a split second when my hands brushed her waist, her eyes flashing with surprise, but I quickly settled her next to Missy, giving her space to breathe. Finally, I lifted G in, her confidence unshaken as she plopped down beside her friends. I took the driver's seat and patted the spot next to me. "Lisa, wanna sit here? I'll show you how it all works." She slid over, nodding eagerly as I pointed out the steering wheel, the throttle, the gauges, each piece of the boat a mystery she was unraveling with wide-eyed wonder. "We'd better head back soon," I said after a while, glancing at the sky. "I'd love to take you all for a spin on the lake, but I didn't clear it with your moms. Lunch is waiting." I stepped out first, lifting G onto the platform, then turned to Lisa. This time, she didn't flinch as I scooped her up, her trust in me growing like a fragile sprout pushing through soil. Missy came last. Her arms outstretched with a grin. The three girls linked hands, whispering secrets as I secured the boat and raised it back onto the lift. We retraced our steps to the truck, G and Lisa ahead. Their heads close together, while Missy skipped beside me, chattering about the dogs. Back home, I shut off the engine, and the girls piled out, waiting for me this time instead of racing ahead. As I stepped onto the gravel, Lisa's quiet voice broke the silence. "Thank you, Mr. Mike. I had a lot of fun." Her words were soft but steady, and they hit me square in the chest. "You're welcome, honey. I'm glad you enjoyed it." G and Missy chimed in, "Thanks, Uncle Mike. We had fun too." They threw themselves at my legs, nearly knocking me over with their hugs. "You're welcome, girls. Now let's get inside and tell Lisa's mom we're back safe. Then it's lunch time. How about some of my famous hamburgers?" G and Missy erupted into cheers, bouncing up and down. "Yes, yes, yummy," they shouted in unison. Missy turned to Lisa, her eyes sparkling. "My Uncle Mike makes the best hamburgers in the whole wide world." We stepped into the living room, and the mood shifted. Beth sat on the couch next to my sister Mel, her face streaked with the remnants of tears. I shot Mel a questioning look, and she mouthed, "Later," with a subtle shake of her head. I nodded, filing it away for now. Lisa, still buzzing with excitement, ran to her mother. Mama, we had so much fun. We skipped rocks, waded in the water, and I even got to sit in a boat." Beth's head snapped to me, her voice sharp. "You took my daughter on a boat?" I raised my hands in surrender. "Whoa, hang on, we just sat in it at the dock. Engine didn't even start. I was with them the whole time. I'd never take G and Missy out without you or Mel saying yes." Her face softened, the worry easing from her brow. "Oh, Mama, don't be mad," Lisa pleaded, tugging at Beth's sleeve. "I had so much fun. Mr. Mike told me the safety rules, and G looked out for me the whole time." Beth pulled Lisa into a tight hug. "It's okay, baby. Mama's not mad. I'm glad you had fun." She glanced up at me, her tone apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mike. I should have listened first." "No harm done, Beth," I said with a reassuring smile. "Now, how about those burgers I promised the girls?" Mel piped up, her voice warm. "Oh yeah, Beth, you've gotta try Mike's hamburgers. He's a wizard on the grill. How can we help?" "Nothing needed. Ladies, this is my treat. G, Missy, why don't you show Lisa the game room? You two relax with your tea while I get everything ready." Without waiting for a reply, I headed to the kitchen, leaving Mel and Beth exchanging shrugs behind me. In the kitchen, I dove into the task with relish, seasoning the ground beef with a blend of spices I'd perfected over years. Slicing ripe tomatoes and crisp onions, tearing lettuce into perfect leaves. I arranged a platter of cheeses, cheddar, Swiss, pepper jack, letting everyone pick their favorite. A can of baked beans went onto the stove, simmering with a rich, smoky aroma. Then I carried the patties and buns outside to the grill, the coals already glowing red. As the meat sizzled, I sat on the deck with a glass of iced tea, the cool liquid soothing my throat as I watched the smoke curl into the sky. My mind wandered to the day, to Lisa's tentative steps toward trust. To whatever had left Beth in tears while we were gone. What had Mel learned? Just before the patties were done, I toasted the buns over the flames, their edges crisping to golden perfection. I brought everything inside, setting up a burger bar on the counter. "Mel, Beth, tell the girls lunch is ready," I called, sinking into a chair at the table. The kitchen filled fast, hungry voices overlapping as the girls bounded in. "Moms, help the girls fix their burgers just how they like, I said. Mel guided Beth to the counter. "You make one for Lisa, I'll start with Missy." "Come on, honey, tell me what you want." Soon, everyone had a plate, and we gathered around the table. I stood to make my own, catching their eyes on me. "Go ahead and eat, ladies, don't wait." Beth took a bite, her face lighting up. "Oh, Mel, you weren't kidding. This is amazing." I grinned, joining them as the girls' chatter filled the room. I stayed quiet, soaking it in. After lunch, Mel and Beth insisted on cleaning up. I didn't fight it, cooking was my domain, not dishes. While they cleared the table, I led the girls back to the game room. Settling into my worn armchair, I watched them dive into a video game, their laughter bouncing off the walls. The day's events must have worn me out more than I realized, because my eyes grew heavy, and I drifted off. A gentle shake woke me. "Mike, little brother, wake up," Mel said, smiling down at me. I rubbed my eyes, chuckling. "Guess I needed that nap." "Must be a sign you're getting old," she teased. "We're heading home, don't want George worrying." "All right, sis, I'll walk you out," I said, stretching as I followed her to the car. Beth lingered by the door, watching as Lisa and my nieces climbed into Mel's SUV. "Get in, girls, your dad's waiting," Mel called, then turned to me, pulling me into a hug. "Call me when you get a chance," she whispered. "Will do, sis," I murmured back. As I headed inside, Lisa ran to Beth, and they waved as Mel drove off. I wondered what Mel had uncovered. Back in the house, Beth spoke up. "Your sister's so sweet, and her girls are adorable. I really like G and Missy." Lisa nodded. "And I can tell they really like you too, sweetie," Beth added. "Yeah, they're special, not just 'cause we're family," I said. "Have you seen the game room yet?" "Not yet," Beth replied. "But the girls were talking about it." "Come on, then, I'll show you how it works. Lisa's already a pro at the video games, and I've got board games too. I'll leave you two to have fun, I've got some work to catch up on." I led them to the game room, pointing out the TV controls and game stash, then excused myself. Upstairs in my office, I tackled a slew of emails, replying to the urgent ones. I wanted to give Mel time to get home and settle in with George. He'd be curious why I'd invited the girls but not him. With Beth's unease around men, I'd figured a girls-only day was safer. Half an hour later, I finished and grabbed my phone, eager to hear what Mel had to say. The phone rang early that morning, piercing the quiet hum of the house. George, still bleary-eyed from sleep, stumbled to pick it up before anyone else could. "Hey, George, it's Mike," I said, my voice steady despite the nervous flutter in my chest. He didn't need to check the caller ID, he knew me too well. "Hey, Mike," he replied, his tone warm but tinged with curiosity. Then came the bombshell. "What's this Mel's been telling me? You're out picking up strange women and bringing them home now?" His words hit me like a playful jab, but I could hear the smirk behind them. "Oh, come on, George, it's not like that at all," I protested, my voice rising with a mix of exasperation and embarrassment. I could picture him leaning against the kitchen counter, one eyebrow arched, enjoying my discomfort. He let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "If you say so, buddy. Hold on a sec. I'll grab your sister, she's been itching to talk to you." A minute later, Mel's voice crackled through the line, bright and familiar. We exchanged a few light pleasantries, how the kids were. The usual sibling banter, but soon she dove into the heart of it. "I had a long talk with Beth," she began, her tone softening as if stepping into fragile territory. Beth. The woman I'd found shivering under the bridge with her little girl, Lisa, had been a mystery to me until now. Mel explained how Beth had been guarded at first, her words clipped and her eyes wary. Like someone who'd learned to expect the worst. But as the conversation stretched on, sipping coffee at Mel's cluttered kitchen table, Beth's walls began to crumble. She started to unravel her story. Each sentence peeling back another layer of a life marked by struggle and betrayal. Beth had told Mel about her father, how he'd walked out when she was just a kid, leaving her and her mother to fend for themselves in a world that didn't care. Her mom had clawed her way through life, juggling 2 grueling jobs, her hands roughened by years of labor, just to keep them afloat until Beth graduated high school. Freedom from school brought no relief, though. Beth took a job of her own, and together they scraped by, a fragile duo against the odds. Then came Lisa. Beth's pregnancy should have been a moment of joy, but the father bolted the second he heard the news, vanishing like smoke in the wind. When Lisa was born, Beth's mom became the rock they leaned on, watching the baby while Beth slung plates at a diner, her feet aching and her smile forced for the sake of tips. They made it work, until a year ago. When Beth's mom passed away, the sudden loss ripping a hole in their little world. That's when the new guy showed up. At first, he was a charmer, bringing toys for Lisa, flashing a grin that promised better days. Beth, lonely and grieving, let herself believe in him. 6 months ago, when he suggested they move in together, she agreed, desperate for a lifeline. But the mask slipped fast. Living under his roof, she saw the shift, his kindness soured into control, then cruelty. He'd dodge questions about his job, muttering vague excuses that left her uneasy. Suspicion gnawed at her until she pieced it together: drugs. He was dealing, and the cash he flaunted wasn't clean. A month ago, it all exploded. He staggered home one night, reeking of booze and buzzing with whatever he'd snorted, his eyes wild. Beth had stood her ground, defiance sparking in her chest, but it ended in a blur of fists and threats. "I'll kill you, and her." He'd snarled, gesturing toward Lisa's tiny form. Terrified but fierce, Beth grabbed her daughter, barricaded them in a bedroom, and waited until his rage burned out into a drunken stupor. As he lay sprawled on the floor, she snatched what she could: clothes, a few toys, and a wad of cash he'd dropped in his haze, and fled into the night. They stumbled to the highway, Lisa clinging to her side, the weight of their meager belongings dragging at Beth's arms. A trucker, his rig idling in the dark, took pity on them, hauling them into Austin with a gruff nod. That stolen money kept them going for a while: cheap motels with flickering neon signs, stale coffee, and thin blankets, but it ran dry. No job would stick. No one wanted to hire a woman with a kid and a haunted look in her eyes. Soon, the streets claimed them. That's where I'd found them, huddled under the bridge. Beth's arms wrapped protectively around Lisa as the wind howled through the concrete. Now, she lived in fear that he'd track them down, his threats echoing in her mind like a storm that wouldn't pass. "Wow, Mel," I breathed when she finished, my voice heavy with the weight of it all. "I can see why she doesn't trust men. If that's all true, she's been through hell she didn't earn." Mel paused. Then added, "I looked into her eyes, Mike, and I don't think she was lying." I nodded to myself, picturing Beth's guarded stare. "Thanks, sis. You got me the answers I needed. Tell George thanks for letting you play detective today." We said our goodbyes, and I sank back into my chair, the story swirling in my head like a fog I couldn't shake. Standing, I paced downstairs, my footsteps echoing in the quiet house. Beth and Lisa were my responsibility now, whether I'd planned it or not. In the game room, Lisa sat cross-legged on the rug, her small face lit by the glow of cartoons dancing across the TV. Beth perched nearby, flipping through a magazine she didn't seem to read, her fingers restless. Lisa glanced up as I entered. her eyes brightening. I flashed her a warm smile. Keep watching your cartoons, sweetie. I just need to borrow your mom for a sec in the living room, okay? She grinned, nodding eagerly. Her attention snapping back to the screen. Beth's gaze met mine, darkening with a flicker of unease, but she rose silently and trailed me to the other room. So, Mike, she started, her voice tight. What happens now? Are you dumping us back where you found us? Fear sharpened her words, her shoulders hunching as if bracing for the worst. I held her gaze, steady and calm. Is that what you want, Beth? To drag Lisa back to the streets, back to nights like yesterday? She flinched, sinking onto the couch, tears spilling down her cheeks in silent streams. No, she choked out. Her voice fierce despite the tremble. I don't want that for her. But I don't know what to do. I've got no family, no place to go. I let the silence settle, then asked gently. What would you like to happen, Beth? She shook her head, exhaustion etched into every line of her face. I don't know, Mike. I'm out of answers. All I know is I'm tired of running. Tired of being scared. We sat there, the quiet stretching between us, until I spoke again. Will you let me help you and Lisa? Her eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring like a reflex. Why would you do that, Mike? You don't even know us. What's in it for you? I leaned forward, hands clasped, my voice firm but kind. First off, Beth. I don't want or expect anything from you or Lisa. Not a damn thing. I got lucky recently, came into some money, and for the past year, I've been tossing it at charities. Good ones, sure. But it's been distant, impersonal. Maybe I'm selfish, but helping you two directly? Fixing your lives? That'd feel good, real good. So it's your call. I'm offering help, but I won't force it. You and Lisa can talk it over, decide by tomorrow. If you say yes, we'll figure it out together. If not, I'll take you wherever you want to go. You're free to leave any time. All I ask is you try, for yourself and your daughter. If you don't trust me yet, that's fine. I get it. I stood, stretching my stiff limbs. I'm beat, didn't sleep well last night. I'm heading to bed. You and Lisa can hang out in the game room, eat whatever's in the kitchen. You know where the guest room is. Good night. I turned, climbing the stairs without looking back. Leaving her to wrestle with her thoughts. Beth watched me go, her mind a tangle of doubt and fragile hope. Was this real? Could this man, this stranger, want to help without some hidden catch? She replayed the day in her head, how I'd pulled them from that grim underpass, brought them to this cozy house, fed them, gave them a safe corner to breathe. Mel's voice echoed too, her warmth. Her little girls giggling around me. I hadn't pushed, hadn't leered. He'd said it plain, he wanted nothing. Could she risk believing him? If he turned out like the others, she'd bolt with Lisa again. But for now, they had clean clothes, hot food, a soft bed. Lisa's laughter from earlier, playing with Mel's kids, rang in her ears. For her daughter's sake. She'd take the chance, but she'd keep her eyes wide open. Upstairs, I showered, the hot water pounding against my shoulders, washing away the day's weight. Crawling into bed. I couldn't shake Beth's story, every jagged edge of it slicing through my thoughts. If it was true, I had to help, especially for that little girl with the shy smile. Mel had mentioned their clothes, threadbare, patched-up relics of better days. If Beth stayed, step one was new outfits for them both. Then school for Lisa, her bright eyes deserved a chance to shine. I'd need Beth's help to track down records, figure out the logistics. With that plan forming, sleep finally dragged me under. The next morning, I woke at 6, the the sky still bruised with dawn. Slipping into my jogging suit, I let the dogs loose in the yard, their barks cutting through the crisp air. Coffee in hand, I headed out for my run, the rhythm of my steps clearing my head. Yesterday's chaos felt miles away, until I returned, sweaty and breathless, to find Beth and Lisa in the kitchen. Lisa sat at the table, swinging her legs, watching her mom with quiet adoration. Beth stood at the stove, flipping pancakes, the sizzle of sausage filling the room with a comforting aroma. She turned as I walked in, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Hope you don't mind, I figured I'd make breakfast." "Not at all," I grinned, wiping my brow. "I'll just grab a quick shower and be right back." I dashed upstairs, scrubbed off the run's grit, and threw on fresh clothes, the smell of food pulling me back down. Beth was plating up as I slid into a chair, 2 fried eggs, golden and crisp, a stack of fluffy pancakes, sausage, and toast. Lisa peeked at me, her shy grin blooming. "Good morning, Mr. Mike." "Morning, sweetie. How are you today?" "Good," she giggled, digging into her plate. "And you, Beth?" I asked, glancing her way. "I'm good," she said, her smile small but real, sparking another laugh from Lisa. The food was heaven, those pancakes light as clouds, the sausage bursting with flavor. "Beth, this is amazing," I said between bites. "You've got to teach me how you make these pancakes so perfect." She blinked, then softened, a flicker of pride breaking through her guard. Lisa hummed happily as she ate, and the sound warmed me to my core. When she finished, she looked up, eyes sparkling. "Mr. Mike, can I play outside with the puppies?" "Fine by me, but check with your mom." Beth hesitated, then nodded. "Okay, honey, just be careful." Lisa squealed, planting a kiss on Beth's cheek before darting out. I watched Beth, her face glowing as she followed Lisa's path with her eyes. "She's a sweet kid," I said. "She really is," Beth replied, her voice thick with love. "Some days, she's the only thing that kept me going. She's my whole world." We sipped our coffee in companionable silence until I broke it. "So, Beth, have you decided?" She met my gaze, steady now. "Yes, Mike. It'd be stupid to turn you down, not for me, but for Lisa. I'll take your help. I'm still wary about why you're doing this, but I'll trust you until you give me a reason not to." I nodded. "I get it, and that's fair. I know trust doesn't come easy for you." Standing, I grabbed my mug. "I've got a call to make, then I'll help clean up." "No," she said quickly, almost pleading. "I'll handle the kitchen. I want to help, please." Her earnestness stopped me. "All right, I'll be in the game room." I left her there, pulling out my phone as I walked, ready to set the next step in motion, whatever that might be. As I dialed my sister's number, the familiar voice of George, her husband, greeted me on the other end, just as it always did. "Hey, George, it's me," I said, leaning back in my chair. The phone pressed to my ear. His warm chuckle crackled through the line. "Let me take a wild guess here, you need to borrow my family again, don't you?" he teased. His tone light but carrying that playful edge I'd come to expect from him. I couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, something like that. Only if Mel's okay with it, of course, and you too, naturally." George laughed again, a sound that always put me at ease. All right, I'll let you talk to your sister. But you owe me one, buddy," he said with a mock sternness before calling out, "Mel. Your brother's on the line." A moment later, my sister's voice came through, bright and full of affection. "Hi, little brother. How are you holding up?" she asked. Her words wrapping around me like a warm hug. I took a deep breath, feeling a mix of pride and nervousness as I explained, I made Beth an offer, to help her get back on her feet, and she said yes. Mel paused, then her tone softened with admiration. "Oh, Mike, you're a good man. I really hope this works out for her. I'll admit, I was a little worried at first. But after hearing you talk about Beth, I think you're doing something truly special here." I let out a small, shaky laugh, rubbing the back of my neck. "Thanks, sis. I just wish Beth saw it that way too. She's still wary of me, you know? Doesn't fully trust me yet. Maybe she will eventually, with time." I shifted gears, getting to the real reason for my call. "Anyway, I was wondering if you and the girls could take Beth and her daughter, Lisa, shopping today. They need new clothes, essentials, whatever. Use my credit card, of course." Mel didn't respond right away, and I could almost picture her raising an eyebrow, pretending to mull it over dramatically. A whole day of shopping, and spending your money? Let me think about that for a second," she said, dragging out the suspense before bursting into a grin I could hear through the phone. "Okay, fine, count me in. Have them ready, we'll swing by in about an hour." Relief washed over me, and I felt my chest lighten. "Thanks, sis. I love you." Her reply was quick and tender. "I know, little brother. See you soon." Now came the tricky part, breaking the news to Beth and Lisa. I stood up and wandered toward the kitchen, pausing at the doorway to peek inside. Beth was there. Humming softly to herself as she wiped down the countertops, her movement steady but unguarded, like she'd momentarily forgotten the weight she usually carried. It was a simple tune. Lilting and carefree, and it caught me off guard. I cleared my throat gently, not wanting to startle her. She spun around, her cheeks flushing a soft pink as she realized I'd heard her little melody. Wisely, I pretended not to notice, keeping my expression neutral. "Hey, Beth, I just wanted to let you know, Mel and the girls will be here soon. They're taking you and Lisa shopping." Her brows furrowed slightly, surprise flickering across her face. "Shopping?" she echoed, her voice hesitant. I nodded, stepping closer but keeping my tone casual. "Yeah, for new clothes, shoes. Whatever you both need. If you're okay with it, I'd like to help out. You and Lisa deserve to have these things." I watched her closely as she swallowed hard, wrestling with her pride for a moment before nodding. "All right, Michael, if you say so," she said quietly. It was the first time she'd called me by my full name. And for reasons I couldn't quite pin down, it sent a small thrill through me. I liked how it sounded coming from her, tentative, but with a hint of warmth she didn't even seem aware of. Beth turned toward the back door, brushing a strand of hair from her face as she called out, "Lisa. Come here, sweetie." A few seconds later, Lisa came bounding up the steps. Her little chest heaving as she giggled, my two dogs nipping playfully at her heels. "Yes, Mama," she panted, her eyes wide with curiosity. Beth crouched down to her level, smoothing her daughter's messy hair. "Go inside, take a bath, and put on some clean clothes. Mel and the girls are coming to take us shopping." At the mention of my nieces, Lisa's face lit up like the sky on the 4th of July. "G and Missy are coming? Yay. Okay, Mama, I'll hurry," she chirped, darting off toward the bathroom with the energy only a kid could muster. I chuckled, still leaning against the doorframe, as Beth straightened up and followed after her. To kill time, I wandered into the game room and flicked on the TV, settling on a football game. Neither team was one I rooted for, but the rumble of the crowd and the rhythm of the plays were enough to keep my mind occupied. Half an hour later, the sound of tiny footsteps pattering down the hall pulled me from the screen. Lisa burst in, her damp hair bouncing as she skidded to a stop. "Are they here yet?" she asked, practically vibrating with excitement. I grinned at her enthusiasm. "Not yet, sweetie, but soon. Here, I'll switch it to cartoons, you can watch until they arrive. She nodded eagerly, plopping onto the couch with a contented sigh as I handed her the remote. I couldn't help but smile as I watched her squirm, sneaking glances out the window every few seconds, waiting for her new friends to roll up. 15 minutes later, Beth stepped into the room, and I nearly did a double take. She was wearing one of Mel's old dresses, a simple, flowery thing that hugged her frame just right. She fidgeted with the hem, her voice uncertain. "Do you think your sister will mind me borrowing this? I don't have anything nice to wear." I waved off her concern with a reassuring smile. "Nah, it's fine, Beth. Don't worry about it. You look great." Just then, I caught sight of Mel's car pulling into the driveway. Lisa leapt up with a squeal, "They're here. They're here," and before I could blink, she was out the door, racing to greet them. I glanced at Beth, and for the first time, she met my gaze with a shy, genuine smile that seemed to brighten the whole room. Together, we followed Lisa outside. Mel hopped out of the car, her daughters tumbling out after her. All giggles and chatter as they swarmed Lisa. After quick hellos, we wrangled the three little ones into the back seat, buckling them in amidst their excited babble. Beth slid into the front passenger seat, smoothing the dress nervously over her knees. Mel sauntered over to me, hands on her hips. "Any special instructions, Mike?" she asked, smirking. I fished my credit card from my wallet and handed it over with a shrug. "Come on, sis, you know me, I'm just a regular guy. I've got no clue what women need or want. Take them out. Get them whatever they need, clothes, shoes, haircuts, makeup, the works. Treat everyone to lunch, too. If you and the girls spot anything you like, toss it on my tab. Just, try to keep it under $1 million, okay?" Mel threw her head back and laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Got it, little brother, $1 million's the limit. Bye." With a playful spin, she headed for the car, but I called after her, "Mel." She turned, blew me a kiss, then slid behind the wheel and peeled out of the driveway. I shook my head, half laughing, half dreading the bill, and trudged back inside. To keep myself busy, I hit the home gym, pushing through a 2-hour workout until my muscles ached and sweat dripped onto the floor. Afterward, I grabbed a tennis ball and headed to the backyard, tossing it for the dogs as they barked and bounded after it, their tails wagging like metronomes. When hunger crept in, I threw together a salad, fresh greens, a sprinkle of nuts, a drizzle of dressing, and ate it slowly, savoring the quiet. Then it was back to the game room, flipping channels until I landed on something mindless to watch. By 5 o'clock, I was restless, pacing the hardwood floors. By 6 o'clock, worry started gnawing at me. Just as I reached for my phone to call Mel, I spotted her car pulling up. Feigning nonchalance, I dropped into my chair and switched to ESPN, pretending I hadn't been on edge. The front door swung open, and a wave of laughter spilled into the house, high-pitched and joyful, unmistakably female. I kept my eyes on the screen as my nieces and Lisa stormed in, a whirlwind of energy. G and Missy launched themselves into my lap, their voices overlapping. "Uncle Mike, we had so much fun." Missy chirped, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Look at Lisa, she's got all new clothes and a haircut." I glanced over at Lisa, who stood a few feet away, shifting shyly under my gaze. She did look different, her new outfit was bright and cheerful, and her freshly trimmed hair framed her round face perfectly. My, I said, leaning forward with a grin, "You look lovely, sweetie." Her face turned beet red, and she mumbled a soft, "Thank you, Mr. Mike," her eyes darting to the floor. Then Beth and Mel walked in, and my breath caught in my chest. Beth looked transformed. Her hair was styled. Her new clothes fit her like they were made for her, and there was a quiet confidence in her posture I hadn't seen before. Mel caught me staring and nudged me with a smirk. "Well? Aren't you going to say something, Mike?" I fumbled for words, my face heating up. You look really nice, Beth," I managed, feeling like a teenager tripping over his tongue. Beth's cheeks pinked up, and she smiled softly. "Thank you, Michael. That's sweet of you." Mel clapped her hands, breaking the moment. "All right, Mike. Up you go, help bring in their bags so the girls and I can head home." I set my nieces down and hustled outside, making 3 trips to haul everything into Beth and Lisa's room. When I returned, Mel was already herding her daughters toward the door. She paused to kiss Beth on the cheek, whispering something that made Beth nod with a small smile, then turned to me. "Walk me out, little brother." Once we reached her car, she faced me, her expression softening. "Mike, I've got to tell you, spending the day with Beth and Lisa, they're really wonderful people. What you're doing for them, it's kind. More than kind." I didn't know how to respond, so I just pulled her into a hug, kissed my nieces goodbye, and headed back inside. As I stepped through the door, I could hear Beth and Lisa chattering animatedly about their day, their voices bubbling with excitement. I poked my head into the game room. "Hey, I've put all your stuff in your room. I'm heading to bed now. If you're hungry, grab whatever's in the kitchen. See you in the morning." Before they could reply, I turned and made a beeline for my room, shutting the door behind me with a soft click. I sank onto the edge of my bed, my mind spinning. I'd only known Beth for 2 days, but when she walked in tonight, glowing and beautiful, it hit me like a freight train. My feelings were starting to tangle up in ways I hadn't expected. "Get a grip, Mike," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. "Do you really want another Jenny situation?" The memory of my ex-wife, her lies, her betrayal, was a cold splash of reality. Beth and Lisa were a project, a good deed. I wasn't about to let my heart get smashed again. Meanwhile, Beth sat in the living room, replaying the day in her mind as Lisa bounced around, showing off her new treasures. It had been incredible. Mel and her daughters had welcomed them with open arms, turning a simple shopping trip into a whirlwind of laughter and bonding. But coming back to Mike's house, his sudden coolness had thrown her off. He'd seemed distant, almost uneasy, and it planted a seed of doubt in her chest. Had they overdone it today? She hadn't wanted to spend so much of his money. But Mel had been relentless, waving off her protests with that infectious charm of hers. The morning had started tense, Beth feeling out of place, unsure, but by lunch, she and Mel were swapping stories like old friends. Watching Lisa light up with G and Missy had been a balm to her soul. It had been ages since her daughter had laughed so freely. But Mike's reaction when they returned wasn't what she'd hoped for. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, maybe a smile, a kind word, but not that chilly distance. Fear crept in, whispering that he might ask them to leave. Lisa had just found her footing here, her little heart opening to new friends. Losing that would crush her. That night, Beth barely slept. Tossing and turning on the guest bed, the sheets twisting around her legs as she wondered what the next day would hold. The next morning, I fell into my routine, brewing a strong cup of coffee. The bitter aroma grounding me, then lacing up my sneakers for a jog. The crisp air burned my lungs as I pounded the pavement, each step a reminder to keep things professional with Beth. Keeping women at arm's length had always been easy before, but having her and Lisa under my roof changed everything. There was no escaping the little interactions, the shared spaces, the quiet moments. When I got back, sweaty and panting, I found them in the kitchen, just like the day before. "Morning, ladies," I said, forcing a casual tone. Lisa giggled, her voice bright. "Good morning, Mr. Mike." Beth, though, barely looked up, muttering a tired, "Morning, Mike." Her eyes were shadowed, like sleep had eluded her. I nodded, keeping it brief. "Just gonna shower, be back down soon." With that, I ducked out, determined to keep the walls up, even as something in me ached to tear them down. As the warm water cascaded over me in the shower, my thoughts drifted to Beth. Something seemed off about her this morning, a quiet unease lingering in the air between us. Standing there, steam fogging up the glass, I racked my brain, wondering what could be troubling her. Being the clueless guy I often was, it didn't immediately hit me that her mood might tie back to something I'd done, or failed to do, last night. Maybe I'd said something thoughtless. Or perhaps I'd been too wrapped up in my own world to notice her struggling. Whatever it was, I felt a pang of guilt twist in my chest. I decided right then not to pry. She'd open up when she was ready, I told myself, letting the water rinse away my nagging doubts as I finished up. Stepping out of the bathroom, towel slung around my waist, I padded back to the kitchen. The smell of toast and coffee greeted me, and there on the table sat my breakfast, patiently waiting. I slid into my chair, the wood cool against my legs, and started eating, my fork scraping lightly against the plate. Every now and then, my eyes flicked toward Beth. She sat across from me, her shoulders hunched slightly, picking at her food with the enthusiasm of someone facing a chore. Her fork hovered over her eggs, pushing them around in aimless little circles. The sight tugged at me, something was definitely wrong, but I bit my tongue. I didn't want to force it out of her. Instead, I chewed slowly, the silence stretching out, thick and heavy, as I waited for her to break it. When I polished off the last bite, I wiped my mouth with a napkin and leaned back, ready to shift gears. "Beth," I said, keeping my tone light. "Now that you've settled in and accepted my help, we need to get Lisa enrolled in school." At the word "school," Lisa's head snapped up from her own plate, her wide eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and nerves. "School?" she echoed, her voice a little squeaky. "Yes, young lady, school," I replied with a small grin, trying to ease her into the idea. I caught Beth's gaze lifting toward me for a fleeting moment, her expression unreadable. Lisa piped up again, her curiosity bubbling over. "Will I go to the same school as G and Missy?" "Yep." "Sweetie, you will," I assured her, leaning forward to rest my elbows on the table. "But I can't promise you'll be in the same class. We'll have to wait and see how it shakes out." She nodded, chewing her lip as she processed it. "Oh, okay," she murmured, her voice softening with acceptance. I glanced back at Beth, and this time she was staring right at me, her hazel eyes locked on mine. "What?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. She blinked, flustered. Nothing," she stammered, her words trailing off into the air. "It's just..." "What, Beth?" I pressed gently, but she shook her head. "No, it's nothing. You're right, Mike. Lisa needs to be in school." With that, she pushed her chair back and stood, gathering plates with a quiet determination. I got up too, instinctively reaching for a stack of dishes to help. "I can do this, Mike," she said quickly, her tone firm but not harsh. I nodded to myself, feeling a flicker of resolve. This was it, the moment for the talk I'd been mulling over. "Lisa," I called, turning to the little girl still lingering at the table, "why don't you go play outside with Susie and Toby for a bit?" Lisa's eyes darted to her mom, who gave a small nod of approval. The second the door clicked shut behind her, I gestured to Beth. "Sit down for a sec, will you?" She hesitated, then sank back into her chair, her fingers twisting together in her lap. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "Beth, since we're going to be living together until you're ready to move on, We should set some ground rules. Her eyes widened, a flash of alarm crossing her face, but I kept my voice calm and even. First off, I don't expect you to be my maid. I appreciate the help, really. I do, but I'm perfectly capable of pulling my weight. That means cleaning up after meals together, got it? She nodded, her lips parting slightly. Yes, Mike, she said. Her voice barely above a whisper. Second, I continued, leaning back in my chair, let's figure out sleeping arrangements. Her shoulders tensed, but I pressed on, keeping things casual. Right now, you and Lisa are sharing a room downstairs. There are 3 bedrooms down there, 2 of them connected by a bathroom. If you'd rather have separate rooms, you can pick whichever ones you want. It's totally up to you. Relief washed over her face, her breath escaping in a soft sigh as she realized I wasn't hinting at anything uncomfortable. My rooms are upstairs, I added. And I'll handle those myself. We'll share the downstairs common areas, but you and Lisa should keep your rooms tidy. I'll respect your privacy and stay out unless you invite me in. For the shared spaces, we'll all pitch in to clean up after ourselves. Sound fair? Yes, Michael, she replied, and the way she said my full name caught me off guard. It rolled off her tongue naturally, warmly, unlike the sharp way my ex, Jenny, used to spit it out when she was furious. I liked it, more than I expected to. Now, I said, shifting gears. We need to think about getting you a job. Something to help you and Lisa stand on your own 2 feet. Any ideas about what you'd like to do? She fidgeted, her gaze dropping to the table. I've worked as a cashier and a waitress before, she offered quietly, almost like she was embarrassed by it. That's a solid start, I said encouragingly. Is that what you want to stick with? Or are you hoping for something more? Her face crumpled suddenly, and to my horror, tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to blink them back, but they spilled over, streaking down her cheeks. Oh no, I thought, my stomach dropping. Tears were my kryptonite, I never knew what to do with them. I'd like a better job, she choked out, her voice trembling, but I only finished high school. No one's going to hire me for anything decent. Her words broke apart, raw and heavy with despair, and I felt a wave of helplessness crash over me. Hey, okay, Beth, I said, softening my tone as I scrambled to fix this. Let me look into what's out there. We'll figure it out together, all right? She nodded, sniffling as she swiped at her tears with the back of her hand. All right, she whispered. Let's clean up the kitchen, I suggested, eager to shift the mood. We moved in silence, the clink of dishes and the splash of water the only sounds between us. Guilt gnawed at me, I hadn't meant to push her to tears. Once we finished, I mumbled an excuse and retreated to my office, closing the door behind me with a soft thud. Inside, I sank into my chair, staring blankly at the desk. Making Beth cry had rattled me more than I cared to admit. My years working mostly with men hadn't prepared me for this kind of emotional tangle. I needed advice, someone who'd get it. I grabbed my phone and dialed my sister Mel's daycare center, leaving a message for her to call me back. To kill time, I pulled up Sudoku on my computer, letting the numbers distract me from the mess in my head. An hour later, the phone jolted me out of my focus. What's up, little brother? Mel's voice came through, teasing but warm. Need advice? Or what? I can't just call my big sister because I love her. I shot back, forcing a laugh. Cut the crap, Michael, she said, seeing right through me. I made Beth cry, and I feel like garbage. I admitted, spilling the whole story. Mel didn't pull punches. She's not one of your employees, Mike. You've got to be more sensitive. Then her tone softened. I'll take tomorrow off. Meet you at the school to register Lisa, my friend's the vice principal, so she'll smooth things over. I thanked her, a weight lifting off my chest. Mel had been my rock since the divorce, always knowing how to pull me out of a spiral. I stayed holed up in my office until lunch, emerging to whip up sandwiches and soup. Lisa bounced in, chattering excitedly. But Beth just gave a curt nod, her eyes avoiding mine. Lunch was a slog, awkward silences broken only by Lisa's chatter. I mentioned Mel meeting us at the school, but the tension hung thick. And even Lisa seemed to pick up on it. After, I retreated to my office again, losing myself in more Sudoku. Dinner was no better, just a different meal with the same strained quiet. I cleaned up alone and went to bed, words failing me entirely. The next morning, I skipped my usual jog, opting instead to cook breakfast. When Beth walked in, her eyebrows lifted in surprise at the spread, pancakes, bacon, the works. We ate in near silence, answering Lisa's endless questions about school with short, clipped responses. After, we piled into my truck and drove to meet Mel. My sister must have worked her magic with the vice principal, because we were ushered straight into her office. I opted to wait outside, slumping into a chair in the waiting area and counting ceiling tiles to pass the time, anything to avoid overthinking. An hour later, the door swung open, and my niece G burst in. Spotting me, she ran over and threw her arms around me in a hug that nearly knocked me off balance. Well, I said, arching an eyebrow as I steadied her. Why were you being sent to the vice principal's office, young lady? Stirring up trouble? She giggled, swatting my arm playfully. That's for me to know and you to find out, she teased, twirling away and disappearing into the office. 15 minutes later, G re-emerged, hand in hand with Lisa, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Mr. Mike. Lisa squealed. I'm gonna be in G's class. She's gonna show me everything. I grinned, ruffling her hair. That's awesome, sweetie. I know G'll take great care of you. Bye, Uncle Mike. G chirped, tugging Lisa toward the door. It's almost recess, come on, Lisa, it's gonna be so fun. They dashed off, leaving me alone again. 10 minutes later, Mel and Beth stepped out. Mel strode over, her expression all business. Mike, Beth's coming with me to check out the daycare. I'll drop her off this afternoon. It wasn't a question, it was Mel's way. I didn't argue. They walked out together, and I lingered a moment before heading to my truck. On the drive home, my mind churned. Things with Beth were a mess, awkward didn't even cover it. If this kept up, I'd be tiptoeing around my own house, and I wasn't about to let that happen. This was my space, and I'd be damned if I let it turn into a prison. Beth's perspective. Beth trailed Mel to her car, her nerves unwinding with every step away from the school. The idea of riding back alone with Mike had twisted her stomach into knots. Even when they'd been alone in a room, Lisa's presence nearby had been a buffer. She didn't think Mike would hurt her, not really, but trust didn't come easy. Every man in her life had either walked out or left scars, and she couldn't shake the quiet fear that Mike might be no different. Could she ever let her guard down again? The question gnawed at her as she slid into the passenger seat. Mel filled the ride with chatter about the school, its strong academics, the after-school clubs, the active PTA. Beth listened, her tension easing. It was one of the best in the state, Mel said, and Beth clung to that. She wanted Lisa to have what she'd missed, a real shot at college, a future beyond scraping by. When they pulled up to the daycare, Beth's eyes widened. The building was bright and welcoming, with colorful murals splashed across the walls. Inside, each room buzzed with life, clean, cheerful spaces filled with toys and games tailored to every age group. Mel led her through, introducing her to the staff with a proud smile. These were her people, Beth could tell. And they greeted her warmly. In one room, Beth noticed a lone staff member juggling a handful of fussy babies, her face etched with stress. Without thinking, Beth stepped in, offering to change diapers and soothe the little ones with gentle coos. The familiar rhythm of it steadied her, and she caught Mel watching with an approving nod. At lunch, Mel took her to a cozy cafe nearby. Over sandwiches, Mel broached the subject Beth hadn't dared hope for. "So, what did you think of the daycare?" she asked, her tone casual but pointed. Beth smiled. Genuine this time. "I loved it. You've built something amazing, such a happy place for kids. I can tell it brings you a ton of joy." "It's hectic sometimes," Mel admitted, taking a sip of her coffee. "Not everyone's cut out for it. But yeah, I love it. And I couldn't help noticing how natural you were with the babies today." She paused, letting the words settle. "I was wondering if you'd," Beth's heart leaped, but the sentence hung unfinished as their food arrived, leaving her teetering on the edge of possibility. Beth sat across the table from Mel, her heart skipping a beat as the words sank in. Her eyes widened, a flicker of suspicion dancing in them as she stared at her friend. "Mike put you up to this, didn't he?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and doubt. She could almost picture her brother-in-law, tall and stoic, scheming behind her back because he thought she couldn't stand on her own 2 feet. The idea stung, pricking at her pride like a thorn she couldn't pull out. Mel's lips curved into a warm, reassuring smile, and she leaned forward, her hand reaching out to rest gently on Beth's. The touch was soft but firm, grounding Beth in the moment. "No, Beth," Mel said, her tone steady and kind, "Mike didn't ask me to do anything. He doesn't even know I'm offering you this. And trust me, this isn't some charity case either, I'm not that selfless." She chuckled lightly, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "One of my full-time workers had to leave town suddenly. Her mom had a stroke, and she's gone to take care of her. It's left me in a real bind. The woman you met, the one wrangling the 3- and 4-year-olds, she's been a saint, stepping in for a few days. But she's made it clear she's not looking for anything permanent. She just pitches in when I'm desperate. I've seen you with Lisa, though, and this morning I watched you with the babies at the center. You've got a natural way with them, Beth. I think you'd be amazing at this job, and honestly, I could really use someone like you right now." Beth felt her guarded expression soften, the tension in her shoulders melting away as Mel's words wrapped around her like a warm blanket. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Her mind raced, torn between gratitude and the lingering fear that she didn't deserve this chance. "Mel, I don't even know what to say," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. She glanced down at the table, tracing the faint scratches in the wood with her eyes, as if they might spell out the right answer. "There's one more thing," Mel added, her voice brightening as she leaned in closer, like a conspirator sharing a delightful secret. "After school, my girls, Jeannie and Missy, catch the bus and come straight to the center. It's such a relief for me, knowing I can keep an eye on them and spend a little extra time with them while I'm working. If you take the job, Lisa could ride with them. She'd stay at the center until your shift ends. It'd be good for her, and I think it'd make things easier for you too." Beth's chest swelled with a rush of gratitude so strong it almost knocked the wind out of her. She pictured Lisa, her little girl with the bright eyes and boundless energy, hopping onto the bus with Mel's daughters, chattering away as they headed to the daycare. It was more than just a job offer, it was a lifeline. A chance to stitch together the fraying edges of her life. "Thanks, Mel," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You have no idea how much this means to me." Mel grinned, a spark of pride lighting up her face. "Even though Mike didn't have a hand in this, I bet he'll be thrilled you found something so fast." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Beth's smile faltered, her lips pressing into a thin line. The mention of Mike sent a shadow creeping over her thoughts, dimming the warmth she'd felt just moments before. "Yeah, Mike," Beth murmured, her gaze drifting to the window where the late morning sunlight streamed in, casting long, golden beams across the diner's worn linoleum floor. "I just hope I can stick around long enough to get back on my feet." Her fingers tightened around her coffee mug, the ceramic cool against her skin as she wrestled with the unease gnawing at her. Mel's brow furrowed, her cheerful demeanor giving way to concern. "Okay, what's going on?" she asked, tilting her head as she studied Beth's face. "What's wrong? I can tell something's bothering you." Beth hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She took a slow breath, the air catching in her throat as she tried to find the words. "I don't think your brother's too happy with me," she admitted finally, her voice low and heavy. "I feel like he's upset about how much money we've spent since Lisa and I moved in. Last night, after you left, he came home, barely said a word, just announced he was going to bed. This morning, he was polite, sure, but it was so cold. Like he was just going through the motions. I think he regrets letting us stay with him. Maybe he's tired of helping us." Mel shook her head, her expression softening with understanding. "Beth, trust me, Mike isn't mad about the money." "Why would you even think that?" she asked gently, her voice coaxing Beth to let go of her doubts. "Well," Beth began, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her napkin, twisting it into little knots. "After he got home last night, he didn't even look at me. He just marched upstairs like I wasn't even there. And this morning, he was all business. 'Good morning, Beth, have a nice day.' Beth, but there was no warmth in it. If he's not upset about the money, then why's he acting so strange? I can't shake the feeling he's pulling away." Mel leaned back in her chair, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully as she considered her brother's behavior. "Listen," she said, her tone firm but kind, "if he's acting off, it's not about you or Lisa. Let me tell you something about Mike, something you should know if you're staying at his place. You two have more in common than you might think." Beth's brow creased, confusion flickering across her face. "What could we possibly have in common?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "He's got everything, a gorgeous house, money in the bank. A family who loves him. I'm homeless, Mel. Broke. All I've got is Lisa, and I thank God for her every single day, but that's it. We're worlds apart." Mel's gaze grew distant for a moment, as if she were peering into the past. When she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of memory. "You've both been burned by people you trusted," she said quietly. "Back in high school. Mike fell hard for this girl, thought she was his forever. They'd talk about their future, plan out their lives together. Then one day, he caught her with his best friend. It crushed him, Beth. He was so torn up, he couldn't even stay in town. Right after graduation, he enlisted in the Marines, just to get away from it all. He did 4 years, 4 long, tough years, before he came back. When he did, he used the GI Bill to put himself through college. Studied horticulture, of all things. Worked his tail off mowing lawns and tending gardens to pay the bills. People started noticing how good he was, and pretty soon, he had more clients than he could handle. By his junior year, he'd hired a couple guys and turned it into a little business." Beth listened intently, her coffee growing cold as Mel's story unfolded. She could almost see a younger Mike, tanned and sweaty under the summer sun, pushing a mower with that quiet determination she'd glimpsed in him now. "Then he met Jenny," Mel continued, and Beth caught a flash of something dark in her friend's eyes, anger, maybe, or regret. "They dated all through his last year of college, got married right after he graduated. Things were good for a while. Then Mike won the lottery, nothing crazy, but enough to change his life. Came home one day with a big grin and a bigger check, ready to tell Jenny the news, only to find her packing her bags. She was leaving him, Beth. Didn't even look back. That first year after, he threw himself into building that house you're staying in. It was his way of keeping busy, I guess, trying to outrun the hurt. I kept nudging him to get out, meet people, but he wouldn't budge. When he finally did, he'd shut down any woman who showed interest, and believe me, there were plenty. Mike's a catch, good-looking, successful, kind. But he's got walls up now, just like you. Neither of you trusts easily anymore. Still, he'd never do anything to hurt you or Lisa, not on purpose. Beth nodded slowly, her mind spinning as she tried to piece together this new picture of Mike. It didn't erase her confusion about his behavior, but it cast him in a different light. If he was really helping her and Lisa out of the goodness of his heart, with no strings attached, then maybe he wasn't the distant figure she'd made him out to be. She let her gaze drift, picturing his sharp jawline and the way his dark hair fell just slightly over his forehead. Mel's brother was handsome, she had to admit, more than she'd let herself notice before. After lunch, the two women returned to the daycare center. The air buzzing with the laughter and squeals of children. Beth filled out her new employee paperwork, her pen trembling slightly as she signed her name. She spent the afternoon helping with the kids, wiping sticky hands, reading stories in a soft, steady voice, and marveling at how natural it felt. Lisa, meanwhile, was over the moon. She'd ridden the bus with Jeannie and Missy, Mel's bubbly daughters, who'd welcomed her like she was one of their own. When Beth told her she'd be working at the center and they'd ride the bus together every day, Lisa's face lit up like a firework, her excitement spilling over in a cascade of giggles. Around 5 that afternoon, Mel picked up the phone and dialed her brother. Mike, though, hadn't gone straight home after Mel and Beth left that morning. Instead, he'd driven to a little cafe on the edge of town, the kind with chipped mugs and the smell of burnt coffee lingering in the air. There, he met Jim Henley, the man he'd bought his property from years back. They sat in a corner booth, sunlight slanting through the blinds, and talked about the land, how Mike had transformed it from a scrappy patch of dirt into something worth showing off. Jim's curiosity piqued, and Mike, with a rare spark of pride, invited him to come see it for himself. They finished their coffee, the bitter taste lingering on Mike's tongue, and headed to his place. Jim was floored by the changes, the sprawling lawn, the neat flower beds, the house that seemed to rise out of the earth like it belonged there. He clapped Mike on the shoulder, muttering something about how he'd underestimated him. Before heading off around noon to meet his wife for lunch. Left alone, Mike wandered into his kitchen, the silence of the house pressing in around him. He made himself a sandwich, ham and cheese on rye, grabbed a handful of chips and a soda from the fridge, and settled into his office. He turned on his computer, intending to tackle some invoices. But his mind wandered. Soon, he was lost in a game of Sudoku, the numbers blurring into a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. After a couple hours, his eyes burned, and he needed air. He whistled for his dogs, 2 scruffy mutts who bounded over with wagging tails, and took them for a long walk down the winding path behind his property. The late afternoon sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, and he returned just after 4, his boots crunching on the gravel drive. Back home, Mike set to work on dinner. He wanted it ready for Lisa after her first day of school, a small gesture, but one that mattered to him. He decided on spaghetti, figuring all kids loved it. The rich scent of tomato sauce soon filling the kitchen as he stirred it over the stove. Just as the noodles finished boiling, the phone rang, jarring him from his thoughts. It was Mel, her voice crackling through the line. "Hey, little brother," she said, a tease in her tone. "Just wanted to let you know we'll be home in a few minutes." "All right," sis. See you soon, Mike replied, hanging up and turning back to the stove. He drained the pasta, the steam rising in soft clouds, and plated everything just as he heard Mel's car roll up outside. A moment later, the front door swung open, and the house erupted with the sound of voices, high-pitched and gleeful. "I'm in here," he called from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel. Tiny footsteps pattered toward him, and he turned just in time to catch Jeannie and Missy as they launched themselves into his arms. He planted quick kisses on their cheeks, their laughter ringing in his ears, then glanced up to see Lisa hovering in the doorway. Her small frame was outlined by the soft glow of the living room light, her expression shy but curious. "Hey, sweetie," he said gently, kneeling down to her level. "How was your first day?" Lisa's face transformed, her eyes sparkling as she stepped closer. "Oh, Mr. Mike, it was so much fun. Jeannie showed me around, and I met all her friends, they were so nice. I'm really gonna like this school. And then I got to ride the bus with Jeannie and Missy to the daycare. And Mama told me," she stopped short as the girls hissed, "Shoo, it's a secret, remember?" "Oh, yeah," Lisa giggled, clapping a hand over her mouth. "But I had a lot of fun." Mike straightened up, catching Mel and Beth as they stepped into the kitchen. Mel's smile was wide and easy, but Beth's face was taut, her eyes carrying a weight he couldn't quite read. "Come on, girls," Mel said, clapping her hands. "Your dad'll be home soon. Let's get dinner ready at our place." The twins chirped their agreement, darting over to give Lisa quick hugs, "See you tomorrow," before racing out to the car. "I'll walk you out," Mike told Mel, then turned to Beth and Lisa. "Dinner's ready whenever you want to wash up." He followed his sister outside, the cool evening air brushing against his skin as they reached her car. "What's this about a secret?" he asked, arching a brow. Mel smirked, leaning against the driver's side door. "Don't worry, Mike. If you're nice, Beth might tell you. It's her secret, not mine." "Oh, I see how it is," he shot back, a grin tugging at his lips. "You'll spill everything to George. But your own brother's left in the dark." "Relax, little brother," Mel laughed, swatting his arm. "It's not about us." He bent down, pressing a quick kiss to her cheek, and watched her drive off before heading back inside. Beth and Lisa were already in the kitchen when he returned, the air thick with the scent of garlic and herbs. "You like spaghetti, Lisa?" he asked, grabbing a serving spoon. "Oh, yeah, Mr. Mike, I sure do," she chirped, bouncing on her toes. "Then if you ladies'll take a seat, I'll bring it over." The table was already set, simple white plates, a pitcher of water, so Beth and Lisa settled in as he carried over a big bowl of noodles and another of sauce. He poured them each a glass of water, then joined them, the clink of dishes filling the quiet. Beth fixed Lisa's plate first, her movements careful and deliberate, then served herself. Mike followed suit, and for a while they ate in silence, the only sounds the scrape of forks and Lisa's occasional hum of delight. Finally, Lisa couldn't hold it in any longer. "Mama, aren't you gonna tell Mr. Mike the secret?" she blurted, her voice cutting through the stillness. Mike's eyes flicked to Beth, who stared down at her plate, her fork hovering midair. After a beat, she looked up, meeting his gaze. "I got a job today, Mike," she said quietly. "I'll be working for your sister at the daycare center." "Isn't that good, Mr. Mike?" Lisa piped up, her grin wide enough to light the room. Mike blinked, caught off guard. "Yes, that's really good. Congratulations, Beth," he managed, his voice genuine despite the surprise rippling through him. Beth's eyes searched his face, and he could tell she saw it, the honest shock that proved Mel hadn't tipped him off. The rest of dinner passed with Lisa chattering about her day, new friends, the bus ride. The games at the center, while Mike nodded along, stealing glances at Beth. She was quieter, but there was a lightness to her now, a crack in the wall she'd built around herself. Afterward, Beth helped him clean up, the two of them moving around the kitchen in a wordless rhythm. She washed plates while he dried, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. When they finished, Lisa was already in the game room, sprawled on the rug in front of the TV, engrossed in a Disney movie. Mike sank into his recliner, watching the colorful chaos on screen, while Beth curled up on the couch with a book. At 9, she stood, stretching. "Lisa, time to get ready for bed." "Okay, Mama," Lisa said, hopping up. "Good night, Mr. Mike." "Good night, honey." "Sweet dreams," he replied, smiling as she scampered off. "Good night, Beth." "Good night, Mike," she echoed, disappearing down the hall. Alone now, Mike flicked the TV to CNN. The day's events replaying in his mind as the news droned on. Lisa's first day, Beth's new job, it had been a big day for them both. He leaned back, staring at the screen, and let the weight of it settle over him. The day had been long and quiet, with Beth drifting in and out of my awareness like a faint breeze I couldn't quite catch. I hadn't seen her much. And though I tried to shrug it off, there was no denying the flicker of something deep in my chest whenever my eyes found her. It was unsettling, a warmth I hadn't invited, a pull I didn't trust. "Come on, man," I muttered under my breath, scolding myself as I sat slouched in front of the TV, the flickering screen barely holding my attention. "Don't do this to yourself. You know how this ends, same as always. You'll just get burned again." With a heavy sigh, I jabbed the power button on the remote, plunging the room into silence. Bed sounded better than wrestling with my thoughts any longer. As I trudged down the hallway, I paused outside their door, Beth and her daughter Lisa's room, and whispered a soft, "good night." My voice barely audible, as if I didn't want to disturb the stillness. Then I slipped into my own room, the weight of the day pulling me under the covers. Morning broke early, the sunlight spilling through my window with its usual insistence. I was up before the house stirred, my routine etched into me like a well-worn path. Normally, I'd lace up my sneakers and hit the pavement for a run, letting the rhythm of my steps clear my head. But today felt different. I bypassed the running shoes and headed straight for the kitchen. The cool tile under my feet grounding me as I decided to make breakfast for the two ladies in my life, or at least, in my house. Beth, the working woman with a quiet strength I couldn't quite figure out, and Lisa, the bright-eyed schoolgirl who'd brought a spark of chaos into my orderly world. I rummaged through the fridge, pulling out eggs, bacon, and a loaf of bread, my hands moving with purpose as I whipped up something simple but hearty. When Beth stepped into the kitchen, her hair still slightly tousled from sleep, she froze mid-step, her eyes widening at the sight of me plating up their food. Surprise flashed across her face, softening her features in a way that tugged at something inside me. I set their plates on the table with a casual nod, then turned to pour Beth a steaming mug of coffee, black, the way I'd noticed she liked it, and grabbed a glass of milk for Lisa, whose chatter I could already hear drifting down the hall. As I handed Beth the mug, our fingers brushed for a fleeting second, and I felt a jolt I quickly shoved aside. My sister Mel had texted earlier, saying she'd swing by to pick them up for the day, Beth for work, Lisa for school, so I didn't have to play chauffeur. "Have a good day, you too," I said with a small smile, grabbing my jacket and heading out for that run I'd skipped earlier. "Oh, and Beth, leave the dishes. I'll handle them when I get back." Of course, when I returned, sweaty and winded from pushing myself harder than usual, the kitchen was spotless. Not a crumb out of place, not a dish in the sink. The house was empty, too. Mel had already come and gone, whisking Beth and Lisa away. I stood there for a moment, breathing in the silence, then shrugged and poured myself a bowl of cereal. As I sat at the table, spooning soggy flakes into my mouth, my mind wandered to Beth and Lisa. They were settling in, finding their footing, but I couldn't shake the thought of how they got around, or didn't. Sure, it wasn't far to school or Beth's job. But relying on Mel every day didn't sit right with me. I finished eating, the idea taking root, and headed upstairs to shower and change. An hour later, I found myself strolling through a familiar car lot, the same one where I'd picked up my truck a couple of years back. The gravel crunched under my boots as I scanned the rows of gleaming vehicles. Sunlight glinting off hoods and windshields. The salesman who'd sold me my truck, a wiry guy named Tony with a quick grin and a handshake like a vice, spotted me from across the lot and jogged over, wiping his hands on a rag. "Hey, Mike. Something wrong with the truck?" he asked, tilting his head with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Nah, she's running fine," I replied, shoving my hands in my pockets. "I'm here for something else. Looking for a solid used car, nothing fancy, just reliable. It's for someone special." I shot him a look, sharp enough to say I wasn't in the mood for any sales gimmicks. Tony nodded, catching my drift, and led me through the lot, pointing out a few options. An hour later, I'd signed the papers on a sleek little sedan, nothing flashy, but sturdy and safe. I arranged for delivery that afternoon, a quiet satisfaction settling over me as I drove home. By 3 p.m., the car rolled up, tires crunching against the driveway as the delivery guy parked it right where Beth couldn't miss it. I stepped outside, hands on my hips, and watched him hand over the keys before heading off. Inside, I leaned against the counter, picturing Beth's face when she saw it. Lisa was in school, Beth had a steady job. And now she'd have wheels, freedom, really. I felt a swell of pride, not just for the gesture, but for how far they'd come since they'd landed in my life. A couple of hours later, Mel's car pulled up, and I stepped out to greet them. My sister's eyes zeroed in on the sedan immediately. "Whose car is that, Mike? You got company?" she asked, one eyebrow arched. "No visitors," I said, grinning. "Beth and Lisa need a way to get around. I picked it up this morning, for Beth." Beth, standing a few feet away with Lisa bouncing beside her, went still, her mouth parting in disbelief. "Mike. You shouldn't have," she stammered, her voice thick with emotion. "You're already doing so much for us." I stepped closer, meeting her gaze. "Beth, think about it. You've got work. Lisa's got school. You really want to keep hitching rides everywhere?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Well, no," she admitted, her lips twitching into a reluctant smile. "Thank you, Michael." I pressed the keys into her hand, the metal cool against her palm, and nodded toward the car. "Wanna take it for a spin?" Lisa's eyes lit up, and she grabbed her mom's arm, tugging her toward the driver's seat. "Come on, Mom, let's go." As they climbed in and pulled out of the driveway, Mel turned to me, her expression softening. "You're a good man, little brother." I shrugged, kicking at a pebble. "Just being practical." She stretched up on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on my cheek, and then headed off with her own girls, leaving me to wait for Beth and Lisa's return. That night, over dinner, the new car dominated the conversation. Lisa bubbled with excitement, her words tumbling over each other as she described how cool it felt to ride in something that was theirs. Beth, quieter but no less thrilled, traced the edge of her plate with her finger, her eyes bright with gratitude. "It's nice not having to lean on you or Mel all the time," she said softly, glancing at me. After we cleared the table and scrubbed the pots, the three of us migrated to the game room. I sank into my armchair, the worn leather creaking under me, while Beth curled up on the couch with a magazine. Lisa sprawled out nearby with a coloring book. Every now and then, I'd sneak a glance at Beth, catching her mid-page flip, and sometimes, only sometimes, she'd look back. Our eyes would lock for a heartbeat, and my stomach would twist, nerves sparking like live wires. She'd always drop her gaze first, retreating behind the glossy pages. But the air between us hummed with something unspoken. I tried to focus on the TV, some mindless rerun flickering across the screen, but my attention kept drifting back to her profile. The way her hair fell across her shoulder, the quiet rhythm of her breathing. By 9, Lisa's yawns signaled bedtime. Beth ushered her upstairs, tucking her in with a tenderness that made my chest ache. Alone in her room afterward, Beth lay awake, staring at the ceiling as moonlight spilled across the floor. Her mind churned, replaying the whirlwind her life had become. Just weeks ago, she and Lisa had been untethered, homeless, scraping by on hope and desperation. Now here she was, in a warm house with a roof that didn't leak, a job that paid the bills, a car parked in the driveway, and Lisa thriving in a good school. It was more than she'd dared to dream. And then there was Mike. His face crept into her thoughts, those fleeting glances they'd shared, the way her pulse quickened when their eyes met. Butterflies danced in her stomach, wild and unbidden. And she pressed a hand to her chest, confused by the warmth spreading there. After everything, years of distrust, of men who'd let her down or worse, she wasn't sure what to make of it. Exhaustion finally pulled her under, and she drifted off with Mike's quiet kindness lingering in her mind. The next morning, I found Beth already in the kitchen, humming softly as she scrambled eggs and toasted bread. She moved with a new energy, her shoulders lighter, her smile quicker. "I can't wait to drive Lisa to school and get to work in the car," she said, her voice bright with anticipation. Over breakfast, I leaned back in my chair, sipping coffee as I watched them. "It's the weekend," I said casually. "I usually take my nieces, G and Missy, so their parents can have some alone time." Beth's cheeks flushed a faint pink at the phrase, her fork pausing mid-air, while Lisa's face lit up. "You mean G and Missy are sleeping over?" she asked, practically vibrating with excitement. "Yep," I said, grinning at her enthusiasm. "Tonight and tomorrow night. Slumber party central." Lisa let out a gleeful yippee, and shoveled her food faster, already plotting the fun ahead. My sister had called earlier to confirm, and I'd assured her I was still game. Lisa would love the company, and I figured Beth could use a night to unwind with the girls. That afternoon, when Mel dropped off G and Missy, the house erupted into chaos, happy, loud chaos. The girls squealed and hugged, their energy infectious, and even Beth seemed lighter, her laughter mingling with theirs as they raced around. I fired up the grill for my famous burgers, the sizzle of meat and the smoky aroma filling the air as I flipped patties with practiced ease. After dinner, I excused myself to my office, giving the girls space to rule the house. From behind my desk, I could hear their shrieks and giggles echoing down the hall, punctuated by Beth's warm, melodic laugh, a sound that hit me square in the chest and curved my lips into a smile. She was happy, and damn if that didn't feel good. The next morning, I shuffled into the kitchen where the girls were already digging into pancakes, their faces sticky with syrup. "Did you have fun last night?" I asked, leaning against the counter. They nodded furiously, grins wide and toothy, their chatter overlapping as they recounted every silly moment. After breakfast, they bolted outside to play, a whirlwind of ponytails and sneakers. Beth and I tackled the kitchen, moving in a quiet rhythm, me rinsing plates, her drying them, before stepping out onto the deck to watch the girls chase each other across the yard. We didn't say much, just stood there, the spring breeze tugging at our clothes. Every so often, our eyes would meet, and I'd feel that jolt again, sharp and electric. After a while, I cleared my throat. "Thought you might want some time to yourself," I said, excusing myself to the game room. I flopped onto the couch, flipping on the TV, but my mind stayed out there with her. Around noon, the patter of little feet stormed in. "Uncle Mike, we're hungry," Missy declared, clambering into my lap with a giggle. "Oh, are you now?" I teased, ruffling her hair. "What should we do about that?" "Feed us," she demanded, throwing her arms around my neck. I laughed, hoisting her over my shoulder as I stood. "All right, lunch it is. Let's go, crew." In the kitchen, Beth joined me, slicing tomatoes and spreading mayo as we assembled a tower of sandwiches and a pile of chips. The girls devoured it all, and then G piped up, her eyes sparkling. "Uncle Mike, can we swim in your pool? Please?" I glanced outside, warm enough, sun high. "Sure thing. Lisa, you got a swimsuit?" "Yep," she chirped. "Mom and I got new ones when we went shopping. Put yours on too, Mom, and swim with us." Beth's face flushed, her hands twisting together as she shot me a shy glance. I could tell the idea of a swimsuit in front of me made her nervous. "Beth, you swim?" I asked gently. She nodded, biting her lip. "Good. I've got some work to wrap up in my office. Mind keeping an eye on them out there?" "Sure," she said, relief softening her voice. I waved them off to change, tackling the few dishes left behind. As I finished, the girls burst out in a flurry of towels and flip-flops, heading for the pool. Beth trailed behind. A lightweight cover-up draped over her swimsuit, stopping midway down her thighs. As she passed, I caught a glimpse of her legs, long, toned, graceful, and my breath hitched. From my office upstairs, I heard their laughter bubbling up through the open window, the splash of water mingling with their joy. After about 45 minutes, I stepped onto the second-story deck, leaning against the railing to check on them. Beth was climbing out of the pool, water cascading down her frame as she moved toward a lounger. Her yellow one-piece clung modestly to her, accentuating her curves and those endless legs. I hadn't seen her like this before, bare, unguarded, and she was stunning. She grabbed a towel, wiping herself down before settling in. Then squeezed lotion into her hands, rubbing it into her skin with slow, deliberate strokes. My eyes lingered too long, and a sudden heat rushed through me. Glancing down, I saw the evidence of my reaction and cursed under my breath, retreating inside like a scolded kid. It had been over 2 years since I'd been with anyone. And Beth was waking something in me I'd buried deep. I stumbled to the bathroom, cranked the shower to cold, and stepped in, letting the icy water shock me back to my senses. Soap in hand, I scrubbed hard, as if I could wash away the shame gnawing at me. She lived here, trusted me, and here I was, losing control over something as simple as a swimsuit. She'd been through hell with men, distrust was carved into her, and if she caught wind of this, she might bolt, taking Lisa with her. I couldn't risk that. Wrapped in a towel, I dressed and holed up in my office until dinner, avoiding her gaze when I finally joined them. After we ate, I mumbled something about their slumber party and retreated to my room, diving into bed early. Sleep didn't come easy, her image burned behind my eyes, taunting me. Sunday morning, I dragged myself out of bed at dawn, threw on my jogging gear, and pounded the pavement for miles, hoping the burn in my legs would drown out the noise in my head. When I got back, the girls were finishing breakfast, and Lisa waved a plate at me. "We saved you some, Mr. Mike." "Thanks," I said, forcing a smile. "I'll join you after a shower." 20 minutes later, I sat alone with my eggs. The house quiet as the girls migrated to the game room. When I joined them, they were deep in some elaborate game, their laughter filling the space. Beth sat on the couch, a book in her lap, wearing a sundress that hugged her in all the right places. I sank into my recliner, trying to focus on the girls, but my eyes kept drifting to her. That swimsuit flashed in my mind, unbidden. And my body stirred again. Panic flared, I couldn't let her see. Bathroom, I muttered, bolting upstairs to my room, where I paced until the feeling passed. Beth, meanwhile, sat on the couch, her book a flimsy shield against the thoughts swirling in her head. Mike's presence in the room tugged at her awareness, his quiet solidity a comfort she hadn't expected to crave. When he'd sat down, she'd felt his gaze, fleeting but warm, and it sent a shiver through her she couldn't name. She turned a page she hadn't read, her mind elsewhere, on him, on the life he'd given her and Lisa. On the strange, fragile hope blooming in her chest. As the afternoon sun spilled across the yard, casting playful shadows over the grass, Beth found herself perched on a weathered wooden chair, a book resting idly in her lap. The girls darted around in their game, their laughter a bright melody against the hum of a distant lawnmower, but her attention drifted elsewhere. Mike stood nearby, fresh from a shower, his damp hair catching glints of light. He'd slipped into a snug t-shirt that hugged his frame, accentuating the lean, powerful lines of his muscles, not bulky, but sculpted just enough to hint at strength earned through discipline. Beth's gaze lingered, tracing the curve of his biceps, imagining the warmth and security of being wrapped in those arms. The thought sent a shiver through her, a quiet thrill she couldn't quite name. Inside, her mind churned with confusion. Why was she letting herself drift into these forbidden corners? She shook her head, willing her focus back to the faded pages of her novel, but then she caught it, Mike's eyes flickering toward her. Her breath hitched. He muttered something under his breath, his voice too low to catch, and abruptly turned, striding out of the room with a haste that left her blinking. Beth's eyes trailed after him, her chest tightening as a gasp slipped past her lips. Was he flustered because of her? The possibility ignited a rush of feelings, curiosity, excitement, a flicker of something dangerously close to hope. She tried to shove it down, to bury it beneath the mundane, but it clawed its way back, insistent and alive. The moment shattered when she glanced down and noticed a dark stain blooming across her dress, a clumsy spill from earlier she hadn't seen. Panic flared. She couldn't let it set. Rising swiftly, she called out to the girls, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. I'm going to take a bath and freshen up. I'll be staying here for a bit. The girls barely looked up from their game, offering distracted nods before tumbling back into their play. Beth hurried upstairs, her footsteps quick and purposeful. She locked her bedroom door with a soft click, then did the same in the bathroom, sealing herself away from the world below. The tub filled with a rush of steaming water as she peeled off her stained dress, letting it fall in a heap. Slipping into the bath, the heat enveloped her, soothing her tense muscles but doing little to quiet her racing thoughts. Mike's face hovered in her mind, his fleeting glance, his sudden retreat. Her hands moved restlessly beneath the surface, guided by an impulse she couldn't suppress, and a tangle of emotions surged, guilt, longing, a strange relief. She lingered only briefly before stepping out, toweling off, and dressing in fresh clothes, determined to push the chaos aside. Downstairs, Mike wrestled with his own storm. He'd darted to his room earlier, cursing under his breath as he swapped his shirt for a clean one, praying no one had noticed the flush creeping up his neck. Returning to the living room, he scanned the space and found Beth gone. A faint pang of disappointment tugged at him, though he brushed it off, sinking into the couch with a forced casualness. Where had she gone? He didn't dwell on it long, there was no point, but the question lingered like a stubborn echo. When Beth reappeared, her cheeks carried a soft flush, though her posture was relaxed. Almost deliberately so. I took a bath, she said lightly, settling into a chair across from him. Mike nodded, his gaze drifting to her unconsciously, catching the way her legs crossed beneath her skirt. He felt a steadier calm now, but his eyes betrayed him, stealing glances whenever he thought she wouldn't notice. The room hummed with an unspoken tension until Mel breezed in to collect the girls. They all gathered on the couch, the chatter light and easy. Mike mentioned how Beth had kept an eye on the kids while he'd been upstairs, earning a grateful smile from Mel. Soon, she ushered the girls out the door, leaving the house quieter, emptier. Lisa, ever the spark of energy, turned to Beth with wide eyes. Can we go swimming again? And can Mike come this time? Beth hesitated, her lips parting as she glanced at Mike. He grinned, leaning back with a playful shrug. I'm game if you are. Her nod came slowly, a mix of reluctance and curiosity, but she agreed. They changed and headed to the pool, Mike arriving first. He leaned against the gate, the sun warming his skin as he waited, his marine-honed physique subtly evident beneath his swim trunks. When Beth and the girls approached, he swung the gate open with a gallant flourish, catching her eye as he stepped aside. She watched him move, her pulse quickening. He'd stayed fit since his service days. And she wondered if he knew how striking he was, or if he'd caught her staring. Beth wore a loose cover-up over her swimsuit, her movements deliberate as she peeled it off and draped a towel over a lounger. Mike slid on sunglasses, a shield for his wandering gaze. Lisa cannonballed into the water with a gleeful splash, while Beth eased in more slowly, the sun kissing her shoulders before she submerged. They tossed a volleyball around, laughter rippling through the air. And Mike felt a swell of something tender, a fleeting sense of family he hadn't known he'd missed. He stole glances at Beth, her wet hair clinging to her neck, her smile unguarded. When she tired, she swam to the edge near the loungers, hoisting herself out with a grace that made his breath catch. Water dripped from her suit, and as she bent to adjust her towel, the fabric clung in a way that outlined her form. Mike's pulse surged, a raw heat flooding him. He quickly lobbed the ball to Lisa and dove into deeper water, hiding the evidence of his reaction. 15 minutes later, Beth called out, her voice firm but warm. Lisa, time to get out. Dinner's soon, and tomorrow's a school day. They trudged inside, shedding wet suits for dry clothes, and sat down to a simple meal. Over plates of pasta, Lisa piped up, her fork waving. Mom, can I sleep in Jeannie's old room tonight? I want my own space like Jeannie and Missy have. Beth's brow furrowed, reluctance flickering in her eyes, but Lisa's pleading wore her down. Fine, she relented, and Lisa beamed. After dinner, they migrated to the game room, the evening slipping by in a haze of laughter until bedtime. Mike didn't linger tonight. He retreated to his room, shedding his clothes and sliding beneath the sheets, the day's images replaying in his mind. Beth, meanwhile, tucked Lisa into her new room, her heart twinging with unease. Was it silly to worry? She trusted Mike, he'd never harm Lisa. Not in a million years, but the shift felt momentous. In her own bedroom, she changed into a nightgown, the fabric cool against her skin as she slipped into bed. Her thoughts drifted back to the pool. Mike holding the gate, his frame outlined by the fading light. His chest was broad yet refined, his legs sturdy from years of jogging, his backside firm in a way that made her cheeks warm. She'd caught herself staring as he played with Lisa, the sight stirring something deep and restless. She'd jumped into the water to cool off, to hide the flush creeping up her neck. Now, alone, her hands wandered, lifting the hem of her gown as she recalled climbing out, how exposed she'd felt under his gaze, how she'd glanced back and seen the spark in his eyes. Her breath hitched, a soft laugh escaping as she settled into the pillows. Maybe Lisa's new room wasn't such a bad thing. Sleep claimed her soon after. In his bed, Mike's thoughts spiraled in a hotter direction. Beth peeling off her cover-up, bending for the ball, her body had moved with an effortless allure that set his blood racing. His hand mirrored the memory, quickening as he pictured her exiting the pool, the wet suit clinging scandalously. He imagined closing the distance, touching her, drawing out sighs of pleasure. The fantasy tipped him over the edge. And he drifted off, still wrapped in the afterglow. Morning found him chuckling at the mess, a quick shower washing away the evidence before he joined Beth and Lisa in the kitchen. She hummed over the stove, flipping pancakes, while Lisa watched with sleepy delight. "Good morning, ladies," he said, his tone bright. "Good morning, Mr. Mike," they chimed back. Lisa's giggle sparking his own laugh. Breakfast felt lighter today, though a current of something unspoken still hummed between him and Beth, a quiet promise, or maybe just a question, hanging in the air. In the quiet sanctuary of my home, it was impossible not to notice how much my dogs cherished Lisa. Their adoration was evident in the way they gravitated toward her gentle presence, curling up beside her on the worn-out couch as the soft glow of the television flickered across the room. At night, they'd sprawl across her bed, their steady breathing a lullaby that seemed to cradle her into sleep. Lisa, with her wide, curious eyes and tender demeanor, soaked in their affection like it was sunlight after a long, gray winter. For Beth, the 2 weeks following that sun-drenched day by the pool whipped by in a whirlwind of newfound contentment. She'd landed a job that ignited a spark in her, a role where she could pour her heart into caring for kids, their laughter and chaos a welcome rhythm to her days. Having Mel as her boss was the cherry on top. Their bond deepened with every shared coffee break and late-night chat about life's twists and turns. And then there was Mike. Things with him had taken a turn for the better, too. Beth felt a quiet relief wash over her whenever she caught his easy smile, sensing that he harbored no regrets about stepping into her and Lisa's lives. Their evenings together became a sanctuary of sorts, especially when they'd pull out a deck of cards or a creaky old board game. She'd slip into dresses more often than not, the kind that swished around her knees, knowing full well how Mike's gaze would linger on her legs with a flicker of appreciation he couldn't quite hide. It made her feel seen, not just as a woman in need of rescue, but as someone vibrant and alive. Beth's view of Mike was shifting, too, like a photograph slowly coming into focus. He wasn't just the guy who'd pulled her from the shadows of her past. He was something more. His humor danced through their conversations, dry and unexpected, coaxing laughter from her even on the toughest days. His kindness wrapped around her like a warm blanket, and his care shone through in the smallest gestures. A mug of tea left on the counter when she was tired, or the way he'd patiently listened to Lisa's endless stories about her imaginary worlds. Above all, she admired his respect. Never once did he cross a line or let a crude remark slip, a stark contrast to the men she'd known before. For Lisa, Mike was a steady figure, a positive male presence who filled a void left by her father's absence. At least for now, Lisa seemed to bloom under his attention, her shy smiles growing bolder with each passing day. Beth couldn't deny it, her feelings for Mike were swelling, a tide she couldn't hold back. He'd appeared like a lighthouse in the storm of her darkest hour, guiding her toward hope when she'd forgotten what it looked like. Yet, a pang of sadness tugged at her. She could sense the walls he kept up, a distrust of women carved from some unseen wound. It was a Friday, 3 weeks into her new job, when my sister's voice crackled through the phone at my cluttered desk, where I'd been buried in research about charities. "Hey, baby brother. How's your day treating you?" she chirped, her tone bright as always. "Pretty good, sis," I replied, leaning back in my chair. "Yours?" "Real good, no crises yet," she laughed. "Listen. George and I were thinking we'd love to take you and Beth out to dinner tomorrow night. It's been ages since you've hung out with us." We've got a sitter lined up for the kids. And you can drop Lisa off here. What do you say? I hesitated, rubbing the back of my neck. Well, I don't know, sis, she cut me off with that no-nonsense tone she'd perfected over the years. I've already talked to Beth, and she's thrilled about it. It's been forever since she's had a night out. I chuckled, conceding defeat. Guess I'm outvoted then. What time? 6 would be perfect. See you tomorrow, Mike. And with that, she hung up, leaving me to mull over the idea of dinner with Beth, not a date, of course, just a casual outing with my sister and George. Still, the thought lingered like a melody I couldn't shake. Beth didn't mention the dinner plans when she breezed through the door that night. Her arms full of grocery bags and her hair tousled from the day. Instead, she flashed a quick smile and said, "Mel and I are hitting the shops tomorrow morning. Think you could keep an eye on Lisa?" Never a problem, I assured her, already picturing Lisa's delight at spending the day with me. I can ride with you to my sister's place. 2. Lisa can play with my nieces while George and I kick back. That night, we settled into our usual routine, sprawled across the living room with a board game between us. Beth wore a dress that night, shorter than her usual picks, the hem riding up just enough to make my pulse stutter. A few times, as she shifted to get comfortable, I caught fleeting glimpses of her underwear, soft white fabric that sent a jolt through me. I tried to focus on the game, but my mind spun, and later, alone in my room, I couldn't shake the image or the heat it stirred. For Beth, slipping into bed that night felt electric. It had been ages since she'd had a night out to look forward to. And the anticipation buzzed through her like static. Mel had promised they'd hunt down the perfect dress in the morning, and the thought made her giddy. Feeling a playful streak. She'd chosen that shorter dress for the evening, fully aware of Mike's quiet admiration. As they played, she'd fidgeted, half on purpose, sensing his eyes dart toward her. At one point, when she caught his wide-eyed stare, she had to mask a laugh with a cough, her cheeks flushing with a mix of mischief and disbelief. Lying in bed, she replayed the moment. Marveling at how bold she'd been, teasing Mike like that felt thrillingly reckless, and the excitement kept her awake long after the house grew silent. The next morning, I hauled myself out of bed at my usual hour, the faint light of dawn creeping through the blinds. In the kitchen, I whipped up breakfast, scrambled eggs sizzling in the pan. The rich aroma of coffee filling the air. Beth and Lisa shuffled in, still rubbing sleep from their eyes, their hair a mess of tangles. After a mug of coffee, Beth perked up, her laughter spilling out as she teased Lisa about her bedhead. I could tell she was buzzing about the night ahead. And I made a mental note to be on my best behavior, whatever it took to make sure she enjoyed herself. We rolled up to my sister's place just after 9. The women piling into Mel's car with a chorus of goodbyes. George and I waved them off, content to spend the day glued to the TV. Sports blaring in the background while Lisa and my nieces turned the backyard into their own little kingdom. It was nearly 4 when Mel and Beth swept back in. Their arms laden with shopping bags and their faces glowing from a day of pampering. Mel's hair was styled in loose waves, her makeup accentuating the spark in her eyes. And George couldn't hide his admiration as he pulled her close. Beth stepped in behind her, and my breath caught, she looked radiant. Her features softened by a subtle makeover that made her seem almost otherworldly. A sharp twist of envy stabbed at me as I glanced at George's easy grin, his life so neatly stitched together. I shoved it down, pasting on a smile instead. "You both look incredible," I said, my voice steady despite the tangle of feelings inside. They beamed back. Mel suggesting we leave Lisa there for the night so Beth and I could head home to get ready. Back at the house, Beth vanished into her room with her haul, the rustle of bags echoing down the hall. I trudged upstairs, the hot spray of the shower washing away the day's dust as I shaved and slipped into a crisp outfit, slacks, a light blue shirt, a dark tie, and a jacket that felt just right. By 5:45, I was pacing the living room, nerves jangling like loose change. When Beth emerged, time seemed to stutter. She wore a little black dress that hugged her frame, revealing just enough to turn heads without giving everything away. To me, she was a vision, elegant, magnetic, untouchable. She caught my slack-jawed stare and giggled, a sound like wind chimes. "I take it you approve," she teased, her eyes dancing. "Very much," I managed, heat creeping up my neck. "You look amazing." She grinned wider. "And you clean up pretty well yourself." I hoped she didn't notice how my hands shook as I ushered her to my truck. Catching a glimpse of her stockings as she climbed in, a detail that sent a confusing rush of longing and doubt crashing through me. We pulled up to my sister's at 6 sharp. Sipping wine in their cozy living room before piling into George's car for the restaurant. It was a swanky seafood joint, all dim lights and polished wood. And we slid into a circular booth, Mel and Beth in the middle, George and me flanking them. The meal was a symphony of flavors, the conversation flowing like the wine. Though I kept catching Mel's sidelong glances. I couldn't figure out what she was searching for. I was polite, engaged, the picture of restraint. After dinner, Mel suggested a nearby nightclub with a dance floor, her eyes lighting up at the thought of twirling with George. I deferred to Beth, who was practically glowing with enjoyment. She nodded eagerly. And soon we were weaving through the club's crowded chaos, snagging a table amidst the thrum of music and laughter. Mel and George hit the dance floor almost immediately, leaving Beth and me alone with our drinks. I wanted to ask her to dance, but fear knotted my tongue. What if she turned me down? We chatted instead. Her voice bright as she confessed how much fun she was having. When Mel and George returned, breathless and grinning, Mel leaned in close as she passed. "Ask her to dance," she whispered, her tone a gentle nudge. The next song kicked up, and I summoned my courage. "Want to dance?" I asked, half expecting hesitation. Instead, she grabbed my hand with a grin and yanked me toward the floor. So much for rejection, I thought, a laugh bubbling up as we moved. I wasn't half bad, but Beth, she was mesmerizing. Her body swaying with a grace that turned heads. When a slow song followed, she stepped into my arms before I could even ask, her warmth against me like a dream I didn't want to wake from. Back at the table, the night rolled on, more dances, more laughter, until Beth excused herself for the ladies' room. I followed suit a few minutes later, heading down a dim hallway. As I rounded the corner, my blood turned to fire. There was Beth, pinned against the wall by some drunken lout, her hands pushing at his chest. Rage surged through me, raw and unfiltered. I stormed over, grabbed the guy by the scruff of his neck, and slammed him into the opposite wall, my fist cocked and ready. Beth's hand landed soft on my arm. "No, Michael, he's not worth it," she murmured, her voice cutting through the haze. I exhaled, the fury ebbing, and leaned in close to the guy. "Leave. Now. Before you find out what a pissed-off Marine can do." He stammered an apology and bolted. I turned to Beth, braced for fear in her eyes, but she just touched my cheek, her fingers trembling slightly. "Thank you, Michael. You're my hero." Then she walked back to the table, leaving me to catch my breath. The rest of the night blurred, more dances, her hand in mine, until I headed to the bar for one last round. A flirty redhead intercepted me, her words a syrupy blur I tried to dodge. Before I could extricate myself, Beth materialized, another woman at her side, both stepping between us like a shield. "Back off, he's with me," Beth snapped, her voice sharp and possessive. I blinked, stunned, as the redhead mumbled an apology and slunk away. Mel chimed in, indignant. So rude, she knew you were with us and still tried it. Sorry to ruin your fun, Michael. Beth shot me a shy smile, a flicker of something unspoken in her eyes. They know not to mess with us now. Mel said to Beth with a grin, and as they headed back to the table, George's chuckle followed me to the bar. Ordering the drinks, I realized Beth's fierce claim had been a performance, a protective, possessive act. But knowing that didn't dull the warmth it left behind. The realization hit me like a freight train: if Beth ever found out how deeply I cared for her, she might lose her mind. My heart raced at the thought, a chaotic mix of hope and dread swirling in my chest. Thankfully, the night had settled down after the earlier commotion. And no more surprises jumped out to test my nerves. I made my way back from the bar, balancing our drinks in my hands, the cool glass a welcome distraction from the heat rising in my face. Back at the table, the girls were still caught up in a fit of laughter, their voices bright and sharp against the low hum of the club. They were reliving the moment they'd chased off that persistent redhead who'd stumbled too close to our group. Since you swooped in and saved me from that sloppy drunk, Beth said. Her tone light and teasing as the alcohol loosened her usual reserve, we figured we'd owe you one. Her giggle was infectious. A sound that danced through the air and tugged at something deep inside me. She leaned forward, her eyes glinting mischievously. But if you're into her, I could track her down, apologize. And grab her number for you. No, that's fine, I stammered, my tongue tripping over itself in a rush to shut down the idea. The truth was, the only person I had eyes for was sitting right in front of me, Beth, with her playful grin and the way she made the room feel smaller, warmer. I couldn't admit that, though. So I hid behind a nervous laugh and a quick sip of my drink. We polished off our rounds, the buzz of the night settling into a pleasant hum in our veins, not too drunk, just enough to feel alive. As we piled out of the club, the cool night air hit us, sharpening our senses. George, ever the responsible one, had stayed stone-cold sober, his steady hands guiding us to the car. He was our rock tonight, the designated driver who never complained about missing out on the fun. On the short ride back to Mel's place, the girls huddled in the back seat. Their whispers and giggles floating up to me as I sat shotgun next to George. I caught snippets of their chatter, something about the night, the redhead, me, but I couldn't quite make it out. And part of me didn't want to know. When we pulled up to Mel's house, the quiet of the countryside wrapped around us like a blanket. We tiptoed inside, careful not to wake the kids as we checked on them. They were sprawled out in one room, a tangle of sleeping bags and soft snores, oblivious to the world. The babysitter, a kind-faced teenager with tired eyes, gave us a relieved nod as we sent her off duty. We shut the door with a gentle click and retreated to the living room, where Mel emerged with a bottle of wine for her and Beth. George and I cracked open a couple of beers, the hiss of the caps a small reward for surviving the night. That final glass of wine, though, was Beth's undoing. She sank into the couch, her eyelids fluttering as the day's exhaustion caught up with her, shopping with Mel, dinner at that fancy restaurant. And hours at the club had drained her dry. Her head tipped back, lips parting slightly as sleep claimed her, and I couldn't help but watch for a moment, struck by how peaceful she looked. Noticing her drift off, I leaned toward Mel, keeping my voice low. Hey, grab a blanket, will you? Mel nodded, slipping off to the linen closet while I hovered awkwardly, unsure if I should move her. Together, we eased Beth flat on the cushions and draped the blanket over her, her soft breathing the only sound in the room. Mel turned to me, her eyes soft but insistent. You should stay, you know. It's late. I shook my head, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Nah, I've got the dogs waiting at home. It's just 2 miles, no traffic out here this time of night. She didn't push, though I could tell she wanted to. As I drove back through the empty country roads, the hum of the engine was my only company, and my mind wandered back to Beth. Dancing with her at the club. Holding her close during those slow songs, it had felt right, like the world had shrunk to just the two of us. Her warmth against me, the way she'd rested her head on my shoulder, had cracked something open inside me. I loved her. The thought settled heavy in my chest, a truth I couldn't shake. But living under the same roof made it a cruel kind of torture. She was so close, yet impossibly out of reach. The longer she stayed, the deeper the ache would grow when she and Lisa eventually left. Maybe I should act now, find them a place, pay a year's rent up front. Give her a chance to stand on her own. It'd hurt like hell, but it might save me from worse down the line. For Beth, the day had been a whirlwind of highs and lows, each moment etched into her memory with vivid clarity. It started with that shopping trip with Mel. A rare indulgence she hadn't allowed herself in ages. They'd scoured the racks until they found it, the perfect little black dress, sleek and daring, hugging her in all the right places. Then came the makeover, a flurry of brushes and mirrors that left her feeling like someone new, someone bold. When Mike saw her, his jaw practically hit the floor. And a swarm of butterflies erupted in her stomach. Climbing into his truck, she'd made sure to flash just a glimpse of her stocking tops, not too much, just enough to see his eyes flicker. Dinner at the restaurant was a dream she hadn't known she'd been chasing. The place was elegant, with dim lighting and plates she couldn't pronounce. A far cry from the takeout joints she was used to. It had been forever since she'd gone anywhere nice, and no one had ever treated her to something like this. Watching Mel and George across the table, their easy love glowing in every glance, stirred a quiet envy in her chest. She wanted that, craved it. Later, at the club, slow dancing with Mike had been pure magic. His strong arms wrapped around her, steady and sure, making her feel safe in a way she hadn't in years. She was falling for him, hard and fast, and the realization both thrilled and terrified her. Maybe it was time to move out with Lisa, to spare herself the inevitable heartbreak when Mike tired of them being around. But for now, she let herself sink into the memory of his touch. Sipping her wine as the world faded away. That was the last thing she recalled before waking up on Mel's couch, a flush of embarrassment creeping up her neck. For me, waking up the next morning felt like surfacing from a fog. The drinks and late night had knocked me out cold, and I'd slept past my usual dawn run. I shuffled downstairs in a daze. Craving coffee and the simplicity of cereal, my mind still tangled up in thoughts of Beth. Falling for her was a mess I didn't know how to navigate. If I rented a place for her and Lisa, Mel, my sister, might think I was shoving them out the door, and I couldn't bear to hurt her. She was all the family I had left, her and the girls. Even my nieces might turn on me if they thought I was ditching their friend Lisa. This wasn't a decision to rush, I needed to tread carefully, weigh every angle. It was nearly noon when Mel dropped Beth off. She stepped inside, still in that little black dress, looking as stunning as she had the night before, though her eyes carried a sheepish glint. "Oh, Mike, I'm so sorry for passing out like that," she blurted, her voice thick with regret. I chuckled, waving it off. "Don't sweat it, Beth. You had a marathon of a day. Did you at least enjoy yourself?" Her face lit up, a smile breaking through the embarrassment. "Yes, it was amazing. I haven't gone out like that in forever, and that restaurant, it's the nicest place I've ever been." "Then it was worth it," I said, meaning every word. She excused herself to shower and change, and I couldn't help but notice how the dress still clung to her. Stirring feelings I knew I had to bury. I wanted to tell her to keep it on all day, but she'd probably laugh, call me a creep, and bolt with Lisa in tow. Instead, I joined her in the kitchen. And we whipped up a quick lunch, falling into an easy rhythm. Later, she and Lisa headed out with Mel for their weekly grocery run. A task I was happy to hand over since Beth always picked out stuff they actually liked. They rolled back in just after 5, arms full of bags, and by the time we'd stashed everything away, dinner was calling. We crashed in front of the TV afterward, winding down until Beth and Lisa turned in for the night. Monday loomed ahead, school for Lisa, work for us, and I braced myself for the routine to kick back in. Come Monday evening, we slipped into our usual groove: dinner prep, eating, cleaning up, then game night with Lisa. She'd picked out a board game, and we took our spots around the table, the familiar setup grounding me. But focusing was a battle. My eyes kept drifting to Beth, first her legs, then her lips. Full and tempting. I wanted to kiss her, to spill everything I'd been holding back, but I clamped it down. Somehow, I made it through the week without cracking, though the effort left me frayed. Friday rolled around, and the house filled with the chaos of another sleepover for my nieces. I was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of spaghetti, the kids' favorite, when the door swung open, unleashing a wave of excited chatter. Missy and Jeannie barreled in, hurling themselves at me for hugs and kisses, their energy a jolt of pure joy. Beth trailed behind, her presence quieter but no less felt. I turned back to the stove, but before I could lose myself in the sauce, little Lisa's voice piped up. "Mr. Mike, can I have a hug too?" she asked. Her tone so sweet it pierced right through me. My throat tightened, eyes stinging as I looked down at her, this incredible girl who felt like she could have been mine. "Of course, sweetie," I managed, crouching to wrap her in a big hug and plant a kiss on her cheek, just like I'd done for my nieces. She beamed, giggling as she darted off to join the others in the game room. I straightened up, catching Beth watching me, tears shimmering in her eyes. Our gazes locked for a heartbeat, and the weight of it stole my breath. I turned away fast, fussing with the stove to hide how shaken I was. She murmured something about washing up to help with dinner, her voice trembling just enough to tell me she'd felt it too. Lisa's simple request had hit us both hard. When she returned, we called the girls to the table, and I caught Beth stealing glances at me during dinner, her expression unreadable. I couldn't tell if she was upset or something else. And the uncertainty gnawed at me. Unlike last week, the girls dragged me into their post-dinner games, and I gave in, even popping popcorn to keep the fun going. Bedtime brought more cheek kisses from my nieces, and Lisa, too, which didn't surprise me this time. But Beth's strange look lingered as she herded them off to bed. I waited in the living room, flipping through the news, hoping she'd come back, but her door stayed shut when I finally headed upstairs. I went to bed praying I hadn't misstepped. Saturday morning. The house was still quiet when I laced up for a jog, needing the clarity of fresh air and pounding feet. I ran for an hour and a half, letting the rhythm burn off the tension. Back home, the faint sound of the girls stirring greeted me as I climbed the stairs to shower and dress. Downstairs, Beth was already in the kitchen, moving with a quiet confidence as she handled breakfast. "Grab some coffee and sit," she said, her tone gentle but firm. I obeyed, settling at the table to watch her work. She kept her back to me at first, focused on the stove, but then she turned, meeting my eyes with a small smile. Relief washed over me. She wasn't mad. The girls trickled in soon after, each one planting a good morning kiss on my cheek, and when Lisa did the same, Beth's smile widened just a touch. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. They begged for a boat ride, so I called George for the okay, then herded everyone to the dock. I fitted them with life jackets, and we set out from the cove to the open lake. Lisa's excitement was palpable, but Beth hung back, her knuckles white on the railing. "I've never been on a boat," she admitted, her voice tight. After 45 minutes, though, the tension melted away, and she started to enjoy it, her laughter mingling with the wind. I imagined teaching her to fish. Picturing her as the perfect partner, if only she felt the same. The weekend flew by in a blur of fun with Beth and the kids, and by Sunday, my nieces were gone, leaving us to face another week. For Beth, Monday morning zipped past in a flash. She met Mel at their usual cafe for lunch, spilling every detail about the weekend, the girls, the boat ride, all of it. Mel thanked her for looking after Missy and Jeannie, then offered to take Lisa for a weekend if Beth ever needed a break. Beth's mind drifted to what Mel and George might get up to alone. And a soft, "I wish," slipped out before she could catch it. "What did you say?" Mel asked, leaning in. Beth froze, realizing she'd spoken aloud. "Oh, nothing," she mumbled, but Mel wasn't buying it. "No. Beth, you said, 'I wish.' You want weekends like George and me, don't you? And I bet it's because of someone specific. Do you have feelings for Mike?" Beth's heart thudded. Her eyes wide as Mel's words pinned her in place. It was too obvious, she couldn't hide it anymore. She wanted to pour out her tangled emotions, but Mel was Mike's sister, and that stopped her cold. Fear locking her confession tight. Tears welled up in Beth's eyes, spilling over as she sat across from Mel, her heart pounding with a mix of dread and inevitability. She could already picture the fury flashing across Mel's face, the sting of losing a friend she cherished so deeply. But the truth clawed at her chest, demanding to be let out. "I'm so sorry, Mel." She choked, her voice trembling as the words tumbled free, "But yes, it's true. I didn't plan for this, I swear I didn't, but it happened anyway. I couldn't stop it, and now I'm lost." Spinning in circles, not knowing what to do next. Her hands twisted together in her lap, fingers digging into her skin as she braced herself for the fallout. To her utter shock, Mel didn't explode. Instead, a spark of excitement lit up her friend's face, her eyes widening with a strange, unexpected joy. "Don't apologize, Beth, this is amazing." Mel's voice bubbled with enthusiasm, cutting through the heavy air like a burst of sunlight. Beth blinked, confusion swirling in her mind. "Amazing? How can you possibly say that? You told me yourself, your brother can't trust women. You said it with such certainty, like it was carved in stone. So how could falling for someone like him, someone so guarded, so broken, ever be a good thing?" Her tone sharpened with disbelief. Her brows knitting as she searched Mel's face for answers. Mel leaned forward, her expression softening but resolute, like a teacher guiding a hesitant student. "Listen to me, Beth. Cast your mind back to that day, 6 weeks ago, when you first stepped into Mike's house. Be honest, how did you feel about men then? About trusting them, loving them?" Her question hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and Beth's gaze drifted to the floor as memories flooded back. "I thought I'd never trust a man again," she admitted quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Love? That felt even further out of reach. I was a shell, Mel, afraid, hollowed out, convinced I'd never let anyone close again." Mel nodded, her eyes glinting with quiet triumph. "Exactly. Now, one more thing, really think about this, and don't dodge the truth. If Mike loved you, if he wanted you and Lisa to be part of his world, his family, could you love him back? Could you be honest with him, open your heart, and, most of all, trust him?" The question landed like a stone in still water, ripples spreading through Beth's thoughts. She stared at Mel, her friend's steady gaze pulling her inward, forcing her to sift through the mess of her emotions. 6 weeks ago, she'd been a shadow of herself, shattered, hopeless, flinching at every shadow. But Mike had changed that. Day by day, he'd chipped away at her walls with his quiet strength, his unexpected kindness. The answer crystallized in her chest, clear and undeniable. "Yes, Mel," she said, her voice gaining strength. I could. I do love him. But what's the point? We both know it's a dead-end road. He'll never feel the same. You're dead wrong about that, Mel shot back. Her tone firm but warm, a sister's confidence shining through. I know my brother better than he knows himself. 6 weeks ago, he was just like you, walled off. Unable to trust a woman after what his ex did to him. But you, Beth, you've turned that around. He's in love with you. I see it every time he looks at you. It's in the way his eyes soften. The way he lingers just a second too long. But he's terrified, scared you'll bolt if he says it out loud. You two are like puzzle pieces, Beth. You need the steady, honest love of a good man. And he needs the fierce, genuine love of a good woman. And I'm telling you, I think you're that woman. Beth's breath caught, her mind reeling. Mel's words painted a picture she hadn't dared imagine. But his ex, she began, faltering as old doubts crept in. Mel waved a hand dismissively. His ex-wife? I never liked her, never trusted her. I always had this gnawing fear she'd hurt him. And she did, left scars deeper than he'd ever admit. But you're different, Beth. I've watched you with Lisa, how you pour your whole soul into loving her, protecting her. And the kids at the center? You're a rock for them, always patient, always there. That's real. And Mike sees it too. He adores Lisa, cares for her like she's his own flesh and blood. If he could, he'd step up and be her father in a heartbeat. Deep down, you know he'd never hurt you or her. Not ever. Relief washed over Beth like a tide, loosening the knot in her chest. The truth was out now. Raw and exposed, and instead of judgment, Mel offered hope. What do I do? She asked, her voice small but steady. I want him to love me. I want to be with him. Mel grinned. A spark of mischief in her eyes. We just need to give him a little push. He's halfway there already, trust me. Meanwhile, across town, Mike moved through his days in a haze of quiet transformation. It had started subtly, weeks ago, with Lisa. The little girl's affection had crept into his life like a warm breeze, softening edges he hadn't known were so sharp. Each morning, as she shuffled downstairs for breakfast, she'd press a quick, shy kiss to his cheek, a ritual that made his heart swell with something unfamiliar, something tender. Before school, she'd dart back for another peck, her small voice chirping a goodbye. When she burst through the door after school, arms flung wide, she'd seek him out. Her hug fierce and her cheek warm against his as he kissed her back. And at bedtime, that final kiss, she'd climb into his lap, sleepy and trusting, and plant one more on him before toddling off. With every touch, his love for her deepened, a fierce, protective ache growing in his chest. He found himself daydreaming about being the father she deserved, the one he wished he could be. Then there was Beth. When she walked through the door that Monday evening, something had shifted. Mike couldn't put his finger on it, she hadn't mentioned her talk with Mel. And he didn't ask, but the change was palpable. Before, she'd been guarded, her eyes often cast downward, her words clipped and cautious. But now? She sought him out, her gaze lingering on his. Searching, almost daring. That night, as Lisa scampered off to set up Monopoly, Beth lingered in the kitchen with him, the clatter of dishes a soft backdrop to their murmured conversation. When she excused herself to change, he didn't think much of it, until she returned. The skirt she wore was shorter, hugging her hips, her long legs catching the light as she crossed the room. As she sat, he caught a fleeting glimpse up her skirt, blue fabric against pale skin, and heat rushed through him. He grabbed a pillow, fumbling to cover his lap, his pulse hammering. Beth's lips curved into a knowing, enigmatic smile, and his focus shattered. The game became a blur. She shifted in her seat, each movement deliberate, offering glimpses that set his nerves ablaze. By bedtime, as Lisa put the game away with her back to them, Beth's eyes locked onto his, steady, unreadable, searing. He woke the next morning tangled in vivid memories, his skin still tingling. A shower and fresh sheets did little to quiet his racing thoughts. Tuesday and Wednesday settled into a calmer rhythm, TV instead of games. Easy conversation flowing between them, but Thursday reignited the spark. "Let's play games," she'd said, her tone laced with something unspoken. She returned in another short skirt. The fabric sheer enough to reveal everything beneath, a neat strip of hair, the rest bare. His reaction was instant, overwhelming, and she knew it. Each shift of her hips, each calculated tilt, fueled the fire. As Lisa tidied up, oblivious, Beth's parting glance lingered, her silhouette burning into his mind. When they left, he was a wreck, breathless, soaked, undone. Lisa's innocent goodnight kiss brushed his cheek, followed by Beth's, her lips a jolt of heat against his skin. "I'll see you tomorrow, Michael," she murmured. Her voice wrapping around his name like a caress, leaving him dizzy with longing. Friday morning dawned ordinary enough. He tugged on his jogging suit, padded downstairs, and found Beth already there, setting out breakfast. Lisa bounded in, her kiss and "Good morning, Mr. Mike" lighting up his day. Beth followed, leaning close to press her lips to his cheek. Her "Good morning, Mr. Mike" soft and deliberate. Lisa giggled at his flustered expression. And as they left, each with another kiss, he fought the urge to pull Beth into his arms and kiss her with everything he had. Alone in his office, he wrestled with the chaos in his head until his phone rang. It was George, Mel's husband, calling from their home. "Took the day off to tackle some projects," George said. His voice easy and familiar. "Could use an extra hand with the baseboards. You in?" Mike agreed, desperate for a distraction. George greeted him with a firm handshake, his broad frame filling the doorway. A quiet man with a dry wit, he'd always been the steady counterpoint to Mel's fire. They spent the day measuring, cutting, and nailing boards, the rhythmic work easing Mike's mind. George didn't pry, just offered a comfortable silence punctuated by the occasional gruff chuckle. By 5, they called it quits, and Mike drove home, nerves buzzing with anticipation. Beth's car was already in the driveway, early, for once. The scent of roasting garlic and herbs hit him as he stepped inside, and her voice floated from the kitchen. "Go shower, then meet me in the dining room." They usually ate in the kitchen, so the shift piqued his curiosity. Freshly showered, he found the table set with flickering candles, an air of intimacy wrapping the room. Beth emerged with 2 plates, her little black dress clinging to her curves, stealing his breath. She nodded to the wine bucket, and he opened the bottle, expensive, he could tell, though he was no connoisseur. They ate, laughed, the conversation light but electric. Afterward, in the living room, she mentioned the hot tub. "Go change," she said, and he bolted upstairs, pulse racing. When he returned in his swim trunks, she stood there, still dressed. "Aren't you joining me?" he asked, voice tight. "Oh, I am," she replied, turning to lead the way. "Grab the wine." He followed, mesmerized by the sway of her dress. At the tub, she undid the bow, peeling the fabric away to reveal a bikini, tiny, barely there strings and scraps of cloth. His groan was involuntary, loud, as she draped the dress over the fence, the back nothing but a thread between her curves. "What's wrong, Mike?" she teased, catching his stare. "Don't you like it?" "Beth," he rasped, "I like it too much." She giggled, sliding into the water, and for 20 minutes, they talked, his eyes never straying from her, her confidence feeding the tension. Then she vanished underwater, bubbles obscuring her approach, and his heart thudded in his chest. Later, wrapped in robes, she offered to make breakfast. Her words stirring a quiet pride in him. He watched her move through the kitchen, her smiles catching him off guard, grounding him in a moment that felt like the start of something real. After breakfast, the morning sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, casting a golden glow over the room. She climbed onto my lap, her body soft and warm against mine, and pressed gentle kisses across my face. Each touch of her lips sent a quiet thrill through me, a tender intimacy I hadn't realized I'd been craving. My hand, almost instinctively, slid up the smooth curve of her legs, slipping beneath the fabric of her robe. The heat of her skin radiated against my palm, stirring something deep inside me. "So," I murmured, my voice low and teasing, "did I finally make you my woman?" Her eyes sparkled with affection as she leaned closer, her breath warm against my cheek. "Oh yes, my darling," she whispered, her tone rich with certainty and a hint of playfulness. "I'm yours, completely your woman." Her words hit me like a wave, filling me with a possessive pride I couldn't suppress. Her breathing grew heavier, a subtle rhythm that matched the quickening of my own pulse. "Good," I said, a grin tugging at my lips. "Because there's something I've been dying to do with my woman for a long time." With a surge of energy, I lifted her effortlessly, her light frame fitting perfectly in my arms. She let out a soft gasp, her hands clutching my shoulders as I carried her to the table. The wooden surface creaked faintly as I set her down, my hands guiding her legs apart with deliberate care. I stepped between them, the closeness of her body igniting a slow burn inside me. At first, I moved with restraint, savoring the electric sensation of her trembling beneath my touch. Her excitement was palpable, she shivered with every motion, her eyes locked on mine, wide and unguarded. Soon, her voice broke the silence, a breathless plea, "More, please." Her words spurred me on. And moments later, she was practically shouting, "Yes. More, please." Her demands echoed through the kitchen, raw and unfiltered, fueling my own urgency. I couldn't hold back any longer. "Come with me, my love," I urged, my voice rough with desire. "Feel me inside you." Her response was immediate, a scream that tore through the air as her body shook violently. Overwhelmed by the intensity, I reached my peak alongside her, and as I finished, she collapsed onto the table, her chest heaving. For a moment, I thought she'd fainted, her stillness unnerving me. My heart raced with sudden worry as I scooped her up gently, cradling her against my chest. When her eyes fluttered open, tears glistened on her lashes, and panic gripped me. "My love. Please don't cry," I said, brushing her cheek with my thumb. "Did I hurt you?" She sniffled, the tears still spilling over, but then she shook her head, a shaky smile breaking through. "No, Michael," she managed, her voice thick with emotion. "I'm not hurt, I'm just so happy. I never knew it could feel like this." Relief flooded me, and I let out a quiet laugh, pulling her closer. "Oh, you incredible, wonderful woman," I said, my heart swelling. "I love you more than I can ever say." For the next hour, we stayed tangled in each other's arms, the world outside fading away. Eventually, we untangled ourselves and moved to clean the kitchen, but it was a slow process. Every few minutes, we'd pause to steal a kiss or wrap each other in a quick hug, reluctant to let the moment slip away entirely. Afterward, we wandered into the game room, settling onto the couch side by side. "What time is Lisa coming home?" I asked, resting my arm around her shoulders. She nestled against me, her voice calm and content. "She's staying with your sister for one more night. We've got the whole day, and the whole night, just for us." A grin spread across my face. "Oh, that's perfect," I said, tickling her side playfully. Her laughter filled the room, bright and infectious, until she swatted my arm with a mock glare. "Stop that," she teased, "and be good to your woman." I chuckled, meeting her gaze. "Oh, I plan to be very good to you," I promised, and the way her eyes softened told me she believed every word. She leaned in, her lips finding mine in a kiss that was slow and deep, pulling me under like a tide. When we parted, I couldn't resist a question that had lingered in my mind for weeks. "When we'd play games in here, and you wore those short skirts," I trailed off, raising an eyebrow. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she giggled, ducking her head. "Yes, Michael," she admitted, her voice a playful whisper. "I knew exactly what I was doing. I wanted you to notice me, to take me, to make me yours. But you, clueless as ever, made me do all the work." I laughed, rubbing the back of my neck. "Guilty as charged, my love. I was terrified of crossing a line, of doing anything that might push you away." She reached for my hand, squeezing it gently. "I know, darling, and I love you even more for that. I always felt safe with you, I knew you'd never hurt me just to get what you wanted. But don't think I didn't notice how much you wanted me. I could see it in your eyes, and I'll always want you too." I stood, excusing myself to the bathroom, but as I returned, I caught the tail end of her voice drifting from the game room. She was on the phone, her tone brimming with excitement. "Oh my God, Mel, it's so much more than I ever dreamed of," she was saying. "I loved him yesterday, but today? It's 10 times stronger. If I'd known he was this amazing, I'd have thrown myself at him ages ago." I paused in the hallway, a smile tugging at my lips as I heard her giggle. "Yes, Mel, I know he's your brother. I won't spill all the details, but he's mine now, and I'll fight tooth and nail to keep him. And Mel, thank you for pointing me toward him. I'll never stop being grateful." I made a small noise to announce my return, stepping into the room. Beth glanced up, her face lighting up. "Here he is," she said into the phone, then held it out to me. "It's your sister." "Hey, sis," I said, taking the phone. "How are you holding up?" Mel's voice came through, warm but with that familiar edge of protectiveness. After a moment, I grinned, winking at Beth. "Take good care of her?" "Who, you mean Beth? The Beth who lives here?" "Well, I did find her on the side of the road and give her a roof over her head, so I suppose I'm doing all right by her." Beth rolled her eyes and gave my arm a light smack, but I just laughed, pulling the phone away as Mel's voice rose in mock outrage. When she finally settled down, I softened my tone. "Mel, I love Beth with everything I've got. I'll do whatever it takes to make her and Lisa feel safe and loved. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like some time alone with my woman." I hung up before she could protest, and Beth burst into laughter, launching herself into my lap. Her kiss was fierce, full of fire, and when she pulled back, she grinned. "Oh, my love. I hope you hold me like this all the time." I growled playfully, tightening my grip. "Every chance I get, my love. Every single chance." Her next kiss was just as intense. And I could feel my heart pounding. "So," I asked with a chuckle, "is there anything you want to do today besides being held?" Her eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. "Let's go out on the boat," she said, practically bouncing with excitement. "The boat?" I echoed, surprised but intrigued. "Yes," she insisted, "just you and me." And just like that, we were off. Beth packed a picnic lunch with care, sandwiches, fruit, a bottle of chilled wine, her hands moving deftly as she hummed to herself. Out on the main lake, she urged me to go faster. Her arms wrapped tightly around me as the wind whipped through her hair. I knew a few secluded spots along the water, places where the world seemed to fall away. The first one I tried had another boat anchored nearby, so I maneuvered us to a quieter cove instead. There, Beth spread out the meal she'd brought, and we took turns feeding each other, laughing as juice from a strawberry dribbled down her chin. When the food was packed away, she fixed me with a sly smile. "Stand up," she said, her voice low and teasing. "What?" I asked, tilting my head. "Stand up," she repeated, her eyes glinting with mischief. "I want dessert now." Curious, I rose to my feet, and what followed was a moment of pure, reckless abandon. Out there, with the water lapping gently against the boat, we lost ourselves in each other, reaching a shared peak that felt like we'd fused into one. As we caught our breath, we realized we weren't alone. A nearby boat had drifted closer, and its occupants were clapping, cheering us on. A woman called out, "That was incredible. If she ever gets tired of you, send him our way." Beth shot to her feet, unbothered by the audience, and declared with fierce pride, "Ladies, the only way you're getting him is over my dead body." The group erupted in laughter and applause before speeding off. Beth collapsed into giggles, and I pulled her into my arms, whispering, "My love, you've got nothing to worry about." "Good answer," she replied, and kissed me with a passion that left me dizzy. We dressed and steered the boat back to the dock, the sun dipping lower in the sky. At home, we threw together a simple salad for dinner, then climbed into bed. Lying there, I traced circles on her back and asked, "What happens when Lisa comes home?" Beth smiled sleepily. "She usually sleeps before we do and wakes up later. It shouldn't be an issue. But even if she figures it out, would it bother you?" "Not at all," I said sincerely. "I just don't want to upset her." Beth kissed me softly. "We'll handle it together. You've stolen her heart too, you know. She's never trusted anyone the way she trusts you." Exhausted but content, we made love again. Slow and deliberate, before drifting off in each other's arms. The next morning, we woke to sunlight spilling across the bed. After another round of tender lovemaking, we ate breakfast on the deck. The air crisp and fresh. We missed Lisa, though, and decided to pick her up early. We called Mel to let her know we were coming, then headed to the truck. Beth slid in beside me, shooting me a wicked glance that made my breath catch. I could tell she wasn't wearing anything under her skirt. "If you keep that up," I groaned, "I won't be able to think straight." She giggled, sliding closer. "Would that be so terrible?" "Only if it hurts," I teased, and she laughed, her hand creeping up my leg as we drove, teasing me through my jeans. "I can't get out of the truck like this," I muttered after a while, and she grinned. "Pull over, and I'll fix it." I found a quiet side road, parked, and turned off the engine. "Well," I said, smirking, "since you caused this, it's only fair you handle it." "With pleasure," she replied, and before I knew it, she was on her knees in front of me, her hands deftly undoing my jeans. She looked up at me, her eyes full of intent, and took me into her mouth with a confidence that left me reeling. When I finished, she swallowed and sank into my arms, whispering, "That's so good, I can't get enough." I tilted her chin up, grinning. "Then we'll make sure you get plenty." She laughed and kissed me, and though I offered to return the favor, she waved it off. "If we show up smelling like each other, everyone will know." She had a point, so we straightened up and continued on. At Mel's house, we stepped out of the truck hand in hand. Halfway to the door, it burst open, and Lisa came barreling out, her face lit with joy. She threw herself at Beth, chattering about her night, while my nieces trailed behind, clamoring for hugs of their own. I scooped Lisa up, and she giggled as I kissed her cheek. Mel called us inside, and as we entered, I caught my sister's approving glance darting between Beth and me. After my last messy relationship, her silent support meant the world. Beth glowed, watching Lisa settle comfortably in my arms, and I knew we'd built something real, something worth fighting for. Something felt off that day. A subtle undercurrent of unease rippling through the air, though I couldn't quite place it. Beth had always been the kind of woman who never asked for a single thing. Gratitude seemed woven into her very being. She'd take whatever I offered, whether it was a small gesture or something more, with a quiet, genuine appreciation that warmed me to my core. I'd known from the start she wasn't with me for what I could provide materially. Her heart wasn't tethered to my wallet, it was something deeper, something real. That afternoon, we filled our hours with Lisa, Beth's bright-eyed daughter, whose laughter could chase away any shadow. The three of us splashed around in the pool under a sky so blue it felt like a promise. Beth had slipped into a modest bikini, not the flashy kind that begged for attention, but one that hugged her frame with a shy elegance. We tossed a ball back and forth, water glistening on our skin. And at one point, Beth leaned in close, her lips brushing mine in a fleeting, tender kiss. My pulse quickened, but it was Lisa's reaction that steadied me. She flashed us a wide, approving smile. A small sign of acceptance that lifted a weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. After the sun dipped below the horizon, we gathered around the table for dinner. The clatter of plates and chatter filling the room with warmth. Later, we sprawled out on the living room floor for a board game, the kind that makes time slip away unnoticed. Beth had changed into a short skirt that swished with every move she made, and I noticed, maybe too much, that she'd skipped the underwear. It wasn't overt, just a private tease meant only for me. And it set my nerves ablaze. I kept sneaking glances at the clock, counting down the minutes until Lisa's bedtime. It wasn't that I didn't adore her company, Lisa's giggles and clever quips were a joy, but Beth's subtle provocations were unraveling me, thread by thread. When the moment finally arrived to tuck Lisa in, she insisted I join them. Her sleepy voice tugged at me as I pulled the blanket up to her chin, her trust in me a quiet, precious thing. Beth and I exchanged a look as we left her room, the air between us crackling with unspoken anticipation. Once we were alone in our bedroom. The door clicking shut felt like the starting gun of a race I'd been dying to run. My excitement was a living thing, clawing at my chest as I turned to Beth. I didn't waste a second, my hands were on her, peeling away her clothes with a hunger I couldn't tame. She landed on the bed, soft and open, and I followed like a man possessed. My mouth found her. Desperate and seeking, tasting her as if I'd been starving for years. Her body arched beneath me, a symphony of gasps and shudders, and when she reached her peak, she buried her face in the pillow, muffling the raw, wild sounds that threatened to spill out. After, I slid up beside her, wrapping her in my arms, her skin warm against mine. "Oh, Michael," she breathed, her voice trembling with awe. "You made me feel so good. I never knew it could be like that." I grinned, a swell of pride mixing with affection. "I hope it's as good as what you do for me," I teased, my tone light but sincere. "More than that," she murmured, her hand drifting down to touch me, igniting a fresh spark. "What are you going to do with this?" she asked, playful and bold. I smirked. "Actually, I thought you might want to get on top." Her eyes lit up. I'd love that," she said, and with a grace that stole my breath, she positioned herself above me. She took me in her hand, guiding me as she lowered herself, and we moved together, slow at first, then urgent, a rhythm that built until we both shattered. She bit her lip hard to stay quiet, collapsing onto my chest as I held her tight, feeling her heartbeat sync with mine. Knowing she had work in the morning, I tended to her gently, cleaning her up before tucking us both into bed. The night wrapping around us like a cocoon. Morning came too soon, the alarm jolting us awake. We stumbled through a rushed shower, steam clouding the bathroom as we traded sleepy smiles. I asked Beth to help Lisa get ready for school while I headed to the kitchen, the scent of coffee and toast soon filling the air. Lisa bounded in moments later. Her school uniform crisp and her hair neatly tied back, and launched herself at me for a hug and a quick peck on the cheek. We sat down to breakfast, the three of us around the table. And for a moment, everything felt impossibly right, like we were a family carved out of some perfect, fleeting dream. Then Lisa's voice piped up, shattering the calm. "So, Mom, does Mr. Mike snore?" I nearly choked on my eggs, my wide eyes darting to Beth. She burst into laughter, reaching over to pat Lisa's hand. "No, honey, he doesn't. And don't be so curious," she said, tossing me a wink that made my stomach flip. Lisa giggled, undeterred. "Okay, Mom. I'm just glad you won't have to kick him out of bed." Beth gasped, feigning shock. "Lisa." The girl only laughed harder, digging back into her food. I couldn't hold back my own chuckle, though Beth pointed her fork at me in mock warning. "Don't you encourage her, mister." She winked again, and we all settled back into our meal. Kids grow up so fast, I thought. My mind drifting to how Lisa might have picked up snippets from her cousins, innocent chatter about adults that she was starting to piece together. I hoped she didn't know too much yet. There'd be time for that later. For now, her ease with Beth and me sharing a life was enough, a relief I hadn't fully expected. After breakfast, I waved my girls off, Beth to work, Lisa to school, and wandered the house, a restless quiet settling in. The rest of the week followed a rhythm, evenings spent with Lisa, playing games or watching her recount her day with animated flair, then stolen moments with Beth in our room once Lisa was asleep. Each day tightened the bond between us. A closeness that felt like home. By Thursday, a certainty had rooted itself in me, solid and unshakable. I knew what I wanted, but I needed Lisa's blessing first. After dinner, I caught Beth's eye. "I want to talk to Lisa alone for a bit," I said. Curiosity flickered across her face, but she nodded. "Okay." To keep it private, I led Lisa out to the gazebo in the yard. The evening air cool against our skin as we settled on the bench. "Lisa, I have a big question for you," I began, my voice steady despite the nerves jittering inside me. "If you say yes, you have to promise not to tell anyone, not Jeannie, not Missy, and especially not your mom. Can it be our secret?" Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Yes, Mr. Mike, I promise." I took a breath. "Good. You see, ever since you and your mom moved in, I've come to love you both so much. I love your mother more than I can say, and I want to ask her to marry me. Is that okay with you?" She squealed a burst of pure joy, and flung herself into my arms, hugging me so tight I could feel her heartbeat. Then she pulled back, her face serious. "Yes, Mr. Mike, I want Mom to marry you." Tears pricked my eyes as I held her close. "This means Mom and I can live here with you forever, and we don't have to move, right?" she asked, her voice small but hopeful. "Yes, sweetheart. Forever, if your mom says yes." She beamed. "Oh, I just know she will. She told me she loves you." I smiled, relief flooding me. "Okay, I'm planning to ask her Saturday night. I'll take you, your mom, and the whole family out to eat, and I'll ask her then. Can you keep the secret for 2 days?" "Yes, Mr. Mike, I promise," she vowed, and to her credit, she did. Back inside, Beth didn't suspect a thing. Later, when she thought I couldn't hear, she prodded Lisa about our chat. "He just wanted to know your favorite color for a gift," Lisa said smoothly. Beth's brow furrowed, suspicion lingering, but she let it drop. That night, I told Beth I wanted to take her, Lisa, and Mel's family out to dinner on Saturday. She agreed, delighted at the idea of a family gathering. I called my sister Mel right there, asking if they could join, and she said they'd love to, keeping Beth blissfully in the dark. In bed, Beth tried to coax the secret out of me, her voice teasing. What did you really talk to Lisa about? It's a surprise, I said, dodging her playfully. She pouted. But I kissed her until her lips curved into a smile, and we melted into each other, the night soft and ours. Friday morning, I sent my girls off, then drove to Austin, my heart pounding with purpose. At the jeweler's, I found the perfect ring, simple yet striking, with diamonds that caught the light just right, a symbol of everything I felt for Beth. I also called the restaurant where we'd dined with Mel and George before, a cozy spot with great food. I reserved a private room for Saturday, every detail falling into place. Even with my confidence. A sliver of doubt lingered, you never really know until you ask. Saturday dawned bright, and we spent it swimming and lounging, Lisa guarding our secret like a champ. When it was time to get ready, Beth disappeared into the guest room she hadn't fully moved out of, while I headed upstairs. She emerged in a little black dress that clung to her in all the right places. And Lisa twirled out in a cute dress from their last shopping trip. I whistled, grinning. I'm the luckiest man alive, taking out the two prettiest girls in Texas. They giggled. And we piled into the car. Lisa's excitement bubbled over on the drive, her fidgeting catching Beth's eye, though she couldn't pin down why. We arrived at the restaurant just as Mel's family did, greeting them in the parking lot with hugs and laughter. Inside, the hostess led us to the private room, and Beth's surprise was palpable. She glanced at me, questions dancing in her eyes. I kissed her cheek. I just wanted everyone I love together tonight, I said, and she softened, letting me guide her to her seat. Appetizers and drinks arrived, pre-ordered for ease, and we settled into easy conversation about work, school, life. I sat at one end of the table, George at the other. With Beth on my right and Mel beside her, Lisa close to me across from the little ones. The meal unfolded in a haze of warmth until it was time. As we finished the main course, I stood, heart hammering. There's something I need to do, if you'll all bear with me. Eyes turned to me, curious, except Lisa's, gleaming with knowing, and Mel's, sharp with suspicion. I slipped my hand into my jacket, concealing the ring, then dropped to one knee. Beth's gasp cut through the silence. Beth, love of my life, I said, voice thick with emotion. I kneel before you to ask if you'd do me the honor of becoming my wife, to spend our lives together, bound by love. Tears streamed down her face, her hands trembling as she nodded, then whispered. Oh yes, Michael, I'd love to marry you and be your wife. I revealed the ring, its diamonds catching the light. Then, as a token of my love, I'd be honored if you'd wear this. Her breath caught. Michael, it's beautiful. Please, put it on me. I slid it onto her finger, a perfect fit, and stood, kissing her to a chorus of applause. Lisa tugged at my leg, arms outstretched. And I lifted her into a hug, the room alive with joy. As I bent down and gently lifted Lisa into my arms, her small frame felt light yet brimming with an energy that radiated pure affection. She wrapped her arms around my neck in a tight, eager hug, squeezing me as if she'd been waiting for this moment her whole life. Then, with a slight tilt backward, she gazed up at me. Her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of mischief. If you're going to marry my mom, she began, her voice soft but deliberate, does that mean you'll be my dad? The question hit me like a thunderbolt, leaving me momentarily speechless, my breath caught in my throat. I stared into her earnest face, feeling a rush of warmth and disbelief flood through me. But I didn't hesitate long. Would you like me to be your dad? I asked, my voice steadying as I regained my composure. Without a second's pause, she beamed. Her face lighting up like the sun breaking through a stormy sky. Oh yes, please, she exclaimed, her words tumbling out with uncontainable joy. I turned my gaze to Beth, who stood a few steps away. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears, and I could see the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "And what about your mom?" I asked gently, my tone softening as I tried to include her in this fragile, beautiful exchange. "Would she like me to be your dad?" Beth's composure crumbled then, tears spilling freely down her cheeks. She couldn't speak, her emotions had stolen her voice, but she managed a shaky nod, her lips trembling as she fought to smile through the flood of feelings. I felt my own chest tighten, a lump rising in my throat. "Well," I said, looking between them, my voice thick with emotion, "it looks like we all agree. I would love to be your dad, sweetheart." Lisa squealed in delight, squirming in my arms as she twisted to face the small crowd nearby, my nieces, who were watching with wide-eyed excitement. "I've got a daddy. I've got a daddy, just like you," she shouted, her voice ringing out across the room, a triumphant declaration that seemed to echo in my heart. Beth's sobs grew louder, her shoulders shaking as she pressed a hand to her mouth, overwhelmed by her daughter's happiness and the promise of this new chapter. I felt tears prick my own eyes, blurring my vision as I blinked them away. Glancing around, I caught sight of my sister Mel, her face streaked with tears, her usually composed demeanor softened by the tenderness of the scene. Even George, Mel's stoic husband, had a suspicious shimmer in his eyes, though he tried to hide it behind a gruff cough. The three little girls, my nieces, giggled and bounced in place, their giddy energy contagious as they clapped their hands and whispered to each other. We finally shuffled back to our seats, the air buzzing with emotion as the waitstaff brought out dessert, a towering chocolate cake that seemed almost too decadent for such a raw, heartfelt moment. Mel leaned toward Beth, her voice low and animated as they began chattering about wedding plans, their words weaving dreams of flowers and vows. The girls, meanwhile, huddled together, their high-pitched voices overlapping as they debated how being cousins would change their games and secrets. George and I exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between us as we sat back, content to watch the women and girls who filled our lives with such vibrant chaos. Later, as the evening wound down and we stepped into the cool night air of the parking lot, George approached me. His broad frame cast a shadow under the streetlights, and he extended a calloused hand with a firm grip. "Congratulations, man," he said, his deep voice carrying a rare warmth. "You've got yourself a family now." I shook his hand, nodding gratefully, before Mel swooped in. She pulled me into a fierce hug, her familiar perfume wrapping around me like a memory of childhood. Her lips brushed my cheek in a quick kiss, and then she leaned close, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Take good care of her, baby brother," she murmured, her tone fierce with protectiveness. "She deserves a good man like you. You picked the right one this time." Her words sank into me, heavy with trust and love. "I will, sis," I promised, my voice low but resolute. "I will." It was well past Lisa's bedtime when we finally pulled into the driveway, the house dark and quiet under the starlit sky. Beth and I climbed the stairs together, our footsteps soft against the hardwood as we made our way to Lisa's room. Beth bent down first, pressing a tender kiss to her daughter's forehead. "Good night, Mama," Lisa murmured, her voice sleepy but sweet. Then it was my turn. I leaned in, brushing my lips against her soft cheek, and she stirred slightly. "Good night, Daddy," she whispered, her words wrapping around my heart like a warm blanket. "Good night, my sweet daughter," I replied, my voice swelling with pride I hadn't known I could feel. I ran my fingers gently through her hair, marveling at the trust in her sleepy smile, then turned to Beth. Taking her hand, I led her upstairs, her fingers warm and steady in mine. Halfway up, she let out a soft chuckle, the sound light and unexpected. "I never thought I'd hear her say that word," she said, glancing at me with a mix of wonder and amusement. "You're a good man, Daddy." I squeezed her hand. A grin tugging at my lips. And I never thought I'd hear it said about me. I like it. I couldn't ask for a more precious daughter. I paused, meeting her gaze. I promised you I'd care for her. Protect her with everything I have. Beth's eyes softened. I know you will, my man, she said, her voice a quiet vow of her own. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, coaxing us awake long after the clock struck 9. We lingered in bed for a moment, savoring the stillness, before rising to shower and dress. Downstairs, Lisa's room was empty. Her bed neatly made, a small surprise that hinted at her early start. Beth headed to the kitchen, tying an apron around her waist as she began pulling out pans and ingredients for breakfast. I'll check on Lisa, I called, following the faint sound of cartoon laughter drifting from the game room. As I reached the doorway, Lisa's head whipped around, her eyes lighting up at the sight of me. She scrambled to her feet and raced across the room, leaping into my arms with the force of a tiny tornado. Her hug was fierce, her lips planting a sloppy kiss on my cheek. "Good morning, Daddy," she chirped, her voice bright and bubbly. I kissed her back, grinning. "Good morning, my sweet daughter." She squeezed me again, her joy infectious, before I set her down and took her hand. Together, we wandered back to the kitchen, where she darted to Beth, wrapping her arms around her mother's legs and earning a laughing kiss in return. Watching them, I marveled at the transformation in Lisa. 2 months ago, she'd been a timid, frightened shadow of a girl when I'd first brought her home. Now, she glowed. After breakfast, a hearty spread of pancakes and syrup, Beth turned to me with a playful tilt of her head. "Will you handle the cleanup?" she asked. Of course, I agreed, already stacking plates. She called to Lisa, who skipped over to join her, and I made quick work of loading the dishwasher. Curiosity tugged at me, so I followed the sound of their voices. Emerging from the kitchen, I found Beth cradling an armful of clothes, Lisa trailing behind with a smaller bundle hugged to her chest. They were headed to the bedroom, and I tagged along, watching as Beth spread the garments across the bed in a colorful cascade. My walk-in closet was spacious, but I'd only claimed a corner of it. The dresser, too, stood mostly empty save for a few drawers. Beth glanced at me, a teasing glint in her eye. "Where should I put these?" she asked, holding up a blouse. "I don't think they'll fit me," I quipped, and she laughed, swatting my arm lightly before leaning in for a quick kiss. "Smart Alec," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear. I chuckled, gesturing to the closet's open expanse. "It's all yours now," I said, then nodded at the dresser. "I only use a couple drawers, the rest are for you. The bathroom's huge, too. Move my stuff if you need to." She thanked me with a grateful smile, then shooed me downstairs with a gentle command to let her and Lisa finish. An hour and a half later, Beth descended the stairs, her face flushed with satisfaction. She sank onto my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck and kissing me deeply, her happiness palpable. "So, Mr. Johnson," she murmured, her voice low and teasing, "when are you going to make me your wife?" I grinned, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "As soon as possible, my love. Talk to Mel, plan whatever wedding you want. Make it grand if you'd like. Money's no issue, we've got plenty." She tilted her head, a playful challenge in her eyes. "You mean you have plenty?" I waved a hand around us. "No, from the moment you said yes. Everything I have became ours. This house, the bank account, this heart," I pressed a hand to my chest, "it's all yours." Tears welled in her eyes again, and she buried her face in my neck, her voice muffled. "Michael, I don't want you to think I'm marrying you for money. I love you so much." I tilted her chin up, meeting her gaze. "If I thought that, you wouldn't be here in my lap. I know you, Beth. She giggled through her tears, hugging me tightly. Later, as Lisa lay sprawled on the floor watching cartoons, Beth took my hand. I'm going to show Daddy where I put my clothes. She called to Lisa, who nodded absently. Okay, Mama. Upstairs, Beth led me into the bedroom, closing the door behind us. She pointed out drawers and shelves, her movements brisk and proud. After a moment, she paused. Let's head back before Lisa comes looking. Downstairs, we settled on the couch, Beth curling into my side as Lisa climbed into my lap during a commercial break. Her smile bright as she leaned against me. I think my daughter likes her daddy, Beth said softly. No, Mama, Lisa corrected, kissing my cheek. I love my daddy. Beth laughed. Good. Because I love Daddy too. In that moment, life wasn't just wonderful, it was perfect, a fullness I'd never known swelling in my chest. On that unforgettable day, Lisa stood by my side as my best man. Her presence a steady comfort amidst the whirlwind of emotions swirling within me. My nieces, wide-eyed and bubbling with excitement, skipped down the aisle as flower girls. Their delicate hands clutching baskets overflowing with petals that danced in the air like soft whispers of joy. The gathering was small. Intimate, only a handful of Beth's co-workers from the office joined us, their families in tow, chattering warmly as they filled the modest wooden pews. Among them sat Jim Henley and his wife. Their faces etched with quiet kindness, a couple who'd seen their share of life's ups and downs and still chose to celebrate ours. After the vows were spoken and the rings exchanged, I whisked Beth away to Hawaii for a honeymoon that stretched across 2 glorious weeks. The first 7 days were ours alone, a sacred bubble of time where the world melted away, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore and the feel of her hand in mine. Beth's laughter rang out like music as we wandered sunlit beaches, her eyes sparkling with a happiness that made my chest ache in the best way. By the second week, I'd arranged for my sister and her family to join us, bringing Lisa along too. Their arrival was a lifeline, a chance to catch my breath amid the overwhelming bliss of new love. The kids' endless energy and my sister's familiar teasing grounded me, giving Beth and me a gentle pause to simply be together in the chaos of family. Back home, Beth threw herself into her work at my sister's business with a passion that lit up every room she entered. She adored the children she worked with, her gentle voice and warm smile drawing them to her like moths to a flame. When our daughter arrived, a tiny, squalling bundle of life, Beth took a year away from that world, cradling our little girl with a tenderness that stole my breath. Now, I'm the proud father of 2 daughters, each a piece of my heart walking around outside my body. Their giggles and dreams filling our home with a richness I'd never dared hope for. Next week, we'll pile into the car and head to Lisa and G's graduation ceremony. Those 2 have blossomed into remarkable young women, their spirits fierce and bright, shaped by years of love and lessons. Standing there, watching them in their caps and gowns, I'll feel the weight of time, how it stretched and softened us all into something stronger. As for the money, it's still more than I know what to do with. I pour a hefty chunk into causes that matter, places where it can stitch up the world's frayed edges. The rest? I have to nudge Beth to spend it on herself. She's never been one for extravagance. Content with the simple life she knew before me. Her eyes still widen in quiet disbelief when I insist on a new dress or a weekend away. As if she can't quite trust that this abundance is hers to claim. Jenny's name hasn't crossed my lips in years. She vanished like smoke after everything fell apart. And I've often wondered if she finally stumbled onto whatever it was she'd been chasing so desperately. Her memory used to sting, a jagged scar carved deep into my heart. But Beth with her steady love and unshakable goodness, smoothed those edges away, healing me in ways I didn't know were possible. I came to the hill country years ago, a man adrift, searching for a fresh start in the rolling green hills and quiet streams. What I found wasn't just a new life, it was a better one, richer and fuller than anything I'd dared to dream. Stitched together by the love of a woman who saw me, scars and all, and chose me anyway.